Hello, and greetings, lovely person. This is RPGmodsFan. In this video, I will be giving a brief overview of Candlekeep Mysteries, an anthology book filled with 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons adventures. Published by Wizards of the Coast in 2021, Candlekeep Mysteries is a book made up of 17 adventures ranging from 1st level up to 16th level. Each adventure is designed for 4 to 6 characters of a particular level. However, the Dungeon Master can adjust it for larger or smaller groups, as well as for characters of higher or lower levels, by swapping one monster or trap for another, by changing the number of foes in an encounter, and or by adjusting the difficulty challenge on a roll. When I hear Candlekeep, I cannot help but think about BioWare's old beloved video games titled Baldur's Gate, where the protagonist you create starts in Candlekeep. I have fond memories of playing this series. Oh, and as trivia, the Baldur's Gate series uses AD&D 2nd edition rules. Here is a side-by-side maps of Candlekeep. The one on the right is from the Candlekeep Mysteries adventure book. The one on the left is from the first Baldur's Gate computer game. I think the Baldur's Gate game gives a nice brief introduction to the keep, which I will now play.
Nestled atop the cliffs that rise from the Sword Coast, the citadel of Candlekeep houses the finest and most comprehensive collection of writings on the face of Farron. It is an imposing fortress, kept in strict isolation from the intrigues that occasionally plague the rest of the Forgotten Realms. It is secluded, highly regimented,
So, Candlekeep is a very well-defended citadel containing an enormous library. Candlekeep is a library fortress whose keepers value books and knowledge more than gold. Basically, Candlekeep is the D&D version of the Library of Alexandria. Each adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book embraces one of the following narrative concepts. The player characters discover a book in the library that contains a mystery. Getting to the bottom of this mystery requires embarking on an adventure. Or the characters come to Candlekeep on a quest for information, perhaps to solve a crisis elsewhere in the world. During their research, they uncover a book and the mystery it contains, which leads to the adventure. Although each adventure contains opportunities for exploration, role-playing, and combat, these short adventures work best with players who enjoy mysteries and discovering their secrets. Candlekeep is located along the Sword Coast in the Forgotten Realms campaign setting. The world of the Forgotten Realms is one of mostly high medieval fantasy, populated by elves, dwarves, halflings, humans, and other folk. The library fortress is located on the Sword Coast south of the infamous Baldur's Gate city. With some modification, the adventures in the book can be run in other campaign settings. On the world of Earth, where the Greyhawk campaign setting is, the Great Library in the Free City of Greyhawk can be used as the starting point for the book's adventures. On Matt Mercer's World of Exandria, Candlekeep Mysteries suggests two possible locations for the library. One is on the continent of Wildmount. The other is on the continent of Tal'Dorei. On the continent of Wildmount, the Soltrice Academy, located in the city of Rexcentrum, can be used as the Great Library. Displayed is a close-up map showing the location of Rexcentrum City. On the continent of Tal'Dorei, the Cobalt Reserve in the small city of Westrun can be used as the Great Library, alternatively. On the world of Eberron, the Library of Kronberg in the nation of Zilargo can be used. Alternatively, the University of Wynarn's library in the nation of Aundair can be used. Or Morgrave University's library in the city of Sharn can be used to set the adventures in. The book also has a chapter about Candlekeep itself. However, there are already quite a bit of lore videos on Candlekeep on YouTube. So, doing a video on Candlekeep itself, for now, is low on my to-do list. However, I will briefly mention some things about Candlekeep. Candlekeep has the largest repository of written lore in Faerun, including the collected prophecies of an ancient sage named Orlando the Seer. In the Baldur's Gate video game, the protagonist can hear chanting of a few of Orlando's cryptic prophecies. One of those prophecies comes to fruition in the game.
In the year of the turrets, a great host will come from the east like a plague of locusts. So saith the wise Orlando.
When conflict sweeps across the dales, the great lizards of the north shall descend with fire and fury. So saith the great Orlando. When shadows descend upon the lands, our divine lords will walk alongside us as equals. So saith the great Orlando. The worm shall wander the earth, and such a pestilence will follow in his wake that all that know of his passing shall be struck down by the plague. So saith the wise Alondo.
The Lord of Murder shall perish, but in his doom he shall spawn a score of mortal progeny. Chaos will be sown from their passage, so saith the wise Alondo.
A legion of scholars, monks, and sages, called the Avowed, look after the library and remain vigilant in the care and cataloging of all the knowledge Candlekeep holds. Basically, they are the keep's librarians. Visitors to Candlekeep are known as seekers, and they must present a rare work of writing in order to gain entrance. Those who show up at the gates without such a gift are kindly but firmly turned away.
If you want.
Hold, travelers! Before you will be allowed entrance, you must donate a tome of great value to our library.
Seekers can request the assistance of an avowed adjunct who acts as a guide and research assistant for the duration of their visit. One of Candlekeep's strict rules is no copying. Anyone who wants to have a full copy of a work must go to the house of the binder and pay the scribes there to do so. This is probably Candlekeep's main source of income. Although I will not go into detail about the adventures in the book, I'm saving that for future videos, I will briefly be discussing them. So, warning, potential spoilers ahead. One common complaint about Candlekeep Mysteries is that for each adventure there is not an adventure overview or summary. In its first chapter, the book does list all the adventures and gives them one-sentence descriptions of each. However, this is not enough, and each adventure should have had an overview and summary. Actually, one adventure titled Shemshime's Bedtime Rhyme does have an adventure overview, but the rest do not. Again, like Shemshime's Bedtime Rhyme, each adventure should have had an overview or summary section to make the lives of fellow dungeon masters easier. My future plans are to do a separate walkthrough video on each adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries book.
There's just so much left to say. Wanna get to know you in every kind of way.
Hello and greetings to all you fans of RPGs and of Dungeons and Dragons. On behalf of RPGmodsFan, I will be narrating most this video. This video will be a walkthrough and review of the first adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book. The book itself was published by Wizards of the Coast in January of 2021. This 5th edition D&D adventure is titled The Joy of Extradimensional Spaces. It was written by Michael Polkinghorne and is meant for first-level player characters. The player characters are from an unnamed village that has been cursed. They are tasked to go to Candlekeep and seek the aid of a sage named Martynas. To us, a better start would be that the player characters were hired as guards for a merchant caravan on its way to Candlekeep. Along their way, they came across the cursed village, who begged for the player characters to seek Martynas's aid in lifting the curse. Why would we recommend making this change? A. It allows the players more freedom in creating and crafting their backgrounds. And B. Makes the adventure less railroady. Actually, the adventure does offer an alternative start. In the alternative version, the player characters are already in Candlekeep doing research. During their research, they come across the book titled The Joy of Extradimensional Spaces. Whichever version the Dungeon Master uses, the adventure assumes that the player characters are already in Candlekeep, so that it is easy for the Dungeon Master to tie them into the story, as well as finding the book of the adventure. The Avowed, who are effectively Candlekeep's librarians, have escorted the characters to Martynas's rented private study room. The initial adventure hook for the player characters differs than the one they will actually be embarking on. Hence, at this point, only Dungeon Masters who will run this adventure should be watching the rest of this video.
Hello, my name is Allround. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will now be discussing the adventure itself, and this video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a Dungeon Master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
Like most of the adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries, The Joy of Extradimensional Spaces did not include an adventure overview or summary. Candlekeep Mysteries would have benefited having an adventure overview for each of its adventures. In essence, The Joy of Extradimensional Spaces is a fun, escape room-like adventure that will challenge a party of first-level characters as they must face animated objects, fierce fiends, and mischievous fairy dragons. The player characters start on a mission to save a village from a curse by seeking the aid of a sage named Martynas, who resides in Candlekeep. However, when they arrive, they find that Martynas has vanished after tinkering with a magical tome titled The Joy of Extradimensional Spaces. The player characters then enter Wistearia's mansion, which is a permanent Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion, where they find the sage. Martynas tasks the player characters to explore the mansion. After Martynas exits, the magical gateway to the mansion then closes, trapping the player characters in the mansion. They must now find clues on how to escape the mansion. The Joy of Extradimensional Spaces is more of a problem and puzzle-solving adventure and is relatively light on combat. The Joy of Extradimensional Spaces is more of an event-based adventure. As mentioned in the prior section of this video, the background of the adventure is that the player characters are from a cursed unnamed village. They are tasked to go to Candlekeep to get Martynas to lift the curse. The adventure itself starts at Candlekeep. The Avowed escort the characters to Martynas's rented private study room. However, Martynas is absent, but there are several books here, including The Joy of Extradimensional Spaces book. This same room was once rented by the Archmage, Wisteria. She was able to create a permanent version of the Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion spell. The gateway to the mansion is accessed from this room. Opening a gateway to the mansion requires a command word, which is scribbled in the margins of The Joy of Extradimensional Spaces book. However, this same command word cannot be used to open the gateway from the mansion. Another command word is required. Once the player characters enter the gateway and are in the mansion, they will meet Martynas at the foyer of the mansion. Martynas casts a concentration spell that, for now, keeps the gateway open. In his hand is a figurine of an imp that he found in the mansion. He informs the characters that he can keep the gateway open from the other side. A devious dungeon master may wish not to mention this so as to not arouse suspicion unless the characters ask the right questions to Martynas. In any case, Martynas requests the party to explore the mansion for him before he can offer his aid in lifting the village's curse. Martynas then exits the mansion. The imp figurine he took with him turns into a real imp and kills him. The gateway slams shut, trapping the player characters in the mansion. The next event is for the characters to search the mansion and find clues of the command word that open the gateway from this side. Throughout the mansion there are 7 books, each with a single gold and gilded letter on its spine. When placed next to each other, in the proper order, they spell liberty. If the DM has the game of Scrabble, he or she may wish to hand out the appropriate letters as the characters discover the books. When a character says liberty in the foyer, the gateway will open, leading back to the study room. At the study room, the characters will find Matthrius's dead body. The imp is invisible and hiding in a corner. It will attack the party upon entering into the room, making this fight the final boss battle of the adventure. Displayed on the screen is the map of Fistandia's mansion. The map is probably easier to decipher, with the rooms labeled as it is now. The one thing that annoys me about this map is the exercise room being right between the library and the study. In my opinion, the library and study should be right next to each other. Hence, I would swap the exercise room with one of the other two rooms. The locations of the books, with a single gilded letter on their spines, are now displayed on the screen. When the player characters arrive, they will first be at the foyer of the mansion. Along with bookshelves, there are also several piles of books on the floor in the library. One of the heaps of books is a swarm of animated books, which will initiate battle with the party. In a few rooms of the mansion, the characters will encounter cats. If the characters do not show interest in a cat that is in a room, the cat then loses interest and heads to the kitchen to get some food. In the kitchen are two homunculi, named Cumin and Coriander. The homunculi have not had contact with humanoids for quite some time, and, hence, are eager to serve. Characters who are very knowledgeable in Arcana will know that a mage can create only one homunculus at a time, and that the homunculus dies when its master dies. Freyd is a mage, colleague, and friend of Fistandia. The homunculi were created in the alchemical laboratory, which is located on the lower level. When questioned, the homunculi can give quite a bit of information and lore about the mansion, including that their masters have been away for a long time. A potential plot hole is why would the homunculi not know of the command word to exit the mansion? Maybe they do not want to see the characters leave. In the dining room are 7 chairs. However, one of the chairs is really a mimic. Invisible and flying around in the arboretum are 2 playful but mischievous fairy dragons. On the upper level is the planetarium. There are 5 telescopes and a crystal sphere in this room. Once the door is shut, an illusion of a starry night is visible in all directions. As a DM, I would give your players an image of a night sky and ask them what they do. If the characters point the 5 telescopes to the 5 brightest stars, then the secret door to the chained library opens. Here, there is a single bookshelf with a reading desk filled with chained books. The animated chained library is supposed to attack anyone coming near it. Instead, I would make it attack anyone trying to unchain the books, rip out pages, or take any of its books out of its reach. Here is the perfect opportunity for dungeon masters to give clues and/or lore for the next adventure they plan to run for their players. Likewise, if the DM is running an overarching campaign, here is the perfect opportunity to provide the players with knowledge and lore about the campaign, the villains, and the world. A generous DM can even have a chained spellbook that mages can copy spells from. On the lower level in the summoning room is a quasit in toad form, waiting to attack anyone. The menagerie is the final room in the mansion. It contains preserved specimens of creatures that Fistandia was examining. Currently, there are 2 threats in this room. One is a slod tadpole in a jar. The other are 4 severed hands that have absorbed enough magical energy to become 4 crawling claws. In an interview, the author, Michael Polkinghorne, stated that, when conceiving this adventure, he remembered the classic D&D module, X2, Castle Amber. He stated that, Castle Amber was basically one giant escape room, where the player characters are stuck in a mansion, full of strange people, where weird magical things are happening, and they have to figure their way back to reality. In his story, the mystery is the mansion itself. By the way, on RPGmodsFan's channel, there is a walkthrough and review video of the X2 module. So, for those who are curious, please check it out. However, Michael does not resolve all the mysteries of the mansion and leaves a number of loose threads that the DM can use for further adventures. What will the characters do to save the village now that Matthrius is dead? Maybe they can find another sage in Candlekeep who can lift the curse. Alternatively, they may undertake new quests to earn enough money to have Matthrius raised from the dead. What about Fistandia and Freyd? Where are they? How would they react if they returned and found that the player characters are squatting in their home? Candlekeep Mysteries was conceived to have 17 stand-alone adventures, but not be an overarching campaign. However, the 4th adventure, titled A Deep and Creeping Darkness, could be tied to this adventure. In A Deep and Creeping Darkness adventure, there is a cursed mountain village called Vermeilon. With some tweaking, the DM can have the cursed village in both adventures be the same. I think The Joy of Extradimensional Spaces is a very good adventure. Most level 1 adventures have the player characters fighting rats, kobolds, or some other weak things. However, The Joy of Extradimensional Spaces teaches players that D&D is more than just combat. This adventure places emphasis on problem and puzzle solving.
There is a place where you can run free. Time does not exist. Take a chance when the road before us falls under our face. I can't hold on. I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything is gone. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't make it on my own. When I'm alone, my love is gone.
Hello, and greetings, lovely person. This is RPGmodsFan, and in this video, I will be reviewing the second adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book, which was published by Wizards of the Coast in January of 2021. This 5th edition D&D adventure is titled Mazfroth's Mighty Digressions. It was written by Alison Wong. My sincere apologies, I probably mispronounced her name. The adventure is meant for second-level player characters. The adventure starts with the player characters doing research in Candlekeep. Perhaps they are doing research on magic, on lycanthropy, on demons, or on something related to those topics. During their research, they come across a book titled Mazfroth's Mighty Digressions, whose contents are full of essays and ramblings, but are relevant to the topics the characters are researching.
Hello, my name is Allround. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will now be discussing the adventure itself, and this video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
Like most of the adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries, Mazfroth's Mighty Digressions did not include an adventure overview or summary. Candlekeep Mysteries would have benefited having an adventure overview for each of its adventures. Mazfroth's Mighty Digressions is more of a role-playing adventure. The adventure can be more combat-oriented if the player characters are the type to stab first and ask questions later. However, if they take this approach, a TPK is almost assured. In Mazfroth's Mighty Digressions, the adventurers are attacked by an animated book. This is the third book that has transformed into a monster in Candlekeep, and the adventurers must find out from where and who the monstrous books are coming from. The start of the adventure has the player characters doing research in Candlekeep. During their research, they come across the Mazfroth's Mighty Digressions book. However, that book was actually an ectoplasmic monster from the ethereal plane known as a Jing Watsum, and it attacks the party. From the Avowed, who are the librarians of Candlekeep, they learn two other books were actually Jing Watsums as well. 2 of the 3 scholars who brought the books are still in Candlekeep. After interviewing them, the player characters learn that the books originated from a market stall in Baldur's Gate. The player characters then travel to Baldur's Gate to get more answers. During their travel, they are attacked by a were-rat and 3 giant rats. The book stall is run by Corvalla and her pack of jackalwares. Corvalla is able to cast a ritual spell that creates a Jing Watson in the material plane. She has the Jing Watson take the form of an expensive book in order to sell at her pack's Amberdune book stall. They are trying to raise enough money to resurrect their deceased Lamia leader named Nidalia. It is up to the player characters to uncover the mystery either through peaceful means or through bloody means. Mazfroth's Mighty Digressions is an event-based adventure. The first event is having the player characters doing research at Candlekeep. They can be doing research on magic and the weave, or they may be doing research on lycanthropy, or they may be doing research on demon lords and or the abyss, which is why the Mazfroth's Mighty Digressions book was brought to them by the Avowed. It contains essays and ramblings on all these topics. However, the book is really a very hungry Jing Watson. Jing Watson makes its monster debut to 5th edition D&D in this adventure. As mentioned before, Jing Watson is an ectoplasmic monster from the ethereal plane. Jing Watson can assume 2 other forms that are determined by its creator, one being a small non-magical item, the other being a small beast. This Jing Watson has not eaten for quite some time, breaks out of its book form, and attacks the party. After defeating the Jing Watson, the player characters will probably speak to the Avowed on what's just occurred. The Avowed, i.e. Candlekeep's librarians, will inform the characters that A. This is the 3rd book to transform into such a creature. B. Each book was donated by a scholar to gain entry into Candlekeep within the past 2 months. C. 2 of the scholars are still in Candlekeep. And D. The Avowed offer a helm of comprehending languages as a reward for finding out who is responsible for these monstrous fakes. The player characters then go to meet and interview these scholars. From these scholars, they learn that both of them bought their books from a market stall in Baldur's Gate, a city that is 5 days' journey south of Candlekeep. The stall is located in the area known as the Wide, which is Baldur's Gate's marketplace. On their journey to Baldur's Gate, the adventurers are attacked by 3 giant rats and their leader, Mushika, who is a were-rat. Mushika will flee if the battle is not going too well. The monstrous books originated from the Amberdune bookstall. Finding the Amberdune bookstall is supposed to play out as a role-playing event. The bookstall is run by Corvalla and her pack of jackalwares, who, of course, will be in their human forms. Corvalla and none of her 6 jackalwares are willing to discuss the matter of the monstrous books at their stall or in Baldur's Gate proper. They will threaten to call the city guards if they themselves are threatened by the characters. However, Corvalla is willing to talk at her place. Yet, how the characters learn of her lair depends on how discussions went at the book stall. The characters may have to resort to trying to stealthily tail the jackalwares if discussions did not go cordially. The Aberdoon hideout is located in the Blackgate neighborhood. The Blackgate district lies outside of the city and is full of ramshackle huts. If Mushika survived, and if the characters are not being accompanied by any of the jackalwares, then he, a swarm of rats, and 2 human thugs will attack the characters when they are traversing the Blackgate neighborhood. Alright, back to the timeline of events. The former leader of the Aberdoon pack was a Limea named Nidalia. Corvella is trying to raise enough money to get her resurrected. Thus, she resorted to creating Jingwatsoms to take the form of expensive books. However, she never thought any of her books would end up in Candlekeep. As reparations, Corvella is willing to part with the original copies of the 3 books, but will ask for payment for them. Hence, the situation can be resolved either peacefully or through a bloodbath. Displayed on the screen is the map of the Aberdoon hideout. Here is a good color map of the hideout that I found on the internet. The map is probably easier to decipher with the rooms labeled, as it is now. In the middle of the common room is a rug of smothering. It will attack any intruders unless commanded not to do so by any of the jackalwares. Corvella will converse with the player characters in her quarters, which also serves as her office. Her bed conceals the trap door that leads down to the basement vault. On the wall are 2 swords that are actually 2 Jingwatsoms. One of the trunks in the storage room is actually a mimic. The original 3 books and 3 others can be found in a padlocked trunk in the basement vault. In the other trunk are the remains of Nidalia. The trunks are lined with lead so that a locate object spell cannot be used to find their contents. For second-level characters, the combat with the jackalwares will be extremely difficult. Hence, this adventure was meant more as a role-playing adventure instead of a combat-heavy adventure. Thus, if the characters took the diplomatic route, then further tie-in adventures are possible, such as helping the jackalwares raise the funds they need. And that concludes my walkthrough of the Mazfroth's Mighty Digressions adventure. I think it is a pretty good adventure. Hello, and greetings to all you fans of RPGs and of Dungeons & Dragons. This is RPGmodsFan, and in this walkthrough video, I will be reviewing the 3rd adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book. The book itself was published by Wizards of the Coast in January of 2021. This 5th edition D&D adventure is titled Book of the Raven, and it was written by none other than Chris Perkins. The adventure is meant for 3rd level player characters. Out of all the adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries, this one definitely feels and runs like a side quest. It can easily be transplanted and run like a side quest in the Curse of Strahd campaign. In an interview, Chris Perkins stated that every writer of Candlekeep Mysteries was given the same instructions to pitch a short adventure revolving around a book in Candlekeep's library. Each writer was given the license to create their own book and the mystery surrounding it. In the same interview, Chris Perkins also stated that his adventure was sent out as an example to the various authors. He did not intend to publish it, but I guess he did so anyway. The adventure starts with the player characters doing research in Candlekeep. During their research, they come across a book the Candlekeep librarians call Book of the Raven. Its black oak covers are cracked, unvarnished, with bird scratches and little indentations made by pecking beaks. Nestled inside its pages is a treasure map. Edgar, can you say that again? Oh, you are right. I should now give a spoiler warning. Okay. Players, warning, spoilers ahead. Only Dungeon Masters should be watching the rest of this video. Ha ha, very funny, Edgar. And no, I will not be saying that. Get your bird brain out of the gutter, or whatever else you are pecking your beak into. The synopsis of the adventure would be as follows. A treasure map tucked inside a book leads adventurers to a remote hilltop chalet occupied by a secretive group. This adventure has the trappings of a haunted house mystery and provides a possible route into the Shadowfell. Like most of the adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries, Book of the Raven did not include an adventure overview or summary. As I stated in my prior videos, Candlekeep Mysteries would have benefited having an adventure overview for each of its adventures. Depending on the player's disposition, Book of the Raven can either be played out as a role-playing adventure or as a combat-heavy adventure. The following is my summary of the adventure. Nestled in the Book of the Raven's pages, the adventurers find what they think is a treasure map. They follow the map to Chalet Brantifax, located on a remote hilltop. There they encounter a group of were-ravens who call themselves the Scarlet Sash. The Scarlet Sash steals evil magic items and artifacts, and then tries to hide them in scattered locations away from villains and evildoers. The encounter with them can play out either peacefully or violently. By exploring the chalet, the adventurers also learn about its tragic backstory. Over 2 centuries ago, Baron Brantifax had the chalet built. He and his wife had 2 daughters, who, unfortunately, died young. Shortly after the death of his beloved hunting hound, the Baron also died by drowning in the chalet's well. The Baroness then left the chalet, never to return. A gateway to the Shadowfell has manifested at one of the daughters' grave. If the adventurers manage to find the gateway, they then may use it to enter the Shadowfell, where they will fight gargoyles and the undead. Book of the Raven is not exactly an event-based adventure. It is more of a sandbox-like adventure. However, the Dungeon Master would need to fill in a lot of missing elements of this sandbox. There are several events that have occurred before the start of this adventure. More than 2 centuries ago, a raven flew into Candlekeep, delivering a book to it. The book became known as the Book of the Raven. It is a first-hand account of a woman who fell off her horse, broke her leg, and was nursed back to health by a group of Vistani who found her. About a century and a half ago, in a remote highlands, Baron Brantifax built a chalet. The Baron was an avid hunter. He and his wife had 2 daughters, but, as I stated earlier, unfortunately died young. Their firstborn daughter, Sylphane, was born deformed and was a tortured soul. She died when she was only 6 years old. Her grave has manifested a gateway to the Shadowfell. Their second daughter, Haluthi, was a tomboy. At 9 years old, she was killed by a wolf while out hunting with her father. The next event in the Baron's tragic tale is his favorite hunting hound named Braun passes away. He becomes distraught, and while sleepwalking, he falls into the chalet's well and drowns. The Baron, his 2 daughters, and the hound are buried in the chalet's graveyard. The Baroness was always a city girl and soon left, never to return. Quite some time afterwards, a flock of were-ravens have moved into the abandoned chalet. By the way, as trivia, groups of ravens that live and travel together are called unkindnesses. This unkindness or flock calls themselves the Scarlet Sash and wear red sashes around their waists when in human form. However, Chris Perkins likes to flip the meanings of things around. Instead of describing the Scarlet Sash as an unkindness of were-ravens, he instead uses the term a kindness of were-ravens. The Scarlet Sash seeks to find and steal evil magic items and artifacts, and then hide them away in scattered locations, in order to keep them away from evildoers. About 140 years ago, Anil Zasperdes, the founder of the Scarlet Sash, went to Candlekeep and placed a map to the chalet into the Book of the Raven. The player characters are meant to discover the book and the map and think that the map is a treasure map. The map is basically the MacGuffin of the adventure's story. And finally, we are at the beginning of the adventure. At the start of the adventure, the player characters are in Candlekeep doing research. They come across the book and the map. Alternatively, if the Dungeon Master does not want to have the adventure start in Candlekeep, the Book of the Raven and the map can be delivered to the player characters via a raven. The raven flies off once it has delivered its cargo. The raven contains the restless soul of Haluthi, who wants the were-raven squatters chased out of the chalet. The adventure assumes the characters follow the map to Chalet Brantifax. The adventure also leaves it up to the DM to add encounters along the way, which I would recommend doing. The player characters arrive and explore the chalet. The only real threats at the chalet are the Scarlet Sash were-ravens. The Scarlet Sash has 8 members, but there are currently 4 members at the chalet. Depending on the disposition of the players, the encounter with the were-ravens can either be a role-playing encounter or a combat encounter. The crossing into the Shadowfell part of the adventure may not even occur. As written, finding the gateway to the Shadowfell will be unlikely. It requires digging up Sylphane's grave. So, if the Dungeon Master wants to run this part of the adventure, he or she may need to resort to giving strong clues. If they are on good terms with the were-ravens, Then perhaps have them tell the characters about the gateway. Or have the gateway appear just above Sulfane's grave and not require the grave to be dug up. At the Shadowfell side, the characters end up in the middle of a necropolis full of open graves. 2 gargoyles then fly in and attack the characters. Shortly after the battle, waves of ghouls will then attack the party. Inhabiting a nearby mausoleum is a wight named Drovath Harn. He will emerge from his crypt to join the ghouls in the ensuing battle. To return back to the material plane, the characters will need to wait for the gloomy hours of the morning in order to use the gateway back. The gateway will not allow travel back to the material plane outside of those hours. Thus concludes the Book of the Raven adventure. Why did Anil Zasperdes place this map into the Book of the Raven? Well, I don't know. Sometimes it is best not to think about the logic behind a D&D adventure's MacGuffin. The DM is supposed to flesh out the journey to Chalet Brentifax and add a combat encounter or 2 along the way. In other words, the author did not add such details into the adventure. Displayed on the screen is the layout of Chalet Brentifax. Now, on the screen, each of the rooms are labeled. However, most of these labels were the former functions of the rooms. In the years following the Baron's death, the house fell prey to neglect and disrepair. The Scarlet Sash Rareravens chose the place because of its remoteness and the Shadow Crossing. The well that the Baron fell through and drowned himself in is located in the cellar. In this cold and damp chamber, the characters will hear the faint whispers of the Baron's restless spirit calling out for his hound. In the cloakroom is a shovel. This may be the only clue in the adventure for digging up Sulfane's grave to access the gateway to the Shadowfell. Other than the Were-Ravens, the chalet lacks any combat encounters. So, the DM may wish to add giant rats in the kitchen. In the study, the player characters can find the Baroness's journal. It basically serves as an exposition dump and recounts the tragedy of the chalet. If the characters disturb the dolls that are in the nursery, then Sulfane's spirit manifests here as a poltergeist. She will at first try to frighten away the characters before resorting to attacking them. The Scarlet Sash Were-Ravens mainly congregate in the chalet's loft. They have the Orcus figurine, an evil artifact that was carved out of an ogre's petrified heart. Within its vicinity, undead cannot be turned, and the dead cannot be raised. Once per 30 days, it can summon a wraith. The Were-Ravens are now discussing where to hide the figurine. As an overarching plot hook idea, you can have a cult of Orcus be your campaign's main villain. Members of this cult are seeking to find their stolen artifact. Hence, you can add an encounter against this cult. Buried in the chalet's graveyard are the Baron, his 2 daughters, and his hound. Haluthe's corpse was stolen by a hag and replaced with a scarecrow and 2 crawling claws. As written, accessing the Shadow Crossing requires Sulfane's grave to be dug up. If the player characters cross into the Shadowfell, they will appear in the middle of a large necropolis full of open graves. Watching over the shadow crossing are 2 gargoyles who will fly over and attack the party. The battle has attracted the attention of nearby ghouls who will come in waves after the gargoyles have been defeated. The white Drovoth Harn inhabits the nearest mausoleum. He is armed with a longbow and prefers ranged combat and will shoot arrows from atop nearby mausoleums. Gameplay in the Shadowfell is pretty much optional. However, if the Dungeon Master wants to run Curse of Strahd next for their players, the Shadow Crossing is the perfect opportunity to get the characters to go on a one-way trip to the Domains of Dread, which are parts of the Shadowfell. Alternatively, you can have Chalet Brentifax already be in the lands of Barovia and run this adventure as a side quest. Thus ends my walkthrough of the Book of the Raven adventure. I think it is a very good adventure. One of the things that makes it good is that it can be easily molded to fit into any campaign, such as the aforementioned Curse of Strahd or Cult of Orcus.
Dreaming wide awake, every interview on my mind. Yeah, gleaming golden rays, feel you coming in with the light. All the powers on my side, I'm calling you, manifesting you tonight. Yeah, I can almost feel your touch. You're breaking through, investing in you tonight.
Hello, and greetings to all you fans of RPGs, and of Dungeons & Dragons. On behalf of RPGmodsFan, I will be narrating this video. In this walkthrough video, we will be reviewing the 4th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book. The book itself was published by Wizards of the Coast in January of 2021. This 5th edition D&D adventure is titled A Deep and Creeping Darkness, and it was written by Sarah Madsen. The adventure is meant for 4th level player characters. The adventure starts as follows. Decades and decades ago, Vermelon was a platinum mining village, located high in the mountains. Inexplicably, the village was abandoned. The player characters were hired by a mining and exploration group, to find out what happened to Vermelon. Will the book they were given by the group be enough to allow them entry into Candlekeep? Well, that is for the players and the dungeon master to play out. When the player characters do get into Candlekeep, the most insightful book they find is titled A Deep and Creeping Darkness. It was written by a bard, who interviewed refugees from the village. And thus, the mystery of what happened at Vermelon and the A Deep and Creeping Darkness adventure continues.
Hello, my name is Allround. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janussi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will now be discussing the adventure itself, and this video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
The synopsis of the adventure would be as follows. A book describing a mining disaster prompts adventurers to search for a missing town. This mystery keeps players guessing until the end, and makes clever use of a rarely used D&D monster. Like most of the adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries, A Deep and Creeping Darkness did not include an adventure overview or summary. As RPGmodsFan stated in his prior videos, Candlekeep Mysteries would have benefited having an adventure overview for each of its adventures. We would summarize the adventure as follows. The player characters were hired to find out what happened to the mountainside mining village of Vermelon. They go to Candlekeep to gain some insight. There, they come across a book titled A Deep and Creeping Darkness, authored by a bard, who conducted interviews with refugees from the village. It recounts the tale of the mining explosion tragedy that would kill more than half the miners. Afterwards, citizens of the village were gripped with fear, having nightmares and slowly disappearing. The remaining villagers became convinced Vermelon was cursed and abandoned it. On their journey to Vermelon, the player characters stop in Mayrin, which is the nearest town to Vermelon. At Mayrin, they interview two locals, who were originally from Vermelon, before they continue on their journey to the village. By exploring Vermelon and the platinum mine, the adventurers learn, due to the terror arising immediately after the explosion, a nest of meanlocks manifested in the mines. Meanlocks are creatures from the Fey Wild and psychically feed on fear. The villagers' growing fear allowed the meanlocks to grow in number and kidnap the villagers. In order to lift the villagers' curse, the adventurers will need to eliminate the nest of meanlocks. I will now go through the adventure's timeline of events, and, sorry for the repetition. I will be repeating many things I already have mentioned in the adventure overview section of this video. Vermelon was a mining village located high in the mountains. Most of the villagers were miners mining mainly for platinum. About 70 years ago, an explosion rocked the mine. Half of miners, or about 30 miners, were instantly killed. Out of the remaining 30 or so miners, about 19 miners were dug up and rescued. Meanlocks are creatures from the Fey Wild, and are spawned by intense fear in areas where the border with the Fey Wild is thin. After the initial explosion, the surviving miners were all in a state of terror. Their intense fear allowed the meanlocks to spawn in the mines, and form a nest. The 11 miners, who were never found, were most likely captured, and transformed into more meanlocks. 4 meanlocks can telepathically torment one incapacitated creature. Via this torment, it is possible for the creature to die, and be transformed into a new meanlock. It is in this manner that the villagers began to disappear, starting with the survivors of the mining disaster. The villagers then became convinced their village was cursed, and abandoned it. Sometime afterwards, most of the meanlocks returned to the Fey Wild, but 6 do remain. The player characters were hired by a mining and exploration group to find out what happened to Vermelon. They were given a book that, barely, allowed them entry into Candlekeep. The book they found most insightful is A Deep and Creeping Darkness. It was written by a bard, who interviewed the refugees from the village. It gives an account from the villagers' perspective, starting with the mine explosion, then villagers disappearing, and ending in the abandonment of the village. What caused the disappearances is still a mystery that the player characters need to solve. The adventurers journey to May Rin, which lies at the foot of a mountain range, and is the nearest town to Vermelon. At May Rin, the player characters interview 2 former residents of Vermelon. Former miner, Lucas Grosvenor, is a very old man, and is the owner of the Bored Weasel Tavern and Inn. His wife, who was also a miner, died in the disaster. The morning, Lucas left the village before the disappearances started. When Lucas learns the adventurers will go to Vermelon, he asks them to place flowers on his wife's grave, and to retrieve her old necklace. Astra Vaughan is a half-elf, and is a florist. He was young at the time. His family fled Vermelon when Astra's mother began experiencing nightmares. Unbeknownst to Astra's family, the cause of her nightmares was that she was being telepathically tormented by the Meanlocks. These 2 NPCs do not actually have any pertinent or helpful information as to what happened in Vermelon's calamity. So the player characters will need to journey to Vermelon, in order to find more information, and solve the mystery. If the Dungeon Master wishes, he or she can add a wilderness combat encounter with rampaging wildlife or marauder bandits before they get to the village. Because of the Meanlocks, to me, it does not make sense to have an encounter with bandits. I would make this combat on the characters rough, not deadly, but rough. So that, they will want to take a long rest. This way, the Meanlocks can psychically attack one or more of the characters in their incapacitated state. Some further notes on Meanlocks. Meanlocks shun light. They also avoid direct confrontation, they try to remain unseen, and they try to psychically haunt the player characters. One or more of the player characters may experience hallucinations or even nightmares. The former mayor of Vermelon is now a Meanlock, and can be encountered in her house. There are also clues to what happened to the village in the house. Deep in the platinum mine is the lair of the Meanlocks. The Meanlocks have rigged their lair with dynamite traps. If the battle goes against them, they will then try to trigger these traps as a last resort. If the player characters have cleared out the nest of Meanlocks, and then inform their employers, and or the citizens of May Rin, then, after quite some time, the village will be revived, and be active again. If you want to learn more about Meanlocks, their habitats, and their tactics, then I would recommend watching Bill Allen World's video on them. Link to his video will be in the description section below.
On their journey to Vermelon, I would have the player characters roll perception checks. For those that succeed, I would say that it is strange that they have not come across bandits or have seen any signs of them. The undefended and unmaintained road to Vermelon is full of prime spots for bandits to set up ambushes in. Labeled on the screen are the village's places of interest. As you can see, there are few places of interest. This was probably due to the restraint of keeping the adventure short in page length. I would suggest to DMs to add descriptions and items to the other crumbled houses. What separates good DMs from great DMs is that a great DM will avoid giving repeated generic descriptions of generic rooms, areas, or buildings. In the middle of the road into the village is an abandoned cart. Less than a year ago, a traveling merchant was taken by the Meanlocks. Building V1 was once the village's magic shop and blacksmith. Their owners hid their valuables under a false floor panel, thinking they would return once the supposed curse of the village was over. They never returned. In front of the former mayor's house is a large dead tree. Lay Duvezen was the mayor of the village. Fearing for their lives, she sent away her 2 children and her partner. Mayor Duvezen stayed behind and was determined to find the cause of the disappearances and put a stop to them. She was the last villager taken by the Meanlocks. The Meanlock she was transformed into can be encountered in the house. If the adventurers kill the Meanlock, then they will notice the mayor's signet ring on one of its fingers, giving a strong clue as to the fate of the villagers who disappeared. Oh, and by the way, there are 2 more Meanlocks lurking in the village to psychically haunt the player characters. Displayed on the screen is the layout of the mayor's house. It will probably be easier to decipher the rooms labeled. The one thing you probably noticed is that the house does not have a kitchen. Meals were prepared in the village and then brought to the house. As a DM, I would try to delay any physical combat with the Meanlock till after the player characters have searched the house's library. Actually, as a DM, I would move the library down to the ground floor. The entryway is large enough to accommodate such a room. In the master bedroom, the adventurers can find the mayor's journal. The journal chronicles the disaster at the mine and the village's anguish over the next few weeks. The last few pages speak of the mayor's nightmares, of her creeping fear, and waking in a terrified state, with lingering screams echoing in her ears. Next to the journal, I would add a scroll of Remove Curse. Or you can have the scroll located in the library instead. Anyway, in the mayor's journal also add that the mayor bought 3 such scrolls. She used up 2 of the scrolls. Each was used a week apart. A week after using the second scroll, the mayor came to the conclusion that a Remove Curse spell is not going to work. Okay, back to the library. In the library, several books lay open on a table. One of them is a book about meanlocks. To give your players a good scare, I would have another open book. That is about mind flayers. Displayed on the screen is the map of the Platinum Mine. Overlaid on the map is now the area names. The mine explosion occurred beyond the area marked M4. The area is now completely caved in. The lair of the meanlocks is within the area displayed on the screen. The tunnels are not part of the mine. Instead, they were manifested by the meanlocks. The tunnels are nearly circular, with black moss covering the walls, floors, and ceilings. The black moss in Area M6 will animate, forming tentacles that will try to grapple the player characters who are within reach. There are several large pools in Area M8. For some reason, this area reminds me of the room of pools in the B1 module. Anyway, the author of the adventure suggests having a black pudding or any other type of ooze in one of the pools. If they have not already been transformed, any victims the meanlocks manage to capture are brought to chamber numbered M9, paralyzed, and put on a slab. Here, the telepathic torment continues until the victim is transformed into a meanlock. All remaining meanlocks will make their last stand here. They have rigged this chamber with dynamite traps. If the battle goes against them, and as a last resort, they will then try to trigger these traps. The adventure is considered concluded when the player characters have cleared out the nest of meanlocks. If the characters inform their employers, and/or the citizens of Mayrin, then, after some time, Vermillon will be revived, and be active again. As I stated in my walkthrough video on The Joy of Extra-Dimensional Spaces, the Dungeon Master can integrate that adventure with this one by having the player characters originally from Vermillon. Have the abandonment of the village occur sometime after the player character's journey to Candlekeep. In The Joy of Extra-Dimensional Spaces, Matrius, the sage who can supposedly lift the curse, was killed by a wimpy imp. Now the player characters need to go on a few additional quests to A. Raise enough money to raise Matrius from the dead, or B. Raise enough money to hire another sage, or C. The other sage may ask the player characters to undertake an additional quest to secure his or her services. When the sage and the player characters reach Vermillon, the sage realizes Vermillon's curse cannot be lifted through traditional means, and run a deep and creeping darkness, as written, from that point forward.
Because Candlekeep Mysteries adventures are short, they may seem railroady. I would not categorize a deep and creeping darkness as such. For instance, the player characters can bypass the town of Mayrin and go to Vermillon directly. Instead of exploring Vermillon, they can go to the mine directly. For players who like suspense and solving mysteries, this will be a fun adventure for them. For those who like battling monsters, this will not be a fun adventure for them.
Slowly
Hello and greetings to all you fans of RPGs and of Dungeons and Dragons. On behalf of RPGmodsFan, I will be narrating most of this video. In this walkthrough video, we will be reviewing the 5th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book. The book itself was published by Wizards of the Coast in January of 2021. This 5th edition D&D adventure is titled Shemshime's Bedtime Rhyme, and it was written by Aristotle Levitch. The adventure is meant for 4th level player characters. The adventure starts with the player characters in Candlekeep staying at the Firefly Cellar. The Firefly Cellar is a windowless basement beneath the House of Rest. The House of Rest is Candlekeep's inn. Poor Winthrop, may you rest in peace. Looks like Candlekeep's inn no longer carries your name. The Firefly Cellar is lit by lamps that each contain a swarm of fireflies. No, not that type of firefly. Yes, that type of firefly. The Firefly Cellar is actually part of the library and does contain a collection of ancient books. The adventure soon has the player characters meeting and interacting with the NPCs in the Firefly Cellar.
Hello, my name is Allround. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will now be discussing the adventure itself, and this video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a Dungeon Master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
Shemshime's Bedtime Rhyme is not a dungeon crawl. Technically, it is an event-based adventure. Hence, it may seem like a railroad adventure. I would disagree. Shemshime's Bedtime Rhyme is supposed to play out as a drama. To play out this drama, it is set in a confined set, with a cast of characters the player characters can interact with. The synopsis of the adventure would be as follows. A catchy and contagious rhyme traces back to a sinister clockwork book. Trapped in one of Candlekeep's cellars, the characters must figure out the best way to stop the spread of this odd contagion. The adventure takes place in the Firefly Cellar, a windowless basement beneath the House of Rest. The cellar is lit by lamps that are full of fireflies. The Firefly Cellar houses a neglected collection of books. After spending the night here, all the player characters wake up in the morning with the same tune in their heads, and each one hums it under their breath. They soon discover that the tune has spread to the Firefly Cellar's other occupants. Fearing a contagion, the Avowed institute a quarantine to keep it from spreading. The contagion is not sickness, plague, or virus. It is actually a curse. The adventure is built around a sequence of events that now start to unfold. Shemshime is a shadow and a malevolent spirit. It is trapped in a children's book titled Shemshime's Bedtime Rhyme. However, the humming of the tune is breaking the bonds that trap Shemshime in the book, and its supernatural influence over others is growing. The player characters need to identify the curse's source, which is the aforementioned book. Their search eventually leads them to Crinkle, the Firefly Cellar's Kenku caretaker, who has the book. The book holds the secret on how to stop Shemshime. Before discussing the timeline of events, I will be briefly describing the adventure's cast of characters. Starting with Vanir. Vanir is a female sun elf and is middle-aged for her race. She loves books, is hard-working, and has risen to the rank of senior scribe among the Avowed. She has no ambition to rise further in the ranks. She is leading the effort to restore the much-neglected books in the Firefly Cellar. She is unaware that the book, Shemshime's Bedtime Rhyme, is the cause of the madness. Crinkle is an aged Kenku with little patience. She is the custodian of the Firefly Cellar, and is the caretaker of its fireflies. She has a dour disposition towards others, except for Galeby, who softens her heart and disposition. Shemshime's Bedtime Rhyme book is in her possession, and is hidden in her quarters. Ebda Smallston is a scribe. He is a widow, has a daughter, is a pessimist, is an anxious person, and looks years older than he really is. Galeby Smallston is the 8-year-old daughter of Ebda. She is a curious, energetic child. Keitula is a tabaxi druid. She arrived at Candlekeep 6 days ago, and is doing research on folk magic. She is claustrophobic, and the quarantine will unbalance her, cause her to go mad, and she will try to escape. As an aside, if they are on friendly terms by the end of the adventure, as a dungeon master, I would use Catula as a quest giver to a future adventure. The shadow and malevolent spirit, Shemshime, is the villain of the adventure. Shemshime has been trapped in the book for centuries. The humming of the rhyme is providing the means of its escape. As is in the story, Shemshime must be crushed, in order to be defeated. I will now go through the adventure's timeline of events. More than 6 centuries ago, a family living in a remote watermill endured a string of unfortunate events. A shadow and a malevolent spirit called Shemshime caused accidents and tragedy to the family. First, Shemshime compels the mother to chop off the feet and ear of her husband with a scythe. Next, Shemshime compels the family dog to bite off the mother's hand. Following that, Shemshime compels the son to drown in a river while washing clothes. The daughter was able to defeat the shadow by crushing it under the millstone that was blessed by a cleric of Chauntea. A traveling gnome, named Yauen Pilt, hears of the tale. He was so intrigued that he set the story down in the book called Shemshime's Bedtime Rhyme. The book is a pop-up mechanical children's book, with 4 scenes telling the tragic tale, and with a music box built into its spine. By creating this book, the gnome inadvertently created a conduit through which Shemshime could return. Yauen Pilt is also a procurer of rare books, and often does business with Candlekeep. In order to gain entry into Candlekeep, Yauen Pilt donates his book to the library.
When Yauen Pilt arrived, he was utterly insane. The records of the episode are sparse, but they report that he was placed in isolation for weeks after a singing madness began to spread among Candlekeep's librarians, who are also known as the Avowed. That was over 600 years ago, and the book has been gathering dust since then. A Kenku Avowed named Crinkle loves to collect all kinds of curios and baubles. Shemshime's bedtime rhyme, with its intricate mechanical workings and charming music box, was too tempting to resist. The book was supposed to have its spine repaired. However, the Kenku decided to keep it instead. Just before the adventurers arrive, Crinkle opened the book in her room. The music box started to play, and she became the subject of Shemshime's curse. Until the music box is repaired, it will always skip back to the beginning of the song before playing the last stanza. The last stanza gives clues on how to defeat Shemshime. Once the player characters are in the Firefly cellar, the events of the adventure then unfold. After spending their first night in the cellar, in the morning, all the player characters are humming the same tune. Sitting at their table is Ebda Smallston, an avowed scribe, who asks them to keep quiet in the library. After a few minutes, Ebda starts uncontrollably humming the same tune. Soon the hatch that provides access in and out of the Firefly cellar is slammed shut on Varna's orders. Varna is the senior scribe, and is in charge of the cellar. She tells the story of the singing madness that occurred 600 years ago, thus she ordered the cellar to be quarantined. The characters can explore the cellar and talk with its residents. As they do, the dungeon master should emphasize that concentration is needed to resist humming the melody. The next event to happen is Ebda's maniacal outburst. Everyone in the cellar hears Ebda's terrified screams. They soon find him paralyzed, but still humming the tune. Galeby, Ebda's 8-year-old daughter, tries to comfort him but to no avail. Other than the humming, a few minutes later, Ebda regains his faculties. At this point, Shemshime can start to exert a variety of influences, such as random books flying out of shelves, the library gets colder, fireflies in the lamps flicker out at irregular intervals, and others. The remains of Yauen Pilt, the bookseller who brought the book and its curse to Candlekeep, are hidden in a secret compartment in the Firefly room. Crinkle, the Kenku caretaker of the Fireflies, raises and cares for the Fireflies in this room. The third event of the adventure is for Yaun's skull to start singing the words to the rhyme. It is at this point the dungeon master is instructed to provide the handout of Shemshime's rhyme to the players. The final stanza is absent from the handout.
Catula, a visiting Tabaxi scholar, reaches the end of her patience with being confined, and she tries to break the quarantine. Unless stopped, subdued, or calmed, at any point, Catula will do the following things. First, she tries to reach the exit hatch. Next, she tries to force it open. Frustrated by her failed attempts, she then rushes to Vanir and demands for the hatch's key. Vanir refuses. Catula then attacks Vanir. The next event unfolds as follows. Except for Galeby and Crinkle, everyone, including the NPCs, must roll a DC 15 Charisma saving throw, or be charmed by Shemshime and become its puppets for the next minute. The charmed characters will then sing the rhyme repeatedly, while attacking the non-charmed characters. At the conclusion of the puppets event, Galeby emerges out of Crinkle's room with the Shemshime's bedtime rhyme book in her shaky hands. Both Galeby and the book have blood splattered all over them. The adventure leaves it up to the DM to decide whether A. Galeby was possessed by Shemshime and attacked Crinkle with the book, or B. Crinkle was possessed and Galeby defended herself with the book. In either case, Crinkle is now unconscious. If the player characters either fail to examine or to fix the book's music box, then have one of the NPCs asked to examine the book and fix the music box. Once the music box is repaired, the full version, including the last stanza of the rhyme, can be played. Once that happens, Shemshime manifests in its shadow form into the room, and a physical battle against it ensues. Shemshime cannot be reduced below 1 hit point. In order to properly defeat Shemshime, it must be crushed under 1,000 pounds, or 454 kilograms, or more, of weight. Destroying the book does not defeat Shemshime. However, Shemshime will try to take the book and defend it. Hence, the book can be used as a lure or bait to position Shemshime to where it can be crushed.
I would recommend visiting Seal Firma's channel. Link will be in the description section below. She has wonderful renditions of Shemshime's rhyme. I will now play her rendition of the rhyme, including its last stanza.
Scything wheat, forgotten husband sleeping near. With one swing she took his feet, with another took his ear. Does the shadow have a name? Shemshime, Shemshime. 'Cause his grief avoids the blame. Shemshime, Shemshime. See a dog that knows how to heal, never heeds plea nor command. Mother gave it a tasty meal, dog chose instead to eat her hand. Does the shadow have a name? Shemshime, Shemshime. Causes grief, avoids the blame. Shemshime, Shemshime. See a son doing his chore, washing clothes for the folk in town. Fell into the river's roar, sank to the bottom and drowned. Does the shadow have a name? Shemshime, Shemshime. Causes grief, avoids the blame. Shemshime, Shemshime. See a daughter grinding grain, wish the spirit's time was through. Trap set for the shadow bane, her millstone killed it true.
The Firefly Cellar has 3 floors. The upper 2 contain the book collection. The bookcases are filled with books, and are heavy enough to crush Shemshime when toppled onto it. The upper floor has a few statues in some of its alcoves. Likewise, each are heavy enough to crush Shemshime. Hanging from the center of the ceiling on the upper floor is a stone sculpture of an open book. It too is heavy enough to crush Shemshime. The only entrance is a metallic hatch that's set into the ceiling at the top of a spiral staircase. Hopefully this enlarged view of the Firefly Cellar's layout will make things easier to decipher. Now, displayed on the screen are the labels for the individual rooms. Except for the last stanza, Yao and Pilt scratched the words of Shemshime's rhyme onto the west stone wall of the scriptorium. The wall is now hidden behind a moldering tapestry. Crinkle raises and cares for the fireflies in the Firefly Room. Scratched onto a few of the floorboards are the words, finish the rhyme. Also hidden here are the skeletal remains of Yaowen Pilt. Yaowen was killed by an avowed, who was desperate to end the curse. The bottom floor contains a kitchen and living quarters. The player characters will be assigned to rooms F8 and F12 as their quarters. Okay, back to you, RPGmodsFan.
The adventure has a few mistakes that an editor should have caught. I have not pointed them out in this walkthrough, but I have provided my fixes to them in this video. If your players enjoy drama, they will probably like this adventure. If they are the types who are itching for combat and do not enjoy role-playing or puzzle solving, then they will probably not enjoy this adventure. Hello, and greetings, lovely person. This is RPGmodsFan. In this walkthrough video, I will be reviewing the 6th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book, which was published by Wizards of the Coast in January of 2021. This 5th edition D&D adventure is titled The Price of Beauty. It was written by Mark Holmes. The adventure is meant for 5th level player characters. The adventure starts with the player characters in Candlekeep. They were just given a book titled The Price of Beauty to page through. At the same time, there is an avowed who bumps into the player characters. The avowed are Candlekeep's librarians. This one is looking for one of her fellows and friend. As a dungeon master, I would run this adventure as an optional side quest and not tied to or part of a main campaign. Hence, I would change the start of this adventure.
Hello, my name is Allrot. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will now be discussing the adventure itself, and his video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
I will first discuss the adventure as written, before making my suggestions on changing it. Like most of the adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries, the Price of Beauty did not include an adventure overview or summary. Candlekeep Mysteries should have had adventure overviews and summaries for each of its adventures. The beginning and middle of the Price of Beauty adventure is a role-playing adventure. It is likely the adventure will end with combat. The synopsis of the adventure would be as follows. A book about beauty shows the way to a secluded temple where beauty is only skin deep. Player characters who do not want to get embroiled in the temple's mysteries should, at the very least, enjoy the bath and a pedicure. I would summarize the adventure as follows. The player characters are in Candlekeep and they come across the book titled The Price of Beauty. A half-elf acolyte named Martynas asks the player characters to find her friend, Valthrax Lodir, who is a shield dwarf and was last seen 2 days ago studying the Price of Beauty book. Via gazing and talking to the mirror on the front of the book, a portal opens and the party teleports to the Restful Lily Temple and Bathhouse. The Price of Beauty book is a MacGuffin of the adventure. It serves only as a means to transport the player characters to the site of the adventure. In an interview in the 36th issue of Dragon Plus Virtual Magazine, Mr. Holmes describes the book as a live, laugh, love kind of self-help book. It shows the way to a secluded temple where beauty is only skin deep. The Restful Lily is run by a coven of 3 green hags, who, via illusion, look like 3 beautiful female elves. There are plenty of role-playing opportunities for the player characters. The adventure can start off as a spa day, where they can indulge in the temple's spa-like facilities, such as a bath and a hot spring, a massage parlor, and a workout regime. One or more characters can have a painting of them made that grants them a boon, but ends up as a curse a year later. They can meet other guests at the temple as well. The characters can undertake a couple of quests given to them by the hags, which are to kill a couple of supposed monsters in the temple and its grounds. The adventure ends with the characters breaking the coven of hags, one way or another. One way or another. In terms of an anime series, this adventure would be like the beach or spa episode. To keep your players off guard, at the beginning, it should be played as such. Over a century ago, Sylvari Silversong, an elf and a cleric of Soon, has founded the Temple of the Restful Lily. The Restful Lily Temple and Bathhouse was built in an ancient and serene grove in the High Forest, which is south of the city of the Silvery Moon. Sylvari Silversong authors the self-help book titled The Price of Beauty and has an enchanted magic mirror fitted into its front cover. The polished oval mirror is capable of opening a portal to the Restful Lily. 10 years ago, a coven of green hags tricked Sylvari and took over the Restful Lily. About 9 years ago, Sylvari transformed into a Medusa. The 3 hags maintain and upkeep the bathhouse and tower portions of the Restful Lily, but not the shrine portion. The shrine to Soon is now crumbling, and is where Sylvari, in her Medusa form, now resides. The coven of hags call themselves the Fetid Gaze. The hags use their power of illusion to appear as 3 beautiful female elves. They now use the restful lily to lure wealthy, greedy, and vain nobles and adventurers. The hags prey on their insecurities and try to trick them into accepting dark bargains. The adventure starts with the player characters in Candlekeep. They were hired by a wealthy, vain noble to have the Price of Beauty book copied. Or they may come across the book while researching Soon, the goddess of love and beauty. Upon seeing the characters with the book, a half-elf avowed acolyte named Laurice Nis asks them to find her friend Falthrax Lodir. Falthrax Lodir is a shield dwarf who, like Loris, is an avowed acolyte of Candlekeep. He was last seen 2 days ago studying the Price of Beauty book. By gazing into the mirror on the book's front cover and answering its questions can open a portal to the Restful Lily. It is assumed the party then enters the portal and are then teleported to the front grounds of the Restful Lily. In their illusionary forms, the hags and their servants try to get the player characters to relax, use the bathhouse facilities and services. Basically, try to get them to have a spa day. The hags will try to get one or more of the player characters to accept a dark bargain. They will say that they can grant the player character's deepest desire. Some examples include enhancing one of their ability scores by 2 points, granting or restoring youth, or changing their race, gender, and/or appearance. The one thing the hags do not mention is that this boon lasts only a year, and the character is then cursed. If the player character accepts, a painting of him or her is made. On its completion, the player character gets what they desired. However, 1 year later, they are cursed and lose not only the boon, but also are negatively affected as well. For instance, if the character wish for great strength, they will gain a +2 to their strength score. However, 1 year later, not only does the character lose the +2 gain, but also loses an additional 2 points from their strength. The hags could ask the party to rid the Restful Lily of its supposed monsters. They can ask the party to vanquish the Medusa in the abandoned temple. As mentioned before, the Medusa is actually Silvari Silversong, who was tricked a decade ago to have a painting of her done, and after a year time has lapsed, she was then transformed into a Medusa. In the bath and hot spring room is a Naiad who the hags claim is a capricious elemental spirit. Basically, once inside the Restful Lily, the adventure offers plenty of opportunities for role-playing. The characters can even get the hags to turn on one another. The adventure is considered concluded once the adventurers have dealt with the threats of the hags and their servants. I will now discuss the adventure's cast of characters, starting with the Coven of Hags, who call themselves the Fetid Gaze. The names of the hideous hags are Vile Sazha, Auntie Greenbones, and Dread Morgan. The hags employ a number of minions to maintain the appearance that the bathhouse is running normally. Twice a day, the hags cast spells on themselves and their minions to disguise them. In her disguised form, Vile Sazha calls herself Azirsa and appears as an athletic sun elf with copper hair who wears an ornate breastplate with a red fur mantle. Auntie Greenbones is the eldest member of the Fetid Gaze. In her disguised form, she calls herself Greensong and appears as a cheerful, rosy-cheeked wood elf. Greensong feigns blindness. She wears a delicate white veil across her eyes and speaks in a sing-song voice, giggling often. In her disguised form, Dread Morgan calls herself Morgana and appears as a slender moon elf with smooth black hair and sparkling sapphire eyes. She speaks in a husky and alluring voice. She focuses on the business of running the bathhouse. In addition, Auntie Greenbones has a loyal pet hellhound named Morty. In its disguised form, Morty appears as a normal hound. Saith, a Cambion, was recruited by Dread Morgan. In his disguised form, he appears as a human, and during the day is often found at the Restful Lily's lobby greeting guests. The hags created 6 scarecrows for various roles in the facilities. They are disguised as attractive humanoids. However, they do not speak. Instead, they just nod and smile if spoken to. A male drow named Ilmar Mizrim works as an aesthetician for the bathhouse. Ilmar is secretly a Harper agent. He was a close friend of Silvari years ago, but fell out of touch with her before the temple was built. 3 months ago, Ilmar received a haunting vision of his old friend Silvari, who appeared to be in a suffering state. His search for her led him to the Restful Lily, and he decided to investigate by posing as an anesthetician seeking employment. Ilmar has seen through the illusions covering the hags and their minions. He has been unable to thoroughly investigate the area because the hags have 2 scarecrows constantly watching him. Silvari Silversong, a moon elf, originally founded the Temple of the Restful Lily. She was a devoted priestess of Soon. In order to gain more confidence, she was tricked by the hags to have a cursed painting of her done. She has transformed into a Medusa and is now trapped in the temple's former shrine to Soon. Another of the hag's victims is a dragonborn named Gorba da Dendrian. Already a mighty warrior, Gorba wanted even more strength, which only lasted a year. When she realized the true nature of the Dark Bargain, the Dragonborn returned to the temple to challenge the Coven. However, she lost and became a withered husk of her former self. Glitter is a male thiefling. He came to the temple wanting to be a few inches taller. The hag's curse has transformed him into a kobold. In his new form, Glitter now bitterly serves the hags. He seeks to end his curse and return to his home in Waterdeep. The shield dwarf and friend of Loris Nis, Valthrax Lodir, became fearful of growing old. He used the Price of Beauty book to teleport to the Restful Lily, hoping to restore his youth. He bargained with the hags to restore his youth. However, he had second thoughts and he renounced the bargain. The hags then curse-aged him well into his venerable years. Valthrax is now racked with constant pain. Because the Temple of the Restful Lily is known among the more elite folk of the Sword Coast, there can be any number of those folk visiting when the characters arrive. Some of the guests could include a Flaming Fist veteran from Baldur's Gate who has come to the temple to recover from a leg injury, a merchant and his or her wife came to the bathhouse to celebrate their anniversary, an assassin has come to the bathhouse to hide out from the authorities after recently botching an assignment in Waterdeep. Or the Dungeon Master could create their own NPC guests. Displayed is the ground floor map of the Restful Lily Temple and Bathhouse. The map is probably easier to decipher with the rooms labeled as they are now. The bathhouse and the tower are luxuriously appointed, with the walls and floors of polished stone. The stonework in the abandoned shrine is now crumbling and caked with grime. Disguised as a human, the Cambion Saith will be working in the bathhouse's lobby. In the lounge, the hag Dread Morgan, in the guise of Morgana, is often here talking to the other guests and trying to convince likely prospects to indulge in the temple's special treatments. The hag Vile Sesha, in the guise of Azirsa, is usually in the garden. She uses the garden as a place to exercise and torment guests with physical training. One of the trees in the garden is an awakened tree under her control. Her quote-unquote workouts include squats, tug-of-war, and chain-skipping. The bath of the bathhouse is built around a natural hot spring. A creature that spends at least 1 hour in the bath gains the benefit of a greater restoration spell. Magically bound to the hot spring is a naiad named Serena. She has made the waters of the bath harmful to the hags and her minions. She can likewise make it harmful towards other creatures. Thus, the hags will try to trick the player characters into thinking Sirena is a malevolent elemental. Sirena was friends with Sylvari. She has no idea what has happened to her, and she is sad about her friend's disappearance. The hag, Auntie Greenbones, in the guise of Greensong, is usually in the kitchen with her faithful hound Morty. She prepares delicious-looking but tainted meals for the guests of the temple, often slipping in putrid ingredients or traces of poison. Any guest who suffers the effect of a tainted meal is told that they are feeling toxins and impurities leaving their bodies as a result of the healthy living the temple promotes. Guests who request haircuts, shaving, waxing, or massages are tended to in the treatment rooms. The Drow, Ilmar Mizrim, works here. At night, assuming the player characters are staying in their guest rooms, the character with the highest passive perception will hear a quiet disturbance outside their room. What they heard was Glitter tasked by the hags to fix a broken lock. Though, to the characters, it looks like the kobold was trying to pick the lock to a guest room. Over a decade of neglect, the former beautiful shrine to Soon has fallen into disrepair. The 4 large mirrors that once hung on the walls are now shattered. At the shrine's basement is a pool of water. Sylvari, who is now a Medusa, spends most of her time here. The pool of water is a home to a water weird, and is Sylvari's only companion. Above the entrance to the tower is what appears to be a statue, but really is a gargoyle instead. The cursed dragonborn Gorba Dardendrian can usually be found at the tower's foyer. Any characters who have entered into a dark bargain with the hags will be brought to the studio. Here, the hags create the cursed paintings. The tower has more than 2 floors above its ground floor. The missing library acolyte and Lorisnus' friend, Falthrax Lodier, who now appears as an elderly dwarf, can usually be found in the tower's kitchen. Also in the kitchen is a gargoyle that initially appears to be a statue. On the other side of the kitchen are the sleeping quarters of the hag's victims. Also in this chamber are their cursed paintings, including Silvari's cursed painting. Destroying the paintings will break the curse. So, what makes no logical sense to me is why the victims do not destroy the paintings to end their suffering. The adventure states that it takes great strength to destroy the paintings. So, why don't the victims team up, combine their strength, and destroy the paintings? Anyway, the lair of the fetid gaze coven of hags is on the top floor of the tower. The adventure is considered concluded when the threat of the hags and their servants are dealt with. As I have stated earlier, the Price of Beauty adventure is best run as an optional side quest. In this case, I would place the Restful Lily along the path of the player character's next destination. If it is run as a normal adventure, your players will be too suspicious, especially when offered the dark bargain by the hags. In this case, I would have the hags not be pushy and quickly withdraw their offer if the characters are being rude with their questions. I would try to make the elf disguises of the hags as convincing as possible. Perhaps have them talk to the cleric of the party, asking him or her to treat themselves to a break from babysitting the kids, aka the adventuring party. At first, I may not have the characters encounter the Naiad at the bath, so that they can use it for its greater restoration effects. I would also add regenerative effects to the bath as well. This would give the characters even more incentive to return to the Restful Lily during the course of their adventures. Let us assume you, as the DM, are running Book of Cylinders, which is the next adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries book. I would relocate the Restful Lily to the north of Candlekeep. In this adventure, the player characters are tasked with finding out what has happened to a settlement of Gripply. The settlement provides Candlekeep with a steady supply of fish. The settlement is located on the shores of the Sword Coast north of Candlekeep. The player characters can travel to the Gripply village either by a sea voyage or by an overland journey. Here are what I would do as a dungeon master. If the characters choose the sea voyage, then I would have Captain Maitor Hans using the spa facilities at the Restful Lily, and have the characters travel there to get him. Perhaps the captain is having a painting of him done. If the characters choose the overland route, then have the characters come across the Restful Lily in the Cloakwood Forest as they are traveling north. If the Price of Beauty had a theme, its intention is to teach the adventurers that the phrase, "Do not judge a book by its cover," is as much a health warning as it is a suggestion not to get hung up on outward appearances.
I guess you're back. Are you gonna tell me where you went? All the messages messages I sent with no reply. It's like that. You're just gonna walk into my room. I hate how you assume I'll take the pleasure and the pain, the sorrows in your brain, 'cause I know you're on the run. I'll take the pleasure and the pain, your secrets to my grave, 'cause you are the only one. 'Cause you are the only one. The only one.
Hello, everybody. This is RPGmodsFan. In this walkthrough video, I will be reviewing the 7th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book, which was published by Wizards of the Coast in January of 2021. This 5th edition D&D adventure is titled Book of Cylinders. It was written by Graham Barber. The adventure is meant for 6th-level players. Graham said that Wizards of the Coast made a lot of changes to his original work. He said that Wizards removed or slimmed down much of the adventure's lore and backstory, along with much editing and modification to his original work. He stated that he expected changes to be made, but the extent to which the changes were made displeased him. The adventure starts with the player characters in Candlekeep. One of the Candlekeep's librarians, also known as the Avowed, approaches the party in hopes of getting them to accept a quest on behalf of Candlekeep. The Avowed's name is Pelk. She is a female copper dragonborn. She informs the party that most of Candlekeep's seafood comes from a community of Gripply whose settlement is located on the shores of the Sword Coast, northwest of Candlekeep. For the past few weeks, practically all seafood shipments from them have ceased. In this adventure, the player characters are tasked with finding out what has happened to the settlement of Gripply.
Hello, my name is Alrond. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will be discussing the adventure itself, and his video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
Like most of the adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries, the Book of Cylinders did not include an adventure overview or summary. Candlekeep Mysteries should have had adventure overviews and summaries for each of its adventures. The synopsis of the adventure would be as follows. 3 engraved cylinders contained within a book tell a gripping tale when rolled across wet clay. The tale is not a telling of past events, but actually is a prophecy. The players then set off to help a Gripply village that came under attack by evil Yuan-ti. Gripply are frog-like folk who are distantly related to the Bullywugs. This adventure updates them for 5th edition D&D. Shipments of seafood to Candlekeep from a northern Gripply village in Cloakwood has practically been cut off. The group of adventurers are hired by the Avowed to determine what has befallen the Gripply village and to aid the Gripply village. The adventurers discover that the Grippli are caught in the crossfire between two groups of Yuan-ti, a goodly faction worshipping a deity they call the Scaled Mother, and a group of Set worshippers who are hunting them down. An interview with Graham Barber is available in the 36th issue of Dragon Plus Virtual Magazine. Graham works as a professional diver, but has also done archaeological work. In the interview, he strongly hints to run the adventure like an Indiana Jones adventure. I believe many of you can already guess who the evil Yuan-ti are supposed to represent. I will now go over the timeline of events for the adventure. Centuries ago, a temple dedicated to a sea deity called the Scaled Mother gets buried. This temple is located near the current location of the Grippli village. 15 years ago, explorers recovered the Book of Cylinders along with other works from a ruined keep in Tetir. The so-called book describes a conflict between Grippli and an invading force of Yuan-ti. A few months ago, Yuan-ti worshippers of the Scaled Mother arrive at the Grippli village. They ask Pond Mother, who is the leader of the Grippli village, for permission to excavate the Scaled Mother temple. They are granted permission by the Pond Mother to do so. Several weeks ago, another group of Yuan-ti arrives, who are hunting down the first group of Yuan-ti. These Yuan-ti are worshippers of an evil snake deity known as Set. They then raided the Grippli village and captured most of the first group of Yuan-ti. Pond Mother and many of her villagers managed to flee to a trading post that is 5 miles or 8 kilometers south of the Grippli village. The Grippli village was Candlekeep's main source of seafood. For the past few weeks, seafood shipments to Candlekeep have been practically cut off. The librarians at Candlekeep, who are known as the Avowed, are now worried about what happened to the Grippli. The adventure starts with the player characters in Candlekeep. Pelk, an avowed female copper dragonborn, approaches the adventurers. She informs them that seafood shipments to Candlekeep have been cut off, and she says that Candlekeep wants to hire them to find out what happened to the Grippli village. She says that Captain Mitor Hans, a male half-orc, is willing to sail them to the trading post that lies 5 miles south of the Grippli village. When the player characters arrive at the trading post, they will see that it is full of Grippli refugees. Feeding the refugees has caused the halt of all exported seafood. Most Grippli do not know Common. Those that do have a difficult time speaking it, due to the anatomy of their mouths and throats. The adventurers then have an audience with Pond Mother. She prefers to speak Primordial, and Captain Mitor Hans will offer to translate and be an interpreter. The Pond Mother will then tell about the Yuan-ti Scaled Mother worshippers and about the raid by the Set worshipping Yuan-ti. The player characters then travel to and investigate the Grippli village. Within the village, the adventurers can encounter Grippli who have remained behind, as well as patrol squads of the Yuan-ti Set cult. The Set worshipping Yuan-ti are continuing to excavate the temple of the Scaled Mother. They are using both the captured Scaled Mother worshipping Yuan-ti and the surviving and captured Grippli to do the work. At the temple, the player characters have the final confrontation with the Yuan-ti Set cult. I will now be going into a little bit more detail on the adventure's cast of characters, which include NPCs and the adventure's villains. Pelk is one of Candlekeep's Avowed. She's a female copper dragonborn and is the adventure's quest giver. She will inform the adventurers that Candlekeep's seafood comes mainly from a northern community of Gripply. She adds that this source of seafood has been cut off, and wants the adventurers to go there and investigate. The Avowed are willing to pay each character 500 gold pieces once the threat to the Gripply village has been neutralized. Assuming the characters agree to undertake the quest, Pelk then hands them the Book of Cylinders. The Book of Cylinders is not a book per se, but a box whose hinged top opens like a book's cover. Inside is a bag of dry clay and three intricately carved hollow cylinders. The carvings are mirror-imaged dwarvish script. In order to see what is written on the cylinders, the player characters are supposed to roll the cylinders onto wet clay. The writing on these cylinders convey that the Gripply became skilled at harvesting giant crabs. It also conveys that serpent creatures invaded and destroyed most of the Gripply village. These cylinders are not conveying history, but instead they are conveying a prophecy that has now come true. The original author, Graham Barber, wanted the player characters just to receive the cylinders. It was up to them to deduce. It was up to them to deduce. They would need some wet clay to figure out what was written on the cylinders. Pelk will advise the adventurers to seek out Captain Meter Hans, who is in Candlekeep and can sail the adventurers to a trading post that lies near the invaded Gripply village. Captain Meter Hans is a male half-orc. His ship is called the Dog Ear. He will sail the player characters to the trading post where Pondmother and her Gripply refugees are. Meter and his crew are non-combatants and will not accompany the player characters into the Gripply village itself. Pondmother is an aged female Gripply and is their leader. When the hostile Yuan-ti invaded her village, most of the Gripply were either captured or slaughtered. Pondmother and many of her villagers were able to escape to a nearby trading post. Although she understands the common tongue, due to the anatomy of her mouth and throat, she prefers to speak Primordial. Captain Meter Hans can speak Primordial and will offer to be an interpreter between the player characters and the Gripply. She informs the adventurers that a small band of Yuan-ti arrived in the area over a month ago. They claim to be followers of a benevolent deity called the Scaled Mother. In the near outskirts of the Gripply village was a buried temple dedicated to the Scaled Mother. They asked for Pondmother's permission to excavate and restore the temple, which she granted. Several weeks ago, a second and much larger group of Yuan-ti arrived. Unlike the earlier friendly ones, these Yuan-ti were hostile and attacked the village. Pondmother asks the adventurers for help and tells them that the Yuan-ti have been eating their eggs and tormenting the few Gripply who remain in the village. Captain Meter Hans can transport and drop off the player characters just outside the crab maze that borders the Gripply village before turning back south. With the exception of one Yuan-ti Malison, the Scaled Mother worshipping Yuan-ti are composed of Yuan-ti purebloods. Yuan-ti purebloods form the lowest caste of their society. They resemble humans despite their scaly patches of skin, serpentine eyes, pointed teeth, and forked tongue. They originally came from the far south, from the jungle lands of Chult. They arrived first to the Gripply village and are looking to bring their deity's temple back to its former glory. They are allies of the Gripply and are benevolent, if not treated harshly. Most survive the Set cult's raid and are now their captives. They are soon to be sacrificed to Set, an evil snake deity. The Set-worshipping Yuan-ti serpent folk are the villains of the adventure. They are led by a Yuan-ti abomination. The Set cult also includes a few Yuan-ti Melisons, while the rest are composed of purebloods. The Yuan-ti abomination is the only monster that will present a real challenge to a 6th-level party, while the rest of the monsters in the adventure does not. So, the Dungeon Master may wish to toughen up the other encounters in this adventure. Just to repeat myself, the adventure starts in Candlekeep. The Gripply village and the trading post lie northwest of Candlekeep and are located to the west of Cloakwood Forest and on the shores of the Sword Coast. The player characters can travel there either by sea or by land. If the player characters choose the land route, the adventure suggests to pit the party against a few random encounters along the way. The adventure does not provide a map of the trading post. However, from the internet I was able to find one. Here, the party encounters Pond Mother and many of her villagers who managed to flee the Yuan-ti raid. The trading post is now functioning as a refugee camp. Sounds awfully familiar. Anyway, I do not want to draw parallels with what has happened and what is going on in our own modern age. Various fishes and other seafood that were normally shipped from here to Candlekeep are now being used to feed the refugees. As my suggestion, have Pond Mother provide a Gripply warrior to aid the party. After all, she has a vested interest to free her village from the Set cult. Most of the buildings in the Gripply village is built out of mud bricks with wicker roofs. Just beyond the western shores of the Gripply village and in the sea is the Crab Maze. This network of cages is where the Gripply have kept, captured, and bred giant crabs for centuries. Hence, the party is likely to be attacked by several giant crabs as they try to run past the maze. Since the Gripply love wet climates, the village is built in a marsh, while a swamp surrounds its outskirts. Several Set-worshipping Yuan-ti are roaming through the village, but the serpent folk are not particularly vigilant. Hence, the player characters can avoid them if they do not attract attention to themselves, such as making an undue amount of noise, casting fireball or lightning bolt spells, etc. The Pond Mother's home is located in the middle of the village. Imprisoned here are 10 wounded Scaled Mother worshipping Yuan-ti. They are being guarded by 4 Set cult members. Near the outskirts of the village is the Gripply nursery. These brood pools are filled with clean, fresh water, are where the Gripply lay their eggs and nurture their offspring. Guarding the pools are 6 members of the Set cult. 2 of them are Yuan-ti Melisons. They permit the remaining Gripply villagers to tend to the eggs. Several eggs are consumed per day by the Set cult. Each Melisande guard has a vial of poison. If combat occurs, then on the third round, any remaining Melisande will pour poison into the brood pools. To the northeast of the village is the old ruined temple of the Scaled Mother. Digging at the temple is being continued by the Set cult. However, they force Gripply and members of the Scaled Mother to do the digging. 2 Scaled Mother cult members are tied up on the altar and are about to be sacrificed. The Set cult here consists of 2 Yuan-ti Melisandes and 1 abomination, and are currently performing a sacrificial ritual. Once the Yuan-ti leaders at the temple have been dealt with, the Gripply will waste no time getting the news to the rest of the village and to the trading post. Within 10 days, the refugees return home and have repaired any damage to the crab pens, effectively putting them back in business. Instead of a dungeon crawl, this adventure is more like a theater of the mind adventure. The adventure is combat-free during its beginning and middle parts. Hence, to add excitement, I would have the player characters encounter Yuan-ti spies within the trading post. How did they get there unnoticed, I hear you ask? Well, I would answer, they used potions of invisibility. If you have any ideas on how to make this adventure even better, please share them in the comments below.
Had the chance to run, leave behind the said and done, figure out what's to come. Reasons, all the bigger things I can't ignore. I'm not getting what I came here for. Gotta get ahead of something more. So I think I found a new way out, way beyond the shadow of doubt. 'Cause I can't breathe, and I guess I could be stronger now, and leave it up to fate somehow. But I'm doing this for me. Give it up, baby, I'm not fooling anyone. Always going on and on. Can't you keep it to yourself for once? Oh, I think I found a new way out, way beyond your shadow.
Oh, hello there. Can't a girl get some sleep? Still here? All right, if you insist. My name is Julia. I am a ranger, and this here is my wolf companion. His name is Kurt. Why don't you visit RPGmodsFan? I hear he has an interesting tale of a murder mystery. In the meantime, let me and Kurt get back to sleep.
Hello everybody, this is RPGmodsFan. In this walkthrough video, I will be reviewing the 8th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book. This 5th edition D&D adventure is titled Sarah of Yellowcrest Manor. It was written by Derek Ruiz. My apologies, I probably mispronounced his last name. Derek lives in Mexico with his wife and 3 cats. His adventure is meant for 7th level player characters. Derek and his wife have 3 cats? I wonder if they have any trouble hurting them. The adventure starts with the player characters in Candlekeep. In this mystery adventure, the player characters investigate an unsolved murder. Within the stacks of Candlekeep, in a forgotten section, the adventurers will find a book that is the diary of a young girl named Sarah. The diary is haunted by her ghost, which manifests before the party. Player characters, roll for initiative. Is the ghost of Sarah benevolent or malevolent? Well, that is up to the player characters to find out.
Hello, my name is Allront. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will be discussing the adventure itself, and his video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
Like most adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries, Sarah of Yellowcrest Manor did not include an adventure overview or summary. Candlekeep Mysteries should have had overviews and summaries of each of its adventures. The synopsis of the adventure would be as follows. A haunted book points a ghostly finger at the perpetrators of an unsolved mass killing at Yellowcrest Manor in the city of Waterdeep. This mystery features urban and dungeon exploration, as well as a potentially new, otherworldly campaign villain. The ghost of the murdered Sarah emerges from her diary, and if the player characters have any heart, they will end up looking into the circumstances of her murder and of her death. The ensuing investigation is pretty good, as the adventurers must sleuth their way through the northern city of Waterdeep to discover clues and leads on what happened in Yellowcrest Manor 5 years ago. The clues gathered points to Greenfast, a small village that lies between Waterdeep and Daggerford, along the road called Trade's Way. Their path will eventually lead them to the temple of the Burnt Tongue cult. The said cult is being led by the former master of Yellowcrest Manor, Lord Violus Yellowcrest. He is the one who killed his family and his servants, including Sarah, and then removed their tongues as a part of a dark ritual and an unworldly pact for power. I will now go over the timeline of events for the adventure. Decades ago, before the tragic events, the Yellowcrest family were well respected with a good reputation in Waterdeep. The family owned several tanneries and cobbler shops in Waterdeep. For some unknown reason, Lord Violus Yellowcrest descends into darkness and worships an evil deity called Garno. As part of an evil and dark ritual, he murders his wife, 3 children, and 4 servants, including Sarah. Except for his businesses, Lord Violus sells the family manor and all his other possessions in Waterdeep, and then moves to a nearby village called Greenfast. He also takes the cremated remains of his wife and 3 children. A Waterdavian apprentice mage named Surok buys Sarah's diary at a street fair. He never opened or read the diary. Instead, he took it to Candlekeep and presented it as his payment of entry into the keep. Meanwhile, in the village of Greenfast, Lord Violus, with his business partner, Farrell, established the cult of the Burnt Tongue. At a nearby abandoned stone tower, they built their underground temple of the Burnt Tongue cult. For the past 5 years, Violus has led and nurtured the cult. The Tradesway is a road that runs through Greenfast and leads to Waterdeep's southern gates. Along it, the cult has been clandestinely capturing travelers and sacrificing them to Garno. The adventure begins with the player characters finding Sarah's diary within the library stacks of Candlekeep. The air around the adventurers suddenly grows chilly. A cloud of vapor begins to shimmer along the nearby shelves, growing thicker around the leather-bound diary. The mist suddenly coalesces. The moaning ghost of a young woman then manifests before the adventurers. This is the grieving ghost of Sarah, one of the servants murdered by Lord Violus. The ghost implores the adventurers to investigate and bring justice to her murder and the murders at Yellowcrest Manor. The adventure has a MacGuffin reason as to why Sarah cannot communicate who her murderer was. The player characters then go to and begin their investigation at Waterdeep. They find clues and leads by investigating the former manor of Yellowcrest, which is now owned by the Falgrest family, by investigating Yellowcrest's family businesses of tanneries and cobbler shops. Questioning Sarah's former paramour, Sir Veckan, is meant to be a red herring. The clues and leads the player characters find are supposed to lead them to the nearby village of Greenfast. At Greenfast, they learn about Lord Violus and the Burnt Tongue cult. At the underground temple of the Burnt Tongue cult, the player characters have the final confrontation with the murderer, Lord Violus, and his despicable cult. I will now be going into a little bit more detail on the adventure's cast of characters. Even though this adventure is heavy on NPC interactions and role-playing, it only details out 4 characters. The rest are given only short descriptions, and most likely the Dungeon Master will need to improvise quite a number of times, especially to get the party's investigations back on track. Sarah was once a servant of the Yellowcrest family. She was one of Lord Violus Yellowcrest's murder victims. Her spirit is now bound to her diary. Although a ghost, she has no wish to harm anyone. She is the adventurer's quest giver. Sarah wants the adventurers to investigate and seek justice to the murders. Her diary recounts her tale of living mostly a humble life. She was uneducated, but her writing dramatically improves through the diary. Sarah was being educated by Lady Maria Yellowcrest. She also writes that Lord Violus was lately spending too much time with ancient books in his study. Her last entry of 5 years ago describes her seeing Lord Violus performing a contact other plane spell. To Sarah, this looked like a fiend summoning ritual, which frightened her. For those NPCs who are familiar with the Yellowcrest family, they will more or less recount the same tale. They will say that Lord Violus was away on a business trip. Upon his return, he found his wife, 3 children, and all 4 servants brutally murdered. In the aftermath of this terrible loss, the grieving lord sold all his possessions and then moved away from Waterdeep to live out his life in solitude in the countryside. Sir Veccan lives in Waterdeep and was Sarah's former paramour. The player characters can learn of Sir Veccan either through Sarah's diary or from the new owners of Yellowcrest Manor, which is the Falgrest family. He gets distraught when speaking about Sarah. Otherwise, does not know anything new that could move the player character's investigation forward. However, if he learns about Greenfast through his interactions with the adventurers, he will seek lone justice against the cult as soon as the player characters leave his house. Sir Veccan is supposed to reach Greenfast before the player characters get captured and then held prisoner at the Burnt Tongue Cult Temple. The elf Farrell has been and is Lord Violus's business partner. Farrell lives in Greenfast. Twice every 10 days, he goes to Waterdeep to check up on their businesses. At his core, Farrell is a coward. When in Waterdeep, he is escorted by 7 bodyguards. 2 of them are cult fanatics, 3 are thugs, and the remaining 2 are veterans. None of his bodyguards know of Lord Violus. When questioned, Farrell says Lord Violus is innocent of the murders and is broken up by the tragedy. Lord Violus Yellowcrest and Farrell are the villains of the adventure. Violus is a human mage who seeks to increase his arcane power. From Greenfast Village, he leads the Burnt Tongue cult. From the cult's hidden underground temple, Violus conducts evil rituals and humanoid sacrifices in the name of his evil deity, Garno. To gain power and favor from Garno, he brutally murdered his whole household. Violus has a scroll of teleportation. Thus, if the Dungeon Master wishes to use Violus as a recurring villain, then Violus can use the scroll to make his escape. Garno is supposed to be an ancient evil deity. Before now, Garno did not exist in D&D. Garno is probably the author's home-brewed evil deity for his D&D campaign. Since Garno is home-brewed, the Dungeon Master is free to replace it with his or her own big bad evil deity and cult. Like all the adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries book, this adventure starts in Candlekeep. The player characters continue the adventure by traveling to Waterdeep. The clues they find will lead the characters to Greenfast, which is a village located on the Trades Way between Waterdeep and Daggerford. A map of Waterdeep can be found in the Waterdeep Dragon Heist Adventure book. However, this map is huge. After all, Waterdeep is a huge metropolitan city. The adventure takes place only in a few areas of Waterdeep, and this map is not necessary to run it. However, I thought it helpful to show the areas that are mentioned in the Sarah of Yellowcrest Manor adventure. Oh, and by the way, I did do walkthrough videos on the Waterdeep Dragon Heist Adventure book on my YouTube channel. So, if you are interested, please check them out. The former Yellowcrest Manor is located on Delzorin Street in the North Ward of Waterdeep. It is more likely located at its eastern end. If the player characters go visit it, they will be greeted by Arnulf at the door. Arnulf is the butler to the Falgrest family. Sir Vekan of the Broken Horn lives on Emar Street, a few blocks away from the manor. Most of Yellowcrest's businesses of tanneries and cobbler shops are located in the trades ward of Waterdeep. None of the workers know of Lord Violus's whereabouts. The Dungeon Master may wish to change this if the investigation is dragging. What the player characters can learn is that the businesses are being overseen by Farrell, who lives in the nearby Greenfast village. When Farrell visits Waterdeep and the businesses, he is accompanied by 7 bodyguards. If the player characters are aggressive or hostile, Farrell can also resort to calling the city guard. If the player characters express any intention of going to Greenfast, Farrell will order his bodyguards to attack the party. He will then make his escape, return to Greenfast, and alert Lord Violus. Displayed is the adventurer's map of Greenfast. It will probably be easier to decipher with the buildings labeled. Lord Violus is well known in Greenfast. The villagers describe him as a retired noble who keeps to himself. As a facade, Lord Violus is rebuilding an abandoned tower near the outskirts of the village. However, the work has been going very slowly. For the past 5 years, what Violus and Farrell have really been doing is building and finishing an underground temple for their cult of the Burnt Tongue. Building G1 is Mayor Kara Fereni's house. Mayor Kara knows that Lord Violus is gathering a group of followers. She attributes this to a bunch of bootlickers hanging on to a wealthy patron. She also knows that travelers have been disappearing along Trade's Way, which worries her. She is unaware of the Burnt Tongue cult, nor does she suspect Lord Violus. However, she does suspect her sister, Yada, is romantically involved with him. In reality, the relationship has soured, and now Violus holds her prisoner in the cult's prison cells. Building G2 is the Bulging Cauldron Tavern. Old Fargo is the tavern's proprietor. He distrusts Lord Violus and says he has a circle of sycophants, including his son, Fargo Jr. As a note to the Dungeon Master, the one thing old Fargo should also be aware of is the decrease in the number of travelers along the Trade's Way. Building G3 is Lord Violus Yellowcrest's house. During the time of the adventure, Lord Violus will not be here. The house has no incriminating evidence or anything that would move the investigation further. Building G4 is Farrell's house. Within it are records of Lord Violus's businesses, but none of them appear suspicious or out of the ordinary. If the adventurers have not encountered Farrell in Waterdeep, then he will be here. Otherwise, he will be at the underground temple. Displayed is the adventurer's map of the Temple of the Burnt Tongue cult. It will probably be easier to decipher with the areas and chambers labeled. I will now discuss some important areas and encounters within this depraved temple. Displayed is the first level of the cult's subterranean temple. Chamber number B1 is the antechamber. 2 brazens flank the entrance, burning with an unnatural aquamarine light. Pillars stand in 2 rows, each carved with the visages of otherworldly creatures. A fountain flows quietly at the far end of the room. Standing guard here are 2 grells and 4 cult fanatics. Sounds of combat in this chamber puts the rest of the temple complex on full alert. Chamber B4 seems like an office. At a glance, the books here, such as ledgers, records, registries, etc., look important, but are actually plants. If any go missing, Lord Violus then knows his temple has been infiltrated by a spy or a thief. Chamber B9 is Violus's secret library. Any information the player characters missed about the murders can be found here. Also here is a large golden urn filled with the cremated remains of Lady Yellowcrest and her 3 children. The final big boss battle pretty much occurs in Chamber B7, which is the Dark Chapel. If the temple is on alert, 3 cult fanatics will hide themselves and wait for the opportunity to ambush the invaders. At the chapel's far end is an altar that has been bloodied by 2 human sacrifices. Here, Lord Violus holds a bloody dagger and is performing a dark ritual. Guarding him are 2 cult fanatics and 1 grell. At the start of the second round, another grell will emerge. If he is still alive, Farrell will also be here. However, Farrell is a coward and he will try to flee the scene and the temple. Okay, now let us explore the temple's lower caverns level. Cavern B10 holds a gruesome sight. Here, in this ossuary, is a huge mound of charred bones, skulls, and desiccated body parts. Chamber B11 is the cult's prison cells. Being held here are Yada Fereni, who is Mayor Kara's sister, Sir Vekan, assuming he learned of Greenfast, and 4 other prisoners, one of whom is a child. Chamber B12 is the Acolyte's training room. In here are 4 cult fanatics and possibly 2 Gricks. One of the cult fanatics is old Fargo's son. The adventure is considered completed once Lord Violus has been defeated. Learning about the activities of the Burnt Tongue cult shocks the folk of Greenfast. They will collapse the tower and seal off the entrance to the temple. If the player characters opted to capture Lord Violus instead of outright killing him, they can take him to Waterdeep to face justice. To free Sarah's spirit, the ashes of Lady Maria Yellowcrest and her 3 children must be interred onto holy ground. Waterdeep's cemetery, also known as the City of the Dead, can serve this purpose. So the author of this adventure has a wife and 3 cats. I wonder if this adventure is the author's dark fantasy to blank his wife and 3 cats. I hope not. Given all of the cult's victims, loved ones of the victims, and their acquaintances, Sarah of Yellowcrest Manor should be full of NPC interactions, many of which will need to be improvised by the Dungeon Master. Having maps of Waterdeep on hand lessens the impact of making that portion of the adventure a theater of the mind experience. It has been my experience that players appreciate handouts. Personally, I think Sarah of Yellowcrest Manor is a very good adventure. If you have any ideas on how to make this adventure even better, please share them in the comments below.
Hello again. Julia and Kurt, here again. Hope you enjoyed RPGmodsFan's walkthrough, review and discussion of the Sarah of Yellowcrest Manor adventure. I feel so sad and sorry to what happened to Sarah, Lady Maria, and her kids. Hope you adventurers have brought Vale to the justice he deserved. Personally, I would have cut his calf tendons, so that he cannot run, then drop him in the middle of the dark forest, and let the wolves eat him. Hello. Julia the Ranger, here, along with my wolf companion, Kurt. I think we just saw a unicorn. I wonder if you also saw her as well. Here in the Silver Marches, there are legends of Lurue, the unicorn queen, wandering around in these woods.
Hello everybody, this is RPGmodsFan. In this walkthrough video, I will be reviewing the 9th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book. This 5th edition D&D adventure is titled Lore of Lurue. It was written by Kelly Lene D'Angelo. She often DMs for the Girls, Guts, and Glory podcast, which is also available on YouTube. Her adventure is meant for 8th level player characters. The adventure starts with the adventurers in Candlekeep. There, on a pile of books, sits the Lore of Lurue book. Its rich purple color captures the player character's attention.
Wow, talk about remembering the good old days. I remember the Lore of Lurue book. During my foolhardy adventuring days, I donated that book to Candlekeep in order to gain entry and access to its vast library. Hello, my name is Allrot. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Chanusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will now be discussing the adventure itself, and his video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
Like most of the adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries, Lore of Lurue did not include an adventure overview or summary. Candlekeep Mysteries should have had overviews and summaries for each of its adventures. The synopsis of the adventure would be as follows. The adventurers are transported into a demi-plane. The demi-plane is a facsimile of the High Forest before the founding of the city of Silvery Moon, which was over a millennia ago. They become immersed in a storybook conflict involving Lurue, the Unicorn Queen, and Malar, the Beast Lord. In this adventure, the player characters are pretty much reenacting the tale of the conflict between the Beast Lord, Malar, and the Unicorn Queen, Lurue. Malar has corrupted the forested land, and his corruption continues to spread, even reaching Lurue herself. The player characters progress through the adventure in a chain of events, aka a railroad adventure. First, they meet 3 drunk satyrs, who then bring them close to a fairy village named Dewlight. The party's journey continues to a night hag's hovel, where they rescue the hag's prisoners. In the final wilderness area, the party will encounter cultists of Malar. In the final confrontation, the adventurers need to defeat the corrupted avatar of Lurue. Once defeated, the avatar returns to its true form, and then is able to purify the land from Malar's corruption. As a special note to the Dungeon Master, anytime a player character drops to 0 hit points, they are teleported back to Candlekeep, alive with 1 hit point. No items taken from the demi-plane are teleported back with them. The teleported characters can rejoin the party only after they take a long rest in Candlekeep. I will now go over the timeline of events for the adventure. Almost a millennia ago, the Lore of Lurue book was written by a Silvery Moon High Mage named Akamene True Silver. Eventually, the book made it into the hands of Allrot, before he was Candlekeep's keeper of tomes. The adventure starts with the player characters finding the Lore of Lurue book in Candlekeep. The moment a player character opens the book, the party is transported into a demi-plane and are in a meadow in the heart of a forest. From there, they are set on a course that leads them to investigate a blight that has arisen in the woods. The demi-plane is a replica of the High Forest in the days before the Silvery Moon City was founded. The Silvery Moon City is now one of Faerun's most prominent cities. In the meadow, the player characters meet 3 drunk satyrs. Hopefully, your player characters are not the shoot first, ask questions later types. Otherwise, this adventure will get derailed pretty quickly. The satyrs will want the adventurers to take them back to the Palvarth Plateau, where their home is located. Basically, this will be the proverbial escort mission. Adventure-wise, the only thing of value the player characters will learn is that foreigners have been wandering in the forest and killing any animals they see. The Dungeon Master may wish to add that a blight has started in the north, which is the direction they are heading towards. During this escort mission, the Dungeon Masters roll for random encounters. At the Dungeon Master's discretion, anywhere from 0 to 6 encounters can happen. The Palvarth Plateau is a haven for fey creatures. The satyrs will thank the adventurers and have them meet a treant named Fëanor. Fëanor looks like a gigantic maple tree. Fëanor asks the player characters to continue north to the Pool of Eternal Spring and cleanse the pool of its corruption. The player character's next stop is Dewlight. Dewlight is a fairy village full of pixies and sprites who will be invisible when the characters first arrive. The characters will then meet an elderly sprite named Wheel Dolly. He says that the forest has been invaded by the disciples of Malar, the Beast Lord. The adventurers will also learn that the Pool of Eternal Spring is Lurue's sacred and hallowed site. On their journey north, the adventurers' next encounter will be against 4 ettercaps in an area full of spiderwebs. The Dungeon Master may wish to throw in 1 or 2 giant spiders as well. In case time is short, the Dungeon Master can have the party encounter the 4 ettercaps at the Hag's Hovel instead. Next on the adventurer's journey is the lair of Lanendri Staggersoul, who is a night hag. She holds 3 dryads prisoner, as well as a variety of caged animals. After leaving the Hag's Hovel, and before reaching the Pool of Eternal Spring, the player characters are given the chance to take a long rest at a river's edge. No matter what, the adventurers will reach the Pool of Eternal Spring close to midnight, on a full moon. The disciples of Malar have been killing animals and throwing their bloodied carcasses into the once pure crystal clear pool. At midnight, with red lightning raging overhead, the corrupted avatar of Lurue emerges out of the pool. Once defeated, the avatar returns to its true form, and then is able to purify the pool and the land from Malar's corruption. The player characters then return to Candlekeep. As rewards, the Dungeon Master can give the party 1 moonstone, 1 opal, and 1 ring of shooting stars. In addition, each character can receive a charm of animal conjuring. In case of a TPK, the moon goddess, Selune, will intervene, prevent the TPK, and cure Lurue's avatar of its corruption. The cast of characters in the adventure only serve limited roles, and are not too detailed. Basically, this adventure is an event-driven story, and not a character-driven one. Lurue is also known as the Unicorn Queen, and is a lesser deity. She is worshipped as a goddess of intelligent and talking beasts, such as unicorns and pegasi. She is rumored to be the daughter of Selune. Her arch-rival is Malar. Malar, the Beast Lord, is the lesser deity of the hunt. His dogma is concerned with savage hunts, and he is worshipped by evil lycanthropes, hunters, barbarians, and bestial savages. The adventure provides only 2 maps. One is the Hag's Hovel, and the other is the Pool of Eternal Spring. The Night Hag's Hovel is surrounded by dead or diseased trees and gnarled bushes. At area number H1 is a dry well. Hidden at its bottom is a Grick Alpha. If the party avoids this encounter, the Grick can come to the aid of the Hag within a few rounds. Area H2 is the Hag's Shack. Inside, the Night Hag can be found tormenting her 2 Dryad prisoners. The 3rd Dryad is elsewhere. Area number H3 is the Hag's Menagerie. It sounded like lingerie. Menagerie. Caged here are various animals. Also caged here, in a cell all the way towards the back, is the Dryad's 3rd companion. Worshippers of Malar have been killing animals in the forest and throwing their bloodied carcasses into the Pool of Eternal Spring, sullying it. Nearby the pool is the campsite of the Malar cult. Camped here are 8 berserkers and 2 wrongs. At the edge of the pool and guarding it are 3 werewolves. As stated in the Timeline of Events section of this video, the corrupted avatar of Lurue will emerge out of the pool at midnight. It will attack all nearby, including any werewolves that are still alive. The corrupted avatar resembles more of a nightmare than it does of a unicorn. If its horn hits any humanoid, that humanoid must make a DC 13 Wisdom saving throw or be transformed into a wolf that is now under the corrupted avatar's control. The adventure is considered concluded when the player characters have defeated the corrupted avatar. The characters are then returned to Candlekeep. Basically, the adventurers relived a tale that has happened over a millennia ago. Once Lurue purified her pool, a village was founded nearby, which eventually grew to be the city of Silvery Moon. The lore of Lurue adventure is set up as a railroad adventure, which is not surprising since the adventure is supposed to be the retelling of a tale of conflict between Malar and Lurue. In other words, the player characters are not allowed to deviate from the story. In order to hook your players into this adventure, I would throw in a combat encounter with werewolves early in this adventure. Because of so many werewolf movies and books, your players may find this adventure appealing. However, there is one logic problem that I cannot get over. Why would a deity of the hunt want to spread corruption and blight through a forest? The spread of a blight will leave nothing left for prey to eat, which, in turn, leaves no prey for predators to hunt. Anyway, if you have any ideas on how to make this adventure even better, please share them in the comments below.
Easy boy. No need to get yourself angry. Hello again. Hulya and Kurt, here again. Kurt was just saying that Marlar, the Beast Lord, gives wolves a bad name and reputation. Hope you enjoyed RPGmodsFan's walkthrough, review and discussion of the lore of Lurue adventure. Time for Kurt and I to leave. Take care, and hope to see you again.
Hello to all you fans of RPGs and of Dungeons and Dragons. On behalf of RPGmodsFan, I will be narrating most of this video. In this walkthrough video, we will be reviewing the 10th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book. This 5th edition D&D adventure is titled Candlekeep Dekonstruktion. It was written by Amy Vorpal. Her adventure is meant for 9th level player characters and is meant to be light-hearted and comical. According to the 36th issue of Dragon Plus Virtual Magazine, when it came to pitching adventure ideas for Candlekeep Mysteries, she was confident enough to submit only a single idea to Chris Perkins. His response was, "Your pitch is delightful." In addition, in her initial draft submission, Amy tried to get away with calling one of the NPCs Dog Nuts. However, Chris questioned this choice for a name. The adventure starts with the adventurers in Candlekeep. They are approached by a very old dwarf, dressed in a custodial uniform, and clutching a heavy, square tome, bound in black leather. The dwarf then keels over and dies in front of the adventurers. He was clutching a tome titled Candlekeep Dekonstruktion.
Hello, my name is Alrond. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will be discussing the adventure itself, and his video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
Captain, as you have ordered, I brought our ship to the planet Toril. We are now in a stable orbit around the planet. May I ask, why are we here? Why are we observing this technologically backward planet?
The adventure's synopsis would be as follows. A stolen book leads the adventurers to a tower in the walled library of Candlekeep that is more than it seems. Unlike most of the adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries, Amy's Candlekeep Dekonstruktion did include an adventure summary, which I will now paraphrase and slightly expand upon. In this adventure, a misguided clandestine cult, named the Livestock Cult, attempts to rocket launch one of Candlekeep's towers into space, taking a small trove of valuable tomes with them. The Livestock Cult is led by a rock gnome named Stonky J. Knobtopper. One of the cultists, a very old dwarf, named Baron Sternmetal, realizes his leader is insane, and steals that Candlekeep Dekonstruktion book, in hopes of delaying the launch. Unfortunately, he has a heart attack and dies. This event occurs right in front of the player characters. The next event to occur is an earthquake. The player characters now have 1 hour game time to prevent the tower from being launched into space. This adventure has a light-hearted tone and is meant to be a fun romp. Hence, as a dungeon master, do not look too deeply into its logic. As I just mentioned, the adventure is supposed to be comical. The tower the cult is trying to launch into space is called the Barn Door. The cult itself is called the Livestock Cult. Its members have taken barnyard animal-themed aliases. I will now go through the adventure's timeline of events. Quite a number of centuries ago, Izahar, a former keeper of tomes of Kandlekeep, writes the Candlekeep Dekonstruktion book. The book describes how Kandlekeep was built and contains architectural diagrams for most of its structures. A rock gnome named Stonky J. Knobtopper reads the Candlekeep Dekonstruktion book and realizes the Barn Door Tower can be launched into space. Stonky Knobtopper is part of Candlekeep's custodial staff. He convinces a few other custodial staff and engineers to join his secret cult, which he calls the Livestock Cult. Together, they make the necessary repairs to the barnyard's mechanical devices and prepare it for launch. At the same time, they collected Candlekeep's various tomes, which they deem valuable for safekeeping within the tower. One of the cultists, a very old dwarf named Baron Sternmetal, realizes his leader is insane and steals that Candlekeep Dekonstruktion book in hopes of halting or, in the least, delaying the launch. Clutching the Candlekeep Dekonstruktion book, the dwarf tries to make his way, as far away as possible, from the Barn Door Tower. He approaches the player characters, but before he can say anything, he has a heart attack, kills over, and dies in front of them. The player characters can then examine the tome. The pages regarding the Barn Door Tower have been bookmarked. The pages display an unusual set of renderings for the tower, and there is a floor plan detailing the tower's lowest level, containing an array of odd mechanical devices. What happens next? Probably a lot of role-playing. The adventure assumes the player characters will want to go to the Barn Door Tower. However, since the tower is part of Candlekeep's inner ward, it is off-limits to outsiders. Then an earthquake rattles and shudders all of Candlekeep. When Stonky Knobtopper learned of the book's theft, he test-fired the ships, aka the barn doors, rockets, which triggered the earthquake. Instead of delaying his plans, Stonky decided to accelerate them. From this point forward, the adventure is on a timer. The player characters have 1 hour game time to stop the launch. The adventurers meet with Candlekeep's first reader, named Bookworm. Bookworm is a dragonborn, and puts the adventurers in charge of investigating the Barn Door Tower. If Bookworm is given the chance to examine the Candlekeep Dekonstruktion book, then, as a dungeon master, I would have him automatically fail his intelligence check. He then tells the party that he believes the Barn Door Tower is rigged to explode, and that the earthquake they just felt will be minor compared to what is yet to come. The player characters then enter and investigate the tower. When the characters arrive, Stonky will be at tower's dungeon level, trying to find his lost ring of telekinesis. The launch can be aborted by moving a lever on a console that is located on the tower's top floor. If the characters do not halt the countdown, then the barn door will blast off into space, along with anyone still within the tower.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Captain, I just detected a rocket launch from the surface of the planet, Toril. A 3-story, stone, I repeat, stone, tower has blasted off, and it is now on its way to outer space. Should I plot an intercept course?
Displayed are the maps of the 3 floors of Barn Door Tower that lie above ground. The maps are probably easier to decipher with the rooms labeled as they are now. Chamber number B1 is the library. Bookcases line the walls from floor to ceiling. Livestock cult members have been snatching books from other parts of Candlekeep, and storing them in this room, for eventual transport into outer space. This room is guarded by 3 cult members. As a weapon, each wields a heavy broom. A bookcase hides a secret door to a staircase, that leads downstairs, to the lower level, which the adventure refers to as the Underbarn. Assuming they have not been encountered in the Underbarn, 5 minutes before launch, Stonky and his 3 senior members will be here, frantically running up the stairs, trying to make it to the top floor. On the 2nd floor, chamber number B2 is the main room. It is stuffed full of rations, hence, the scents of salted meat and dried fruit fill this room. In preparation for blastoff, 4 livestock cultists have tied themselves into the chairs here, rendering them helpless. Chamber number B3 is Stonky's study. This room contains various books and notes, which the Dungeon Master can use as an exposition dump, to inform the player's characters any information they have failed to, up to this point, discern. A scroll of teleportation can also be found here. This scroll is mainly here to provide the party a means of getting back to Earth, in the case where the barn door blasts off with them into space. Earth? Actually, I should say, Teril, instead of Earth. Also here is Stonky's spellbook, as well as the Hero's Feast cookbook. The top floor of the tower is the observatory. The chamber also doubles as a control room for the rocket ship. The room houses a giant telescope, mounted on a revolving dais. Under the telescope is an iron lever jutting up from the floor, topped by a round ruby. Also under the telescope is a steering wheel. If anyone other than a cult member touches the telescope or the steering wheel, will trigger a trap that conjures 3 lightning golems into the room, and they attack the invaders. For this encounter, you can use the stat blocks of flesh golems for the lightning golems, but they deal electrical damage, instead of bludgeoning damage. To protect the lever, Stonky has placed a glyph of warding spell on the red ruby, atop the lever. The lever can be moved to fit into one of 3 slots. Right now, it is positioned in the bottommost slot. Moving the lever to the middle slot only pauses the countdown. Moving the lever to the topmost slot aborts the countdown and the launch. Displayed is the dungeon level of the barn door tower. The map is probably easier to decipher with the rooms labeled, as they are now. On the ceiling of chamber number U2 are the 4 rocket boosters of the barn door rocket ship. They are glowing with intense heat, and shedding bright embers, that rain down on the floor of this chamber. Guarding the room are 4 skitter widgets. Skitter widgets are metal constructs that were made by Stonky. Unlike other constructs, skitter widgets are able to reproduce. I like to use the term replicate instead. Stonky does not know about this ability of his constructs. Anyway, their offspring are called kitty widgets. Kitty widgets will grow to be a skitter widget in 10 days. Hiding in the collapsed wall sections of this chamber are a total of 2 kitty widgets. Via his ring of telekinesis, which doubles as a control ring, Stonky can only control the skitter widgets he has created, and cannot control their offspring. Unfortunately, Stonky has lost his ring, and he is frantically searching for it. Which is why, he and his 3 senior members are still in the Underbarn. Both the skitter widgets and kitty widgets make their D&D monster debut in this adventure. Chamber U3 is an unlit hallway. At its far end is an illusion of a giant silverfish. Chamber number U4 is the forge. During the tower's repairs, the cult members built many of its components here. Within chamber number U5 is a well. 30 feet, or 9 meters, below, at its bottom, is a pool of acid. Pulling the iron lever in this room empties the acid pool within 1 minute. At the very bottom of the well is the undamaged ring of telekinesis that Stonky accidentally dropped while working here. Attuning to the ring takes 1 hour. This means that, unless the countdown is delayed or aborted, the barn door will launch into space, before the character attunes to the ring. Chamber number U6 is the workshop. Assuming the countdown has more than 6 minutes to spare, crawling around on the floor are the cult's 3 senior members, searching for Stonky's ring. Also in this room are 3 skitter widgets. Chamber number U6 is Stonky's command center. Again, assuming the countdown has more than 6 minutes to spare, Stonky can be found crawling on the floor, here, searching for his ring. The room has a console, which has a countdown timer and a blinking red button built into it.
A great big threatening button. I just want to do this.
The blinking red button is a red herring, and pressing it does not stop the countdown. The only way to stop the launch, as discussed before, is to move the lever on the top floor into its topmost slot. Candlekeep Dekonstruction is a light-hearted, comical adventure that is not supposed to be taken too seriously. Try to keep the true nature of the barn door tower hidden for as long as possible. Use descriptive terms, and avoid using modern-day terms, such as rockets, boosters, countdown, etc. If you have any ideas on how to make this adventure even better, please share them in the comments below.
Thank you for watching, from all of us, at the RPG Mods Fan Spaceship. Hope this video has been informative and entertaining. Please subscribe, like, share and comment. We do like feedback.
Here we are, a million stars floating over our heads. Beating hearts, falling apart, staying up to forget. But baby, we'll fall. We all go dancing down.
Hello everybody. Welcome to the Hearth Tavern. Hope your stay in Candlekeep is pleasant. I am Anya of Rogatine, and, yes, Red Sonia is one of my sisters. On behalf of RPG Mods Fan, I will be narrating most of this video, and giving you a walkthrough and DM's guide of the Zikran's Zephyrean Tome adventure. So, sit back, grab a flagon of mead, or ale, or wine, or coffee, and relax. Zikran's Zephyrean Tome is the 11th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book, which was published in January of 2021. This 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons adventure was written by Taimur Raymond. His adventure is meant for 10th level player characters. Mr. Raymond has interned and freelanced for Wizards of the Coast. He is now employed by them. The adventure starts with the adventurers in Candlekeep. They are doing research on the inner planes, extraplanar travel, and/or magical fortresses. They, then, come across Zikran's Zephyrean Tome. No one in Candlekeep has been able to open it. So, can your group of hardy adventurers be able to open the tome? Oh, great. Sounds like my companions have gotten themselves into a tavern brawl. Again. Excuse me, while I go and take care of this. Hey, Laffer, for once, can you stop getting us into trouble? You're worse than my sister.
Hello, my name is Alrond. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will be discussing the adventure itself, and his video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
Hello again. Ever since Laffer found that cursed Zikran's tome, storms, tavern brawls, and trouble always seem to follow us around. I am so glad he got rid of that tome. What I meant to say is, I am glad he, generously, donated the tome to Candlekeep. I am paging through the adventure, and asking myself, where the hell is the summary? Like most other adventures in the Candlekeep Mysteries book, this one does not have a summary. I like me a summary. Okay, I guess I have to come up with one, myself. The adventure's synopsis would be as follows. A djinn trapped in a tome offers a wish spell to the adventurers to find a way to release him. The key to the djinn's freedom lies with his former master, an evil mad wizard named Zikran, who is on the cusp of mastering elemental magic. I would summarize the adventure as follows. A trapped djinn, named Gazray Azam, needs to be rescued from his evil master, Zikran. The Djinn directs the adventuring party to his master's old lair and laboratory. However, Zikran has abandoned it, and, now, a young bronze dragon has made its lair in it. After this excursion, the player characters, then, head to the Cloud Peaks. There, they are assaulted by seemingly random encounters, with winged kobolds, and a yeti, before arriving at the ruins of a cloud giant keep. The ruined keep is filled with the ghosts of its former inhabitants. The player characters find the evil Mad Archmage in the basement of the keep. Zikran is unwilling to release the Djinn, and wants to test his crystal-powered elemental cannon on the invading player characters. I will now go through the adventure's timeline of events. Long ago, a clan of cloud giants built a keep on top of a mountain, in the Cloud Peaks, and they made their home there. Quite some time afterwards, their patron was overthrown in a coup. The Cloud Giants' keep was then attacked by the allies of the usurpers, and the Cloud Giants were wiped out. The keep then fell into ruin. By the time this adventure takes place the main antagonist has moved into the ruins. Before moving into the ruins, Zikran had a laboratory, made into a cavern complex, that is located along the Sword Coast. Zikran was able to trap a Djinn, named Gazray-Azam, into his tome, that served as his spellbook. An adventuring wizard, named Laffer, and his companions, sought the location of Zikran's laboratory. Laffer is Zikran's rival. Zikran packed up in a hurry, and abandoned his laboratory, and fled to the Cloud Giant Keep ruins. Laffer and his party found the laboratory and Zikran's tome. However, from this point forward, a storm has constantly followed them, wherever they go. Sometime after Laffer's party left, a young bronze dragon, named Ashgar Lith, moved into the abandoned lab. With the storm chasing him around, Laffer and his party seek refuge in Candlekeep. As their entry fee, they donate Zikran's tome. At the start of the adventure, the player characters are in Candlekeep, doing research on the inner planes, extraplanar travel, and/or magical fortresses. They, then, come across Zikran's Zephyrean tome. This tome was unable to be opened by anyone in Candlekeep. A character, who intends taking the tome outside of Candlekeep, can open it. When the tome is opened, wispy clouds emanate from it, then the head of the Djinn, Gazray-Azam, appears. The Djinn asks the adventurer's aid to free him from the tome. He tells the tale of how he was summoned by Zikran, a water genasi wizard, and then bound to the tome by Zikran. Zikran wanted the Djinn to teach him on how to make elemental devices, and, eventually, on how to build a floating castle. The Djinn reveals that the only way to release him is for Zikran to end the enchantment, bounding him to the tome, or for Zikran to be killed. The Djinn promises to grant the party one wish if they free him. He advises the party to go to Zikran's laboratory, which is located in a cave complex along the Sword Coast, south of Candlekeep. The Djinn is unaware that Zikran has abandoned his laboratory. If the player characters take the tome with them, the Avowed of the Candlekeep will want it back when the characters have completed their task. During the journey, the dungeon master can have the party encounter 3 wyverns. The cave complex is now the lair of a young bronze dragon, named Ashgar Lith. Meeting with Ashgar Lith can either be a role-playing encounter, or a combat encounter, depending on the player character's intentions and actions. Either way, the player characters then find a map and clues to the ruins of the Cloud Giants' Keep, located on top a mountain, in the Cloud Peaks. The adventuring party then journey to the Cloud Peaks, continuing their search for Zikran. The climb to the top of the mountain, where the ruined keep is located, takes 3 days. On the first day, the party reaches the mountain snowline. Above the snowline, the party will need to contend with extreme cold and high-altitude hazards. On the second day, the party will first be harried by 4 to 7 winged kobolds. The kobolds' goal is not to kill the adventurers. Instead, it is to rip apart their clothing and gear, to render them ineffective against the cold weather. Shortly before the second day's end, the party will then be attacked by an abominable yeti. On the third day, the party will then, again, be harried by a group of winged kobolds. Towards the evening, the party reaches their destination. The ruined keep is filled with the ghosts of cloud giants who had inhabited it. Zikran can be found in the keep's basement, which he has converted it into a workshop. He is unwilling to release the djinn, and, hence, the proverbial final boss battle breaks out between him and the party. I will now be going into a little bit more detail on the adventure's main cast of characters. Effectively, the adventure only has 3. As mentioned before, Gazray Azam is a djinn. He, effectively, is the quest giver of the adventure. He is bound and trapped in Zikran's tome, and seeks the adventurer's help in releasing him. If the player characters take Zikran's tome with them, Gazray Azam is, effectively, a non-combatant. He can only provide advice and guidance to the party, and is unable to use his innate magical abilities. Just to sound like a broken record, Ashgar Lith is a young bronze dragon, who now lairs in Zikran's abandoned laboratory. He values beautiful, colorful things, and hoards a collection of colorful books and coral sculptures, including the crown of coral that he wears. A map to the Cloud Giant's ruined keep, as well as other clues about Zikran, lie in his lair. If they are not aggressive or hostile, the player characters can bargain with the dragon. The insane water genasi archmage, Zikran, is the antagonist of the adventure. More like the final boss, since he will not be encountered earlier in the adventure. He trapped Gazray Azam in order to learn how to make elemental devices, with the ultimate goal of building a floating castle. If you are wondering where everything is geographically located, let me show you, using a map of the Sword Coast from the original Baldur's Gate video game. Candlekeep is near the top of the map. Heading south, along the coast, Zikran's abandoned laboratory would be located somewhere within the red circle, displayed on the screen. The cloud peaks take up all of the southern portion of the map. I would place the Cloud Giant's ruined keep somewhere closer to the Sword Coast. Displayed is the map of Zikran's abandoned laboratory. Here is a good color map of the cave complex that I found on the internet. The map is probably easier to decipher with the caverns labeled as they are now. At area number L1, a spire of coral rises from the water just off the coast. Other than finding dragon claw marks, this spire is just a curious landmark. To the east of the spire is the opening to a flooded cave. Cavern number L2 is a flooded cave with the corpses of 2 half-elf siblings. I wonder if this is what the author, Mr. Raymond, wishes to do to Critical Role's Vex and Vax characters. If the corpses are disturbed, then the ghosts will appear and attack the party. Sounds of this combat will alert Ashgar Lith that there are intruders in his lair. Cavern number L3 is filled with water to a depth of 10 feet. Unless they brought a boat with them, the characters will need to swim across the cavern in order to proceed forward. Cavern number L4 was once Zikran's quarters. Its furniture was splintered and pushed to a corner by the dragon. Cavern number L5 was Zikran's laboratory and is now Ashgar Lith's lair. Here, Zikran's old diary can be found, a map of the cloud peaks, showing the location of the Cloud Giant's keep, can be found, and diagrams of an elemental air cannon can be found. Displayed is the map of the ruins of the Cloud Giant's keep. Here is another good color map that I found on the internet of the ruined keep. It is probably easier to decipher with the rooms labeled as they are now. The ruined keep is now haunted by Cloud Giant ghosts who are indifferent. However, they will attack if they are attacked or if their keep is being looted. Displayed is the number of Cloud Giant ghosts that can be encountered in each room. Room number C2 is the keep's entrance hall. Half the ceiling is missing, making half the room open to the mountain sky. At the hall's far end are 2 sets of stairs. One leads up, the other leads down to Zikran's workshop. If the player characters try to go down the stairs, 2 water elementals and 6 ice mephits will magically appear, blocking the party's way down. The sound of combat here will alert Zikran of the intruders. If the player characters have brought Zikran's tome with them, then Gazray-Azam will appear and banish 1 to 6 ice mephits. Other than this act, the Jinn will be a non-combatant. Room number C4 was once the keep's mess hall. Here, 3 cloud giant ghosts are playing 3 dragon ante with spectral cards. Unlike the other ghosts in the keep, these ghosts will immediately turn hostile if they notice the player characters. In the fireplace is a trapped fire elemental that was placed there by Zikran. On the upper floor is a cloud giant ghost who is silently weeping and is doomed to spend eternity penning a farewell letter to its long-dead lover. Chamber number C7 is Zikran's basement workshop. Zikran is ready for combat and has already casted mage armor, stone skin, and mind blank on himself. Zikran is being guarded by 1 air elemental and 1 water elemental. In addition, Zikran has an elemental cannon that he can fire on 1 target on the stairs. The target must make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw, taking 7d6 cold damage if they fail, or half if they succeed. Hence, this final boss battle will be challenging. When Zikran is defeated, Gazray-Azam is released from Zikran's tome. The Jinn materializes, lets out a deep sigh of relief, and now has access to all his abilities. Once freed, Gazray-Azam offers to cast a wish spell, as promised. Unless he was treated terribly, he is unlikely to twist the wording of the party's wish. If the party treated him well, he suggests an alternative to the wish spell. Gazray-Azam can imbue Zikran's Zephyrean tome with the ability to summon him. The Avowed of Kandlekeep will want the tome back. Hence, the player characters must weigh their decision against any promise they made to return Zikran's Zephyrean tome back to Kandlekeep. Zikran's Zephyrean tome is a fun adventure. The adventure will be more fun if the party takes Zikran's tome with them. This way, the DM can portray Gazray-Azam and have humorous and hammy dialogues with the characters. Without this, all the adventure really offers are 2 small dungeon crawl areas, which would make it feel more of a sidetrack adventure. If you have any ideas on how to make this adventure even better, please share them in the comments below. Thank you for watching, from all of us at the RPG Mods fan channel. Hope this video has been informative and entertaining.
If I were to the sea, baby, I never say, for I would fall into the light. Every time I try to breathe, the moon will rise and carry me, for I have loved and I have died. So I won't hold back, and you should know that was never gone, just have regrets. So I won't go back, oh Lord, guide me to forget the time I lost with no regrets, and the moon shine back again. And the moon shine back again. When I drove down to Abyss, while I blame the world's neglect, then I shine right back again. And now,
Hello everybody, welcome to Candlekeep's Hearth Tavern. I am Anya of Rogatino. And, yes, I am one of Red Sonja's sisters. On behalf of RPGmodsFan, I will be narrating most of this video, and giving you a walkthrough and DM's guide of the Curious Tale of Wisteria Vale adventure. So, sit back, grab a flagon of mead, or ale, or coffee, and let me tell you the tale of the Curious Tale of Wisteria Vale. The Curious Tale of Wisteria Vale is the 12th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book, which was published in January of 2021. This 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons adventure was written by Kienna Shaw. Her adventure is meant for 11th level player characters. To players, I would suggest not to read Miss Shaw's interview in the 36th issue of Dragon Plus Virtual Magazine. Her interview does not reveal too much, but still, let us just say, without getting into spoiler territory, that her adventure is inspired by twists that often occur in Shakespeare's plays.
To be or not to be. That is the question.
Sorry. I mean, yes, yes, but if you don't mind a note, or to be or not to be.
Try this. To be or not to be, that is the question.
Don't lose focus. To be or not to be, that is the question.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
To be or not to be.
At the start of the adventure, the adventurers are having a meeting with Rilia Liadon, who is a female human mage, and is a member of the Harpers faction. The Harpers are a semi-secret organization of spellcasters and spies, who covertly oppose any abuse of power, magical or otherwise. Working alone, or in small cells, they gather information throughout Faerun, analyze the political dynamics in each region or realm, and use what they uncover to help the weak, the poor, and the oppressed from behind the scenes. Harpers act openly, only as a last resort. Rilia and the hardy group of adventurers are meeting in Candlekeep. On behalf of the Harpers, Rilia wants to hire the adventurers for 5,000 gold pieces to administer a cure to their corrupted former colleague, a human bard named Arent Quill. Warning, minor spoilers ahead. Your dungeon master may wish to act out and embellish the adventure's introduction part, and make it more dramatic. Thus, it is advised that players should stop watching this video now. So, the job seems simple enough. But, the tricky thing is, to administer the cure, requires Arent to be stabbed with a magically imbued crystal dagger. The other tricky thing is, the Harpers have imprisoned Arent Quill in a demi-plane. The only entrance to the demi-plane is by opening a portal via the Curious Tale of Wisteria Vale book. I wonder, is there anything more to this job than meets the eye?
Hello, my name is Alront. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will now be discussing the adventure itself, and this video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
So, I hope you are enjoying the tale of the Curious Tale of Wisteria Vale. Now, this is where the adventure's tale gets interesting. The adventure's synopsis would be as follows. A mad and corrupted bard, named Arent Quill, has languished in a demi-planar prison for 3 years. The Harpers have now found a cure for his corruption and madness. The adventurers are hired to administer the cure. However, Quill is not the greatest danger that lurks in the prison plane. Unlike other adventures in the Candlekeep Mysteries book, This adventure does have a summary for it. Its summary is displayed on the screen, and I would pause the video here, if you wish to read it. By the wording of this summary, it seems the adventure is more of a railroad adventure, which is not too far from the truth. But, it does make assumptions on what the characters would do. I will re-summarize it, without making too many such assumptions. I would summarize the adventure as follows. The Curious Tale of Wisteria Vale is a demi-plane in a book. One that the player characters are hired, by the Harpers, to enter, for the purpose of curing the corruption on their former agent, Arent Quill, who was imprisoned there, by them. The demi-plane is an idyllic recreation of the Wisteria Vale village, which was Arent's home. It is populated by constructs that very closely resemble its former inhabitants. However, a few days ago, a beholder has materialized into the demi-plane. Arent's manor has 4 paintings that are a set of extra-dimensional rooms. The beholder has imprisoned Arent in one of the paintings, and has created an imposter of him. The other paintings contain foes, or a banquet with magical foods, both fair and foul. The player characters need to defeat the beholder, and free the real Arent. Although, the possibility does exist for the characters to avoid facing the beholder altogether. However, administering the cure requires Arent to be stabbed with a magical crystal dagger. The corrupted Arent seeks to ruin the Harpers, and, unless convinced otherwise, he is unwilling to be stabbed. I will now be going into a little bit more detail on the adventure's main cast of characters. Rilia Liadon is a female human wizard, a member of the Harpers, and is the adventure's quest giver. Before being turned to the dark side, Arent Quill was a fellow Harper, and a friend to Rilia. When Arent turned against the Harpers, they imprisoned him in a demi-plane that can only be accessed through The Curious Tale of Wisteria Vale book. She then brought the book to Candlekeep. Recently, the Harpers have found a cure to Arent's corruption. Rilia then hires the player characters to administer the cure, with a promise of 5,000 gold pieces, if they successfully complete their mission. If Arent is killed, then, Rilia will use the money to resurrect Arent, instead. Arent Quill is a male human bard. He grew up in the small peaceful village of Wisteria Vale, which was located east of Baldur's Gate. The village was destroyed by a cruel lord, and Arent was the only survivor. Soon after this tragic event, he met Rilia, who convinced him to join the Harpers. Short time afterwards, Arent was able to get his revenge on the cruel lord. Arent continued working for the Harpers, and continued to grow more powerful. However, in a battle against an evil archmage, Arent got in contact with the evil crystal artifact, which corrupted him. He was then imprisoned, by the Harpers, in a demi-plane, that is an exact duplicate of Wisteria Vale, before it was destroyed. Unfortunately, a beholder invaded the demi-plane, and it has imprisoned Arent in a painting, which is actually another demi-plane. Oh, and one additional note. As long as Arent remains in Wisteria Vale, he is immune to all damage, and automatically succeeds on all saving throws. However, his immunity is suppressed if he is within 15 feet, or 4.5 meters, of the beholder. Okay, one more thing. Arent does have a teleport spell memorized, but he cannot use it within the extra-dimensional space he is trapped in. Once out, he can use it to teleport anywhere within Wisteria Vale, but not out of it. The beholder, Rene Kaur, is the de facto villain of the adventure. Rene Kaur dreamed itself into the Wisteria Vale demi-plane. It believes all of it is of its own creation, including the villager constructs that populate it. Thus, if the player characters do not act too suspiciously, it will believe they are just constructs as well. Rene Kaur's presence is warping the demi-plane, and is causing erratic weather and strange phenomena to occur. Arent Quill thought he could charm the beholder into revealing information on how to escape the demi-plane. His plan backfired, and the beholder imprisoned Arent in a magical painting. The beholder then created a duplicate of Arent Quill. However, this fake Quill does not have the real Quill's magical abilities. I will now go through the adventure's timeline of events. My apologies, in advance, I will be repeating some things that I have already mentioned before. A few decades ago, Arent Quill led a peaceful life in Wisteria Vale, a small village that was located east of the city of Baldur's Gate. A decade ago, a cruel lord and his retinue visited Wisteria Vale. When the village's hospitality is not to his liking, he has the village burned down, leaving only Arent alive to witness the village's destruction. Before leaving the village, the cruel lord slashes Arent's face with a crystal dagger. Arent vows vengeance. Sometime afterwards, he meets Rilia Liadon, a female human wizard, who is also a Harper agent. Rilia convinces Arent to join the Harpers. With the information provided to him by the Harpers, Arent is able to track down the cruel lord, and is able to take his revenge. Arent, then, continues working for the Harpers. Less than a half-decade ago, Arent Quill battles an archmage, who was turned evil by a crystal that was touched by the evil deity, Cyric. Although Arent defeated the archmage, contact with the crystal has also turned him evil. Arent's thoughts became corrupted and twisted, so much so that he actively sought to ruin the Harpers. The Harpers were unable to cure him. So, 3 years ago, they banished Arent into a demi-plane. The demi-plane is an idyllic recreation of the Wisteria Vale. The portal entrance into the demi-plane is via the Curious Tale of Wisteria Vale book. Although the names have been changed, the book itself is, pretty much, the retelling of Arent Quill's life. For safekeeping, Rilia then brings the Curious Tale of Wisteria Vale book to Candlekeep. 6 days ago, a beholder, named Rene Kaur, dreamed itself into the Wisteria Vale demi-plane. It thinks the demi-plane is its own creation. It has imprisoned Arent in a magical painting, which, in itself, leads into another demi-plane. The beholder, then, created a doppelganger of Arent, to impersonate him. Very recently, the Harpers were able to find a cure for Arent's corruption. However, the quote-unquote cure requires Arent to be stabbed with a magically imbued crystal dagger. Rilia hires the adventurers to cure Arent, and gives them the crystal dagger. With clues given to them by Rilia, the player characters are supposed to figure out how to activate the portal to the Wisteria Vale demi-plane via the Curious Tale of Wisteria Vale book. However, to me, this does not make logical sense. After all, it was the Harpers who created the book and the demi-plane, and it is the Harpers who are hiring them to cure Arent. Hence, I would skip this puzzle, and have the characters enter the demi-plane. They then explore the village, and talk to its inhabitants. The inhabitants are actually constructs, who look, act, and speak like actual villages. If interviewed, these locals reveal that Arent lives in a manor, on the northern side of the village. They also reveal that Arent has not left his manor recently, because he has a very important guest, which is Rene Kaur, the Beholder. They describe the Beholder as a floating eyeball with many tentacles, and that each tentacle ends with another eyeball. To allay the village's justifiable concerns about his guest, Arent's imposter is planning a party for that evening, and has invited everybody in the village to meet the Beholder. As the characters explore Arent Quill's manor, they can avoid the gaze of the Beholder. They can learn from Quill's notes that the Beholder dreamed itself into Wisteria Vale from the Underdark, and that Quill has been trying to charm it into revealing how to escape the demi-plane. Eventually, the adventurers should be able to learn that the Beholder has imprisoned the real Quill in a magical painting. Although Arent wants to be free of the Beholder, at the same time, because of his corrupted state, he does not trust the Harpers, and is hard to convince that being stabbed with a magical crystal dagger will cure him. So, depending on the player character's actions, quite a number of scenarios are possible. A battle with the Beholder is highly likely. However, if they are careful, the characters may avoid battle with the Beholder. The characters may convince Arent to be cured. Otherwise, a battle with him will, most likely, ensue. Now that we have discussed the adventure's synopsis, characters, and timeline, I will now walk through the adventure's maps. Displayed. is the map of the Wisteria Vale demi-plane. The map is probably easier to decipher with the areas labeled, as they are now. This demi-plane was created by the Harpers for one purpose only, to imprison Arent Quill while they devise a cure for his corruption. The Viridian Forest encircles the village. If one walks far enough into the woods, in one direction, they end up on the other side of the forest, approaching Wisteria Vale, as if they had walked in a giant loop. Everything in Wisteria Vale is bright and colourful, and tailored to keep Arent entertained. Time passes differently in the demi-plane. Each day here equates to 3 days on the material plane. Hence, to Arent, he has been imprisoned here for 1 year, instead of 3 years. Because of the nature and purpose of the demi-plane, any spells used to try to escape will fail. The only way to leave is to cure or kill Arent Quill. The Harpers created constructs out of wooden mannequins to populate Wisteria Vale. Magic makes them look, act, speak and behave like normal villages. Building number W3 is the Blossom's Rest Tavern. It is run by Ulrich, a construct that looks like a male dwarf, and Daphne, a construct that looks like a female elf. Building number W4 is the Silks and Souls Shop. It is run by Josephus Lovett, who looks like a male human, and Henrietta Storm, who looks like a tiefling. Josephus is the village's tailor, and Henrietta is the village's cobbler. Because of the upcoming Quills party, Josephus will try to get the player characters to have fine attire made for them. Likewise, Henrietta will try to get the characters to have fancy shoes made for them. All of which will be ready an hour before the party at Quills Manor starts. Area number W5 is the village's marketplace. Once in a while, the demi-plane generates a traveling merchant who passes through Wisteria Vale to sell food, fabric, and other goods from quote-unquote outside the village. Building number W6 is Arent Quill's Manor. It is 2 stories tall and made of white stone. Displayed is the interior map of the manor. The map is probably easier to decipher with the rooms labeled, as they are now. Aside from Arent and the Beholder, the manor also has a total of 6 sets of animated armor and 2 stone golems. 4 sets of animated armor and 1 stone golem are not tied to specific locations, and, instead, are encountered via random encounters. In addition, the manor has a construct named Damien, who serves as the manor's housekeeper. Also, scattered in various rooms are a total of 4 magic paintings. Each is a gateway to an extra-dimensional space that are interconnected. Each extra-dimensional space is a large cubic stone chamber. On one wall, there will be a window, where the characters have entered from, and can exit back to the manor from. On the other walls, will be doors, that randomly lead to the other extra-dimensional spaces. Oh, although not shown, I assume the manor does have a downstairs wine cellar. Hey, what can I say? I admit, I am a lush. Okay, let's take a tour of the manor, starting with the ground floor. Room number M1 is the lounge. It has 2 paintings. The one over the fireplace is of Arent and Rilia during their youth. However, the face of Rilia has been defaced. The other painting is a magic painting, depicting a forest. 4 Medusas are hiding in the magic painting's extra-dimensional space. Room number M2 is the kitchen. The manor's housekeeper, Damien, will most likely be found here. Currently, he is preparing food for the party that the fake Quill is hosting for René Core. Room number M3 is the dining room. On the east wall, hangs a magic painting, depicting a banquet. The painting's extra-dimensional space contains a 15-foot-long banquet table, covered with prepared dishes that look and smell delectable. Consuming the food can have good or ill effects. This room, with its benign and ill effects of its food, is very reminiscent of the dining room in Chateau Amber, of the X2, Castle Amber module. By the way, in the past, RPGmodsFan did do a walkthrough video for the D&D, X2, Castle Amber module. So, if interested, please check it out. Link will be in the description section, below. Among the items in the backstage area, is Arent's instrument of the bards, which is also called a Klee lyre. Klee lyres have the magical ability to amplify a bard's charming abilities. They also can store bard spells. Hence, Arendt is unwilling to depart with this powerful magic item. Room number M6 is the Manor's ballroom. 2 sets of animated armor stand guard, just outside of the ballroom. The ballroom serves as René Cor's lair. The fake Quills party will take place in this room, and it is the only time that the doors to this room will be unlocked. A 5-member musical band will be performing on stage. If combat erupts, all the guests, waiters, and performers will flee. On the north wall is a portrait painting of Arendt Quill and is covered in slime. This painting is a magic painting, and the real Arendt Quill lies in its extra-dimensional space. The slime prevents Arendt from escaping. The slime can only be scraped off with a magical weapon. Other than the slime-covered window, there are no doors in this space to exit from. But it is possible to enter this space from another extra-dimensional space. Arendt, by his reckoning, has been trapped in here for the past 2 days. Even if the player's characters, somehow, manage to convince Arendt to be stabbed with the magical crystal dagger, he will insist that such an act be performed in the manor itself. After all, he does want to go get his Klee lyre back. Okay, time to tour the manor's upper floor. Room number M7 is the library. This room contains many clues about the adventure, including Arendt's research on beholders. Protecting the room's contents from theft is a stone golem. More clues about the adventure and Arendt's bitter mindset can be found in his bedroom. In the guest bedroom is a magic painting depicting a rock. So I guess there is a rock in the painting's extra-dimensional space. Wait a moment while I go and check. Yep, there is definitely a rock in there. The adventure concludes when either Arendt is killed or stabbed with the magical crystal dagger. If stabbed, he will stagger backward and be momentarily dazed. After regaining his senses, he thanks the adventurers for curing him. Then, the world before them disappears. And they are all falling towards Candlekeep from 1 kilometer above. Ha, ha. Just kidding. Arendt and the adventurers then reappear in Candlekeep, where Rilia will be waiting for them. If René Cor is alive, when the demiplane unravels, the beholder is sent back to its lair in the Underdark. René Cor now holds a deep grudge against the adventurers and plots its revenge against them. In conclusion, the curious tale of Wisteria Vale adventure offers many interesting social encounters. Your players can interact with fake villages, an imposter, and even a dangerous beholder. If your players enjoy combat encounters, then a battle with the beholder will be inevitable. Quite a humorous moment can occur if any of your players tries to romance one of the animated wooden mannequins in Wisteria Vale. If you have any ideas on how to make this adventure even better, please share them in the comments below. Thank you for watching, from all of us at the RPG Mods fan channel. Hope this video has been informative and entertaining. Hello everybody. Welcome to Candlekeep's Hearth Tavern. I am Anya of Rogatino. And yes, I am one of Red Sonja's sisters. On behalf of RPGmodsFan, I will be narrating most of this video, and giving you a walkthrough and DM's guide of the Book of Inner Alchemy adventure. So, sit back, grab a flagon of mead, or ale, or wine, or coffee, and relax. The Book of Inner Alchemy is the 13th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book, which was published in January of 2021. This 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons adventure was written by Daniel Kwan. His adventure is meant for 12th level player characters. According to the 36th issue of Dragon Plus Virtual Magazine, Mr. Kwan was fond of watching martial arts movies with his father. He wanted the Book of Inner Alchemy adventure to emulate the feel of a classic kung fu movie. The adventure starts with the adventurers in Candlekeep. They may come across the Book of Inner Alchemy while researching one of the following topics: the nature of ki, and its uses in healing and hand-to-hand combat. Legends pertaining to immortality. The way of the open hand, or some other monastic tradition. The crafting of magic weapons.
Hello, my name is Alront. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will now be discussing the adventure itself, and this video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a Dungeon Master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
I am paging through the adventure and asking myself, where the hell is the summary? Like most other adventures in the Candlekeep Mysteries book, this one does not have a summary. I like me a summary. Okay, I guess I have to come up with one, myself. The adventure's synopsis would be as follows. Pages are missing from the Book of Inner Alchemy. The pages were stolen by the monks of the Immortal Lotus. Candlekeep's avowed hire the adventurers to find the missing pages and bring them back. I would summarize the adventure as follows. From inside of Candlekeep, monks of the Immortal Lotus Order rip and steal pages out of the Book of Inner Alchemy. In order to get away with the stolen pages, the monks killed a few of Candlekeep's librarians on their way out. The stolen pages contain instructions on crafting the gloves of soul catching. The Immortal Lotus monks believe these gloves grant the wearer immortality. However, the crafting of these gloves require the sacrifice of 3 humanoids. For 8,000 gold pieces, Candlekeep's avowed hire the adventurers to recover the missing pages. The Immortal Lotus Order has a temple located in the Cloakwood Forest. On their journey, the adventurers encounter monks disposing of bodies to black puddings that reside within the hollow of a petrified tree. Next, the adventurers find the monks' temple, and not only confront the Order, but also confront their legendary leader, Bak Mei. Basically, the adventure is about finding and beating up some evil monks, in order to retrieve stolen pages from a book. I will now go through the adventure's timeline of events. A long time ago, the Wren brothers write the Book of Inner Alchemy. All 3 brothers were masters of the open-hand monastic tradition, which is centered on the defensive and healing uses of ki and martial arts combat. Not only is the book a martial arts manual, but also details key techniques in martial arts and healing, as well as the creation of magic items and weapons. Rumors of this ancient tome, containing martial arts techniques for achieving everlasting life, began circulating among the martial orders. The book, eventually, was brought to Candlekeep, where it has remained in obscurity until recently. One night ago, radical monks from the Immortal Lotus monastic order stumble across the book while visiting Candlekeep. They rip out pages pertaining to crafting the gloves of soul catching from the book, and then escape Candlekeep, killing several librarians on their way out. The monks of the Immortal Lotus have a temple hidden in the Cloakwood Forest, which lies north of Candlekeep. The temple also lies near the coastway, where the monks often ambush and steal from travelers heading south to Candlekeep. When the player characters ask for the Book of Inner Alchemy, Candlekeep's Avowed will bring the book to them. They will, then, tell the characters what happened last night. The Avowed want the missing pages back, and offer 8,000 gold pieces to the adventurers to recover them. Upon accepting the quest, the player characters are brought to Candlekeep's inner library, which is known as the Great Library, to the section where the crime took place. The characters then investigate the scene of the crime. They find clues that the Immortal Lotus Order were the culprits. The Avowed know that the Immortal Lotus monks have a hidden temple in Cloakwood. The player characters then journey to and through Cloakwood, and then they come across a gruesome scene. 2 Immortal Lotus monks are disposing of 4 humanoid bodies to 2 black puddings that live in the hollow of a petrified tree. 2 of the bodies are human, who were Immortal Lotus monks, who were killed in training exercises. The other 2 were gnomes, who were caught stealing from the temple's gardens. If the adventurers slay the black puddings and the monks, 5 dryads will appear and thank the party. And finally, the adventurers reach the hidden temple and confront the monks within, including their leader, Bak May. The player characters find the stolen pages, and, I assume, they then bring them back to Candlekeep. I will now be going into a little bit more detail on the adventure's main villains. Bak May is the legendary leader of the Order of the Immortal Lotus. He was once an agile and skilled show monk, who was famous for upholding justice and helping the needy, in his distant homeland, far to the east of Faerun. As he grew older, and learned more about the world, he began to feel the weight of old age, and his worldview changed dramatically. Motivated by his growing fear of death, Bak May became obsessed with finding immortality. His heretical actions got him excommunicated from his homeland. He and his small group of followers eventually settled in Cloakwood. Since then, his followers have been ambushing travelers heading to Candlekeep and stealing their books. Steel Crane and Jade Tigress are Bak May's apprentices, and both are second in command of the Immortal Lotus Order. They are the ones who stole the pages from the Book of Inner Alchemy. I will now walk through the Adventures 1 map. The map is probably easier to decipher with the areas labeled, as they are now. Life at the temple is highly regimented. The day-to-day activities of the Order involve patrolling the perimeter, hunting in the forest, groundskeeping, training, and practicing the teachings of Bak May. When the adventurers arrive, Steel Crane and 4 monks will be at location marked L1 on the map. If the alarm has not been raised, there will be 4 monks tending to the gardens, at location marked L2F. A dwarf, named Karbek, is being held captive at the temple's Hall of Knowledge building. Karbek is at the point of death, and has 1 hit point and 5 levels of exhaustion. If the alarm has not been raised, Jade Tigress and 4 monks will be at the temple's training grounds. The Jagged Sanctum is a study, meditation hall, and residence for Bak May, where he and 4 monk guards can be encountered. At the center of the chamber is an artificial pool, filled with water and covered with floating lilies. The stolen pages from the Book of Inner Alchemy can be found on an altar east of the pool. And so concludes the Book of Inner Alchemy adventure. If your players are fond of martial arts movies, then they will probably like this adventure. The one flaw of the adventure is that monks are mainly melee fighters and are vulnerable to ranged attacks and spells. Yes, I know they are equipped with darts and have the deflect missile ability. Yet, this adventure will be easy for 12th level characters if they exploit this weakness in monks. If you have any ideas on how to make this adventure even better, please share them in the comments below.
Gone somewhere and dyed my hair now. Wanna be alone. It's much to bear and you don't care and I won't play alone. I got you in my sight. I keep all the witches
Hello and greetings. Welcome to Candlekeep's Hearth Tavern. My name is Vanessa, and I am from Rogatino. I hear that some of you met my twin sister, Anya, earlier. And yes, Red Sonja is our sister. On behalf of RPGmodsFan, I will be narrating most of this video, and giving you a walkthrough and DM's guide of the Canopic being adventure. So, why don't you grab some wine or ale, and let me tell you the tale of the Canopic being. The Canopic being is the 14th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book, which was published in January of 2021. This 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons adventure was written by Jennifer Kretschmer. Her adventure is meant for 13th level player characters who enjoy role-playing. In other words, this adventure is not meant for those who are the shoot first and ask questions later types. According to the 36th issue of Dragon Plus Virtual Magazine, Jennifer started playing D&D with 2nd edition. She wanted to set her adventure outside of the Sword Coast and chose Tash Luta, a tropical port city that lies on the Chalk Peninsula. What I find funny is that this interview is longer than usual when compared to the other authors of Candlekeep Mysteries. Jennifer Kretschmer is an attractive woman, so I wonder if the interviewer prolonged their interview with her on purpose. The adventure starts with the player characters in Candlekeep. They are meeting with Eli Ivanmore, who is one of Candlekeep's great readers. She shows to the adventurers a book with translucent crystal covers, titled The Canopic Being. She informs them that Mayastan Sadar, who is a Candlekeep sage, was reading the book. After reading the book, Mayastan went to the House of the All-Seeing Orb, located in the city of Tash Luta, but has not returned. Towards the end of the book is a list of names, under the heading of those who have been bestowed the willing sacrifices. Mayastan Sadar is one of the names on this list. Also on this list is the name of each of the player characters. Eli offers the party 5,000 gold pieces to find Mayastan Sadar and safely bring her back. To travel to Tash Ayla, Eli offers the use of Candlekeep's teleportation circle. Located far to the south of Candlekeep, on the Chalk Peninsula, is the tropical port city of Tash Luta, which is the capital of the country of Tash Ayla. Tash Ayla is set between sea, mountains, and jungle. Tash Luta is also famous for the obsession its citizens have for divining the future. Most Tash Lutans claim to have some amount of skill with personal precognition and prognostication. One of the most notable sites in Tash Luta is the House of the All-Seeing Orb. This temple is an immense compound dedicated to the study of magical divination. Oh, and by the way, the word Canopic can be a major spoiler for the adventure. The word Canopic is an adjective, and it means of, or relating to, an ancient Egyptian vase, urn, or jar that is used to hold the viscera, or the soft inner organs, of an embalmed body. So, a Canopic jar is a can of inner guts. Sorry, I could not resist this pun and play on words. Tucked in between pages of the Canopic Being book is Zemru Thal's note, which is a player's handout. It reads as follows.
When we began this journey, only the oracle of the all-seeing orb, the great Valen Sarnaster, had an inkling where it might lead. It is my honor to have been selected as the first donor and recipient. By giving Valen a piece of myself and receiving a piece of her in return, I can help the fate of the world unfold as she has foreseen. It is my honor to protect the oracle in her sanctuary, ensuring that only donors and recipients may visit her. I have no need of the right of reclamation, for I believe in the vision and perfection of Valen Sarnaster. For clarity's sake, I offer this record of the procedures performed on the donors and recipients, whose fates and organs are now bound to the oracle. May she serve the all-seeing for centuries to come.
In transparency, Zemru Thal, High Priest of Savras, House of the All-Seeing Orb, Tashluta.
I should pause here and let Ulrorn give the formal spoilers warning for this video.
Hello, my name is Ulront. I am the former keeper of tomes. Some time ago, the task of governing Candlekeep has been turned over to the Archmage Janusi. Anyway, my assistant, RPGmodsFan, will now be discussing the adventure itself, and this video will contain spoilers. Unless you are a Dungeon Master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
The author, Jennifer Kretschmer, does provide a short synopsis for the adventure, which, verbatim, is as follows. In this adventure, the player characters investigate the disappearance of a Candlekeep sage, and disrupt the plans of a mad oracle bent on domination. However, she does not provide an adventure summary. I would summarize the adventure as follows. The Canopic being sends the player characters on a quest to find Mayastan Sadar, the missing sage of Candlekeep. And there is no need to worry that the players will not want to get involved, because their names appear alongside the missing sages on a list of intended vessels for a mummy lord's transplanted organs. They then teleport to Tash Luta, which is the capital of Tash Ayla, a land where divination is practiced by everyone, but reaches its art form in the House of the All-Seeing Orb. At this prophetic temple, they meet the High Priestess, named Sherendelian. She tells them that Mayastan Sadar went to visit Valen Sarnister, who is a famous oracle, at her sanctuary. Mayastan has not returned. Before Mayastan, 4 other advice-seeking people have went to Valen's sanctuary, and, likewise, have not returned. On the grounds of the House of the All-Seeing Orb, is a portal to Valen's sanctuary, which the adventurers use to get there. The sanctuary is on a crystalline demiplane, and is translucent, making it unusual. But, it is still a dungeon crawl. It is Egyptian-themed. There the adventurers will encounter a trick sarcophagus, a room full of mirrors, and a zero-gravity face-off. The missing sage, Mayastan, has performed suicidal surgery on herself, to prevent Valen from using her as an organ vessel. Valen Sarnister is the proverbial, final boss of the adventure, and has recently become a mummy lord. She wants to turn the player characters into her organ vessels. These vessels are called Canopic golems, and are tough opponents. I will now go through the adventure's timeline of events. Valen Sarnister was an honored oracle of Savras, a deity of divination and fate. Valen served at the House of the All-Seeing Orb, in Tash Luta. She has visions of transforming into a mummy lord. Her visions included those who will become her victims during and after the mummification process. Valen then steals the Canopic Being book, and follows its rituals and instructions, on becoming a mummy lord. Normally, the once inner organs of a mummy lord are stored in canopic jars. This book describes a unique and horrific process by which a mummy lord's organs can be stored and transplanted into living humanoids. The transplant recipients come under the control of the mummy lord, either as living supplicants or as mindless golems. The mindless golems are called Canopic golems. Towards the end of the book, Valen added a list of names of those who are the oracle's current and intended victims, as seen in her visions. The names Valen added are as follows. Elesia Besa, who is Valen Sarnister's longtime attendant and is still alive. Elesia is the unwitting custodian of Valen's heart. Zemru Thal, who was the high priest of the House of the All-Seeing Eye. He is now a Canopic golem, storing Valen's nerves. Zeran Zoradius was a human mage and adventurer. Zeran is now a Canopic golem, storing Valen's kidneys. Okuzor was a tiefling gladiator and adventurer. Okuzor is now a Canopic golem, storing Valen's eyes. Mayastan Sadar, the missing dragonborn sage, was supposed to be transformed into a Canopic golem and store Valen's pancreas. However, Mayastan suicidally cut out her own pancreas. Each of the player characters' names are at the end of the list. Just as an aside, once the player characters examine and read the Canopic Being book, much of the adventure's mysteries are revealed. The only remaining mystery is why the characters' names are appearing in the book. Turns out, it was a MacGuffin vision that the adventure's villain had. Although Zemruth Thal willingly became one of Valen's Canopic golems, he sent the book to Candlekeep, without Valen's knowledge, before becoming a mindless golem. He also added his notes into the book. 9 months ago, the Canopic Being book arrived at Candlekeep. The Avowed, who are Candlekeep's librarians, were horrified by the book's contents and relocated it to the library's vaults. Because of the Avowed actions, no one at the House of the All-Seeing Eye are aware that their oracle, Valen, is now a mummy lord. The dragonborn sage, Mayastan Sadar, found the Canopic Being book within Candlekeep's collections. After reading it, she intended on speaking with Valen. Thus, she travels, via teleportation, to Tash Luta's House of the All-Seeing Orb. That was 1 day ago. Mayastan uses the portal at the temple that takes her to Valen's sanctum. Valen intended to use Mayastan as a vessel for her pancreas. When Mayastan learned of Valen's true nature, she committed suicidal surgery on herself. This adventure begins with the player characters in Candlekeep, meeting with the Great Reader, Aeli, Ivanmore. She tasks the adventurers with finding Mayastan Sadar, in exchange for 5,000 gold pieces. Upon accepting the quest, the player characters are given the chance to examine the Canopic Being book. The mages at Candlekeep can set up the character's journey by use of their teleportation circle to reach another teleportation circle at the House of the All-Seeing Orb. This is the same destination to which Mayastan Sadar traveled to the previous day. When player characters enter, they are greeted by yellow-robed priests of the temple. They then meet and talk with Sherendelian, who is a female human and is the highest-ranking priestess at the temple. From Sher, the player characters learn that Mayastan went to visit Valen at her secluded sanctuary. Sher does not know that Valen is now a mummy lord. Valen's living assistant, Alessia Besa, often visits the temple to attend to matters on behalf of Valen. The portal to Valen's sanctum is hidden in a shed on the temple's grounds. Priestess Endelian will bring the adventurers there, where they then depart to the sanctum, which lies on its own crystalline demi-plane. Upon first arriving, they will be greeted by Alessia Besa. The encounter with Alessia can go one of many ways, depending on how diplomatic or hostile the player characters are. Either way, they end up exploring and dungeon crawling through Valen's sanctum, which now, effectively, serves as her tomb. Valen lies in wait for the adventurers, in a room that has 0 gravity. Until they become accustomed to the absence of gravity, the characters will have disadvantage on their attack rolls. How this adventure ends depends on how learned and knowledgeable the player characters are on mummy lords. It depends on if the characters have learned that its heart needs to be destroyed to truly destroy a mummy lord. This adventure debuts one new monster to D&D, and that is the Canopic Golem. This monster will make this adventure, to say the least, frustrating for spellcasters. I will now directly quote from the adventure. The golem automatically succeeds on saving throws against spells of 7th level or lower, and the attack rolls of such spells always miss it. I am not sure how to remedy this, without breaking the logical sense of ecology in the dungeon area of the adventure. Perhaps, this spell immunity can be nerfed down, while, at the same time, adding in spellcasting mercenary guards. I will now briefly discuss the adventure's main cast of characters. Actually, there is not much to add to what I already have mentioned. Unlike Strahd in the various Ravenloft adventures, the Canopic Being adventures characters are not dynamic, and are tied, pretty much, to their locations. Aeli Ivanmore is a female human sage. At Candlekeep, the Avowed have 8 great readers, and Eli is one of those great readers. At the beginning of the adventure, the player characters are meeting with Eli. She hires the adventurers to find the missing sage, Mayaston, who is also Eli's close friend. Upon acceptance of the quest, Eli gives the Canopic being book to the player characters, for them to examine. Towards the end, written in it, are the following words. Those who have been bestowed. The willing sacrifices. At the bottom of the page is Mayaston Sadar's name, which is then followed by the names of each of the player characters. When the adventurers travel to the House of the All-Seeing Orb, their inquiries will grant them an audience with Sherendelian, who is the highest-ranking priestess in the temple. Her knowledge is limited, but enough to get the adventurers going on the next part of their journey, which is to Valen's sanctum, via a portal that is hidden in a shed, on the temple grounds. The Mummy Lord, Valen Sarnister, wears a Mummy Lord's diadem, that makes her still look human. Hence, she is, effectively, still the oracle of the House of the All-Seeing Orb. Valen has been thoroughly corrupted by visions of a future, in which she sees herself as a demigod, and the immortal heir of Savras's realm. She believes becoming a powerful undead is the first step, on her path to godhood. Unless her heart is destroyed, like all other mummy lords, Valen cannot be vanquished. Upon being killed, she will reform and resurrect within 24 hours. Ever since becoming a mummy lord, Valen has not left her demi-planar sanctum. Instead, she has her assistant deal with the outside world, as well as allowing advice-seeking visitors to come to her. Elesia Besa had a premonition of the adventurers arriving at Valen's sanctum. Thus, she is at the sanctum's portal chamber, waiting for their arrival. She assumes they are just seeking advice from the oracle. Elesia is Valen Sarnister's longtime attendant and assistant. She is the unknowing and unwitting custodian of Valen's heart, which is Valen's Achilles heel. How can Elesia not know her heart has been replaced with Valen's? Well, that is one of the dark rituals that is written in the Canopic being book that Valen has performed. She disbelieves any mention of Valen being an evil being, or plotting evil deeds. I will now walk through the Adventures 1 map. The map is probably easier to decipher with the areas labeled, as they are now. The dungeon is made of translucent crystal, and exists on its own demi-plane. It is covered with senses that scry on the characters. The dungeon is also warded against teleportation and summoning spells cast by outsiders. Given the adventure's theme, as well as the villain's motivations, as a dungeon master, I would redesign it, so that it resembles a human body. Chamber number T1 is the portal chamber. Elesia Besa will be waiting for the player character's arrival, and greet them, in this room. Chamber number T3 is the Mirrors of Fortune chamber. The walls are actually mirrors, causing multiple cascading images of anything or anyone in the room. Touching a mirror causes 4d10 of psychic damage. Chamber number T4 is the testing chamber. There is a large crystalline dais at its center. Within the translucent dais, the hilt of a sword can be seen. This area was once used by priests and acolytes to sharpen their mental acuity against harmful psychic energy, which will cause characters to suffer tremors and have their speeds reduced by half. Smashing through the dais will free 2 dows, who tasked with guarding the hilt. The hilt is actually a powerful magical weapon, called the Sun Sword. Basically, the D&D version of a lightsaber. Chamber number T5 once housed the Sanctum's scrying pool. However, due to Valen's corruption, it no longer functions as it is supposed to. At best, it functions like a detect good and evil spell. In this circular chamber, is Alkazaar, a Canopic golem, that holds Valen's eyes. Valen is able to converse through the golem, and greets the player characters when they first enter the room. Valen seeks to lead the adventurers to chamber number T6, which is the False Tomb. In the False Tomb, are 2 more Canopic golems. It is within this chamber, Valen wants her vision fulfilled, and have all 3 of her golems, to attack the adventurers. Also in the chamber are Canopic jars. Some are empty, others hold the original inner organs of Valen's victims. In total, 3 jars are empty. If your player characters number more than 3, then, as a dungeon master, I would appropriately add more empty jars. There is a deep pit in the middle of the chamber. At its bottom is an oval-shaped black onyx sarcophagus. If Valen is killed, but her heart remains beating in Alesia, then she will reform, in the sarcophagus, within 24 hours. Then, she will cast Dimension Door to exit it. Any living creature that touches the sarcophagus causes the pit to be filled with a stinking cloud. The sarcophagus lid is very heavy, and opening it will unleash necrotic energy that can cause 68 damage to those within 5 feet of the sarcophagus. Chamber number T7 is the meditation room. Here, Mayastan Sadar's body can be found. A search of Mayastan's body reveals a sheaf of papers in an inside pocket. These pages contain lore regarding mummy lords. Of particular note is the fact that a mummy lord's heart must be destroyed to keep the mummy lord from reforming. Chamber number T11 is the Observatory of History, and is a room with 0 gravity. Here, the adventurers can see visions of past events. As a dungeon master, if you have an ongoing campaign, and your players could not deduce an important clue in a past game session, then have your player characters view the event, or events, over again in this room. Valen Sarnister lies in wait for the adventurers, in the Observatory of Fate, which is chamber number T9. This room has no gravity. Until a character rolls a successful DC 15 dexterity check on their turn, that character will have disadvantage on attack rolls for their turn. Valen challenges the characters, saying that she has already seen their defeat written in their past and future. Unless the adamantine key that Valen has on her person is used, the door to her treasure room is, of course, trapped with a glyph of warding. In this room are a number of worthless crystals, 10 gemstones, worth a total of 5,000 gold pieces, and 3 magic items. All of them are floating around in this gravity-free room. The magic items are as follows. An Ione Stone of Awareness. A Staff of Fate, which is a new magic item to D&D. It is a +3 quarterstaff, imbued with crystals that can alter probability itself. Each of its 6 crystals represents a special D4 bonus that you can add to a single roll, such as an attack roll, an ability check, a saving throw, or a damage roll. And another new magic item, called the Watchful Helm, that grants advantage on perception checks. This adventure can end with a few loose threads. Valen can only be truly destroyed if her heart is destroyed. However, her heart is in Alessia's living body. Which means, Alessia needs to be killed, and Valen's heart rip out of Alessia's chest, and destroyed. Geez, I wonder if this is an allegory to one of the author's past relationships. Even if Valen is killed but her heart is not destroyed, Valen can reform within 24 hours. After which, she will plot and seek vengeance on the adventurers. Another loose thread is, what do the adventurers do with Mayastan's body? Do they bring it back to Candlekeep? Instead, as a dungeon master, you can have the player characters find the sage still alive, but bleeding out, from having just performed the suicidal surgery. As a mage, myself, I found this adventure frustrating. Due to Canopic Golem's spell immunity, this adventure seems like it is made for martial characters, and not for spellcasters, who, at best, can participate in the role-playing aspects of the adventure. Well, I am exaggerating, a little bit. They can also be effective against Valen, during the final boss battle. If you have any ideas on how to make this adventure even better, please share them in the comments below. Thank you for watching, from all of us, at the RPG Mods Fan channel. Hope this video has been informative and entertaining.
Fight for my ascension, for your ascension you must prove.
greetings to all you fans of RPGs and of Dungeons and Dragons. On behalf of RPGmodsFan, I will be narrating most of this video and giving you a walkthrough and DM's guide of The Scrivener's Tale D&D adventure. The Scrivener's Tale is the 15th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book. This 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons adventure was written by Brandis Stoddard. His adventure is meant for 14th level player characters. Like most of the adventures in Candlekeep Mysteries, this one starts out in Candlekeep with the player characters reading a tome. The tome in this adventure is called The Scrivener's Tale. The book is written in the Sylvan language. It tells the story of a selfish and amoral archfey, called the Princess of the Shadowglass. The princess is locked in a blood feud with the Queen of Air and Darkness, who is the ruler of the Gloaming Court in the Feywild. The princess is exiled from the Feywild by the Queen to the mortal realm, where she then lives among humans, elves, dwarves, gnomes, and halflings. The tale ends with a villain's monologue, promising bloody reprisals upon everyone the princess believes has wronged her. Normally, I would go into a little more detail on the adventure's start, but in this case, I will not. Because, as a dungeon master, I would change the start of this adventure, which I will discuss in the spoilers section of this video. From this point forward, this video will be discussing the adventure itself, and it will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video. The adventure's synopsis would be as follows. A tome leaves its magical mark on the adventurers, as they struggle to contain the evil archfey trapped inside of it. In this adventure, the heroes must save themselves, and their journey takes them to the ruins of a lost and forgotten kingdom, and its ancient, subterranean library. The author, Brandis Stoddard, does provide a short summary of his adventure. I will, now, expand upon it. In Candlekeep, the adventurers are accidentally exposed to a cursed tome, called The Scrivener's Tale, which was supposed to be locked away. To me, this is a contrived start to the adventure. Instead, as a dungeon master, I would have the adventurers deliberately exposed to the cursed tome by an old enemy, which would make the adventure more personal and dramatic. I will expand upon this idea later in this video. Anyway, the adventurers are magically marked and afflicted with a debilitating supernatural fey curse, courtesy of Nintra Siata, the Princess of the Shadowglass, an archfey that is trapped inside the tome. The Scrivener's mark and curse consumes them, granting both drawbacks and benefits, as their bodies are covered in text. To lift the curse, the adventurers must travel to Baldur's Gate, to track down the tome's previous owner, gather knowledge and information. The knowledge they gathered lead the adventurers to the subterranean ruins of a library that was once known as the Haven of the Red Quill of a forgotten kingdom. There, they end up confronting and defeating the princess. To permanently end the princess and the threat she poses to the world, the adventurers then need to complete a ritual. The one thing I find funny is that many elements of this adventure is similar to The Scrivener's Tale quest in the EverQuest 2i video game. And, yes, the quest is of the same name as the adventure. Both, ultimately, take place in a circular library chamber. Even the maps of both are similar. Nintra Siata is the villain of the adventure. She is a 9-foot, or almost 3-meter, tall, amoral, arrogant, and selfish archfey, who was also known by 3 titles, which are as follows. Princess of the Shadowglass, Lady of Dread Omens, and Seeker of the 3 Crowns. She is locked in a blood feud with the Queen of Air and Darkness, another archfey, who is the ruler of the Gloaming Court in the Feywild. The Queen exiled her to the mortal realm. For some time, the Princess of the Shadowglass then lives in the land of humans, elves, dwarves, gnomes, and halflings. She then again challenges the Queen, which, to make the long story short, got her imprisoned in The Scrivener's Tale tome. She is the one who cursed the adventurers with the Scrivener's mark. She is able to telepathically communicate with those cursed with the mark, and she is also able to deflect and misdirect inquirers about the curse and her identity. In other words, identify, divination, legend lore, and such spells, will not properly work on the Scrivener's Tale, Tome, or on the marks. After all, this adventure is meant to be a mystery adventure. When Nintra communicates with the player characters, she does not reveal who she is, or her true nature. However, imprisonment in the Scrivener's Tale book has made her impatient and prone to telepathic outbursts that betray her cruel nature. Nintra wants the adventurers to find the haven of the Red Quill ruins. Once there, she wants the characters to destroy the ghost of Zephyrean. Zephyrean the Scrivener is the original author of the book. Destroying the ghost will release the Princess of the Shadowglass from her imprisonment. Nintra is quite a formidable foe. The proverbial final boss battle with her will probably be a challenge. I will now go through the adventure's timeline of events. My apologies in advance. I will be repeating some things I have already mentioned when discussing Nintra Siata, the villain of the adventure. Almost a millennia ago, the human kingdom of Delumbyron fell. Its borders once stretched from Daggerford to the outskirts of Waterdeep. Over time, its ruins became buried, including its fabled library, once known as the Haven of the Red Quill. 900 years ago, an elf scribe, named Zerlan, writes the Scrivener's Tale book. The Princess of the Shadowglass and the Queen of Air and Darkness are arch-fays and are rivals. A long time ago, the Queen banished the princess from her court and to the mortal plane. Sometime later, the Queen then imprisoned the princess within the Scrivener's Tale, Tome. The Princess of the Shadowglass also goes by the name of Nintra Siata, as well as many other aliases. Machiel Rillen, a noble and a former adventurer, from the city of Baldur's Gate, found the Scrivener's Tale book in the ruins of the Haven of the Red Quill. Candlekeep received the Scrivener's Tale book 10 years ago from Machiel Rillen. He stipulated that the book was to be locked away and never read. Before delivering the book to Candlekeep, Machiel was marked and cursed by the book. Via a paid-for-wish spell, Machiel was able to lift the curse from his person. The adventure starts with the player characters doing research in Candlekeep. Remelier, one of Candlekeep's avowed, is assisting the adventurers in their research. Along with other books, Remelier also picks up the cursed, the Scrivener's Tale book, by mistake, and delivers it to the player characters. When any member of the adventurers' party reads the book, then all of them will feel magic wash over them, and all of them get afflicted by a supernatural malediction, known as the Scrivener's Mark. Instead of the tome accidentally being given to the player characters, I, as a dungeon master, would have it deliberately given to them. Have a relative of a former arch-enemy of the player characters, who they have killed, deliberately give them the cursed, the Scrivener's Tale book. This relative seeks revenge on the adventurers for what they have done. This relative could already be an avowed of Candlekeep. Actually, this adventure does not need to start in Candlekeep. The book can be given to them at an inn or tavern they are frequenting. Once they are marked and cursed, the player characters can travel to Candlekeep to seek answers. You could have the vengeance-seeking relative cursed as well during the process. As an alternative to a relative, you could have a former henchman, companion, or lover of the former arch-enemy deliver the book to the player characters. I think this altered start of the adventure makes it more personal to the player characters and adds drama to it. After finishing a long or short rest, each of the adventurers discovers that 20% of their skin is covered in elvish text. At this stage, each of the player characters are at level 1 of the Scrivener's Mark. Each level of the Scrivener's Mark grants a benefit and bestows a drawback. At dawn, once every 3 days, each character must make a DC 20 Charisma saving throw. On a failed save, the level of that character's mark increases by 1. Any character reaching the 5th level of the Scrivener's Mark transforms into a glass statue. If you were running this adventure, as the earlier suggested revenge side story, I would have each of the characters make a saving throw against the initial level 1 Scrivener's Mark, instead of them auto-failing it. Hence, each stage of the curse will be quite staggered amongst the party. However, I acknowledge that this would prolong and drag out this adventure. So, to keep this adventure from dragging out, when a character first fails their saving throw against the Scrivener's Mark, I would have that character auto-fail their saving throw against the rest of the levels of the Scrivener's Mark. Each drawback gets progressively worse. At level 2, the character can no longer use magic potions, including healing potions. At level 3, the character cannot attune to their magic items, weapons, or armor. At level 4, the character become brittle as glass, and are vulnerable to bludgeoning, piercing and slashing damage. Spells, such as Dispel Magic, Greater Restoration, and Remove Curse, are not powerful enough to remove the Scrivener's Mark. The Tome's trapped Princess of the Shadowglass is the source and cause of the curse. She is also able to deflect and misdirect inquires about the curse. Ramelier suggests that the adventurers speak with Telis Avasta, who is one of Candlekeep's great readers and specializes in curses. Unfortunately, Telis is only able to give cryptic clues. However, Telis does reveal that the Scrivener's Tale book was brought to Candlekeep by Machiel Rillen, an adventurer from a noble family in Baldur's Gate, and suggests that the player characters travel to Baldur's Gate and seek answers from Machiel. The next time the player characters rest or meditate, they will have a mysterious dream of event that took place almost a millennia ago, when the United Kingdoms of Elves, Dwarves and Humans fell to an invasion of a goblinoid army. The Queen of Air and Darkness now wants the Scrivener's Tale tome back. So, as the adventurers are traveling to Baldur's Gate, the Queen dispatches 4 Fomorians and 4 Wood Elf wizards to kill the party and get the tome back. When the first dispatch fails, at the Dungeon Master's discretion, the Queen can send more foes against the party. After the player characters were cursed by Nintra Siata with the first level of the Scrivener's Mark, she is able to telepathically communicate with them. However, the princess chooses to do so after the Queen's first assault on the party. She does not reveal who she is, or her true nature, or her true identity to the party. However, she does reveal that agents of the Queen of Air and Darkness has attacked them. The princess insists that the characters free her from the tome, in exchange for which, she will end the Scrivener's curse placed upon them. Nintra Siata also reveals that Machiel Rillen found the tome from the Haven of the Red Quill ruins. She says she will end the curse when the tome is brought into the ruins. However, she does not know where the ruins are located. What she does not reveal is that Zirian's ghost is there. As a reminder, Zirian was the author of the Scrivener's Tale. She wants the player characters to destroy Zirian's ghost, so that she can free herself from the tome. As an additional note, the princess has a short temper. She will have a hard time concealing her true nature, if the characters are not too compliant, and/or are too inquisitive. After arriving in Baldur's Gate, the adventurers can make general inquiries about Machiel Rillen. They learn that the Rillen house and estate is in the upper city. Their inquiries also inform the characters that Machiel died 10 years ago. His family is now led by his niece, Yvandre Rillen. Yvandre Rillen was a former member of the Flaming Fist.
I serve the Flaming Fist!
The mercenary group tasked with keeping order in Baldur's Gate. Towards the end of her uncle's life, Yvandre has bitter feelings about Machiel. Regardless of her feelings, and assuming the player characters are courteous and respectful, she will give the characters useful information. Yvandre knows that Machiel discovered the Scrivener's Tale in a vault, deep beneath the ruins of Delumbyron. Delumbyron was the capital city of the lost kingdom of the same name, that once stood near where the town of Daggerford is now. Yvandre knows also that her uncle suffered briefly from a magical malady that produced strange writing on his skin, and which he finally overcame only by spending the last of the family's fortune on a wish spell. She assumes her uncle was killed by debt collectors, when, in reality, he was killed by agents of the Queen of Air and Darkness, who were looking for the book. Depending on how persuasive, and how well the player characters roleplay, Yvandre will reveal that she has her uncle's journals and letters. In exchange for equal share in whatever they find, she will let the adventurers view these journals and letters. Among the journals and letters, the adventurers can find the following: an old map labeled Delumbyron and Environs. From the map, they can decipher the location of the Haven of the Red Quill. A tome that details the history of Delumbyron and Falam. Falam was also called the Realm of Three Crowns, and was an empire of elves, dwarves and humans. The smaller kingdom of Delimbyron rose in Falarm's place, only to fall itself, in turn. Machiel was seeking a treasure called the Shadow Glass. Machiel left a cryptic letter for his family, which, before now, no one has read. In it, he writes,
To my family, forgive me the vanity that took me from you, and must soon claim my life or soul. You know how ambition corrupted my love for you. I pray that someone avenges the evil done by Nitra Seota, Princess of the Shadowglass, Lady of Dread Omens, Seeker of the Three Crowns. But spend not your own lives against it. The Scrivener bound her in his haven, and only there can I be free of her. But it is too late for me.
Thus, the player character's next stop is the ruins of the Haven of the Red Quill, which lies in the outskirts of Daggerford. At your discretion, you can also add other dungeon complexes that are hidden amid the ruins of Delimbyron. As the adventurers are descending into and exploring the ruins, the Princess of the Shadowglass telepathically urges them on, and urges them to destroy the ghost of Zirian, the Scrivener, whom she describes as the Queen's evil pawn, and claims is the same pawn who cursed the party with his Scrivener's mark. At first, Zirian's ghost will ignore the party. However, the ghost will fight back, if attacked, shouting, "You shall not free her. I will protect the free peoples of the world against the Princess of the Shadowglass until the end of time." Destroying the ghost frees Nintra Seota from the Tome, and she materializes in the Great Library Chamber of the ruins. If the party, instead, parleys with the ghost, it will describe a ritual to summon Nintra Seota, and a ritual to end her existence. All the while, Nintra will telepathically shout that the ghost is lying. Either way, the adventurers will end up fighting the princess in the Great Library Chamber. She can and will summon 6 glass shadow warriors to aid her in the battle. Even if Nintra is killed, but the ritual to end her is not performed, then she will reform in an hour, and, likely, escape the chamber. I will now walk through the Adventures 1 map. However, before I do so, I will point out the various locations mentioned in the adventure. The player characters start off in Candlekeep, which is a little more than halfway down on the displayed map. Baldur's Gate lies north of Candlekeep. Further north, lies Daggerford, where the ruins of the Haven of the Red Quill lies near. Displayed is the adventure's map of the Haven of the Red Quill ruins. The map is probably easier to decipher with the areas labeled, as they are now. One statue appears to be carved into the walls of chambers numbered H2, H5 and H6. One appears to be an elf, another a dwarf, and the last, a human. In reality, these statues are stone golems. The stone golems will animate if anyone tries to breach the sealed door that leads to the Great Library, from chamber number H4. In addition, 2 mummies per character emerge out of the walls. These guardians then head over to chamber number H4 to prevent the door from being opened. Each stone golem has a rune key on its chest. All 3 rune keys are needed to unlock the sealed door. However, removing the rune key will activate that stone golem, as well as releasing 2 mummies per character in the room the stone golem is located in. From the internet, I was able to find a color map of the ruins. The only way in is via a narrow spiral staircase that descends 50 feet, or 15 meters, from the surface. A weathered mosaic decorates the stairwell, depicting dwarves, elves, and humans working together. At chamber number H2 is a collapsed archway that blocks the way into the rest of the ruins. The back wall of chamber number H5 is a stone fresco that depicts several human, elf, and dwarf wizards battling a black dragon. One of the wizards in the fresco is holding a removable iron wand. Removing the wand triggers a chain lightning spell that targets the character attempting to remove the wand, and anyone within melee range of that character. The black dragon is clutching in one of its foreclaws a small chest with a small hole. Inserting the iron wand into the hole will unpetrify the adult black dragon that was trapped in the fresco. The black dragon has no quarrel with the player characters, but attacks them if they harm it, or stand in its way. The floor of chamber number H6 is covered with slippery mold, that presents a slipping hazard, causing those who do slip, to fall prone. Chamber number H4 was once the reading room. Teleport spells into the Great Library chamber will not work. The only way into the Great Library is through the sealed door in this room. Also within this room is the ghost of Zirian. At first, Zirian's ghost will ignore the party, but will converse with the adventurers, if they try to speak with him. However, the ghost will fight back, if attacked. Zirian knows the rituals to summon forth Nintra Siata from out of the Scrivener's Tome, and to end Nintra's existence. Both must be performed within the Great Library Chamber. This chamber was once the library and scriptorium of the Haven of the Red Quill. In its center is a ritual circle, inscribed into its stone floor. It is here, the final boss battle with Nintra Siata, the Princess of the Shadowglass, will take place. Her first action, which will be a bonus action, will be to summon 6 Shadowglass warriors to protect her. Use the Gladiator stat block for these warriors. After Nintra is defeated and the characters are freed from the threat of the Scrivener's mark, the adventure might wrap up in several different ways, depending on what actions the player characters have taken during the course of the adventure. For instance, there may be other ruins of Delumbyron to find and explore, some of which may lead into an adventure in the Underdark. Whether they want it or not, ending the threat of the Princess of the Shadowglass brings the adventurers to the attention of the Queen of Air and Darkness. The Queen has no physical form, but she can appear as a dark-haired beautiful, but terrifying female fairy. She can become a powerful, but unpredictable, ally or patron, for the party. The wealth of knowledge in the Great Library of the Haven of the Red Quill represents an amazing find for sages and scholars throughout Faerun. The adventurers can donate the collection to Candlekeep. However, if they made a deal with Yvandre Rillin, she would rather see the collection sold off. If the player characters freed the Black Dragon, and allowed it to escape, it will become a serious menace to the nearby town of Daggerford. Then, there is the possibility, where the adventurers have defeated the Princess of the Shadowglass, but have not completed the ritual, that would end her existence. In this case, the princess becomes a new archenemy of the player characters, going forward. The adventure's plot hook is pretty weak. Having the player characters cursed accidentally will seem quite contrived, and will seem like their player agency is being taken away from them. However, having the player characters deliberately exposed to the powerfully cursed tome by a relative of a defeated foe seems more logical to me, as well as more dramatic. Your players, to say the least, will not be happy that their characters are being nerfed by the Scrivener's mark. However, the Scrivener's Tale has many elements and potential of being a great adventure. It has a great villain, and a great dungeon delve ending location. It just seems the middle part of the adventure needs to be expanded upon, such as adding additional ruins and dungeons to explore. The adventure is very linear, and does not have any red herrings to throw off the party. In other words, it just seems too short, and needs more additions in its middle part. If you have any ideas on how to make this adventure even better, please share them in the comments below.
Hello and greetings to all you fans of RPGs and of Dungeons and Dragons. In this video, I will be giving you a walkthrough and DM's guide of the Alkazaar's Appendix D&D adventure. On behalf of RPGmodsFan, I will be narrating most of this video. The Alkazaar's Appendix is the 16th adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book. This 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons adventure was written by Adam Lee. His adventure is meant for 15th level player characters. According to the 36th issue of Dragon Plus Virtual Magazine, Adam Lee is a big Egyptology nerd. And that, he wanted his adventure set in the desert of Anorok, where the fallen empire of ancient Netheril lies under its sweeping sands. Influences on his adventure included Indiana Jones and the Iron Giant. Adam adds that he would use his adventure to kickstart a wider Netheril campaign. The Alkazaar's Appendix book is just that. An appendix to Alkazaar's Thrilling Tales book. Alkazaar was a renowned explorer and adventurer. He is the Forgotten Realms version of Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Battuta from our own world. Both books are brought to the player character's attention. Alkazaar's Thrilling Tales book weaves tales of Alkazaar's adventures and heroics. However, the Alkazaar's Appendix contains the intriguing story of Alkazaar's last, yet unfinished quest. Adventurers who read the story learn the following. Alkazaar was searching for an ancient artifact. In his search, in the Anorok desert, he came across a wandering stone golem, known as the Sapphire Sentinel. En route to a place that potentially had further clues, a fierce sandstorm struck, separating him from his camels and his guides. From that point forward, Alkazaar gave up on his expedition, returned to his homeland, and retired. The adventurers learn other details, but I should let your dungeon master provide those details. In other words, I am crossing into spoilers territory. Also in the appendix are a number of illustrations. One of those illustrations opens a portal to the Anorok desert. So, adventurers, are you willing to step into the portal and finish the one quest Alkazaar was unable to? From this point forward, this video will be discussing the adventure itself, and it will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video. The adventure's synopsis would be as follows. A book chronicles an unsolved mystery about a wandering stone golem in the desert of Anorok. The golem is part of a larger mystery that unfolds as the characters explore Anorok, ending with the discovery of a necropolis buried in the sand. I would summarize the adventure as follows. A renowned explorer, named Alkazaar, had completed many quests, but it is time for the adventurers to finish the one he never could. The book contains a magic picture that opens a portal to the Anorok desert, to where an inactive golem, the legendary Sapphire Sentinel, rests. The golem wishes to be reunited with its Netherese master. Alkazaar hoped that helping the golem find its master, in turn, would lead to the discovery of an ancient nether scroll. This adventure is, at its core, an escort mission. Conveniently, there is a Bedine tribe nearby. By referencing the Alkazaar's Appendix book, the adventurers are able to activate the golem. From the Bedine, the adventurers learn of the Hall of Rainbows, which is a cave complex carved out by a purple worm. After tackling with the purple worm, the player characters learn of the existence of a nether scroll, and discover clues that lead to the ruined city of Azumar. The adventurers navigate the ruins, and find where the golem's master rests. However, the golem's master is sealed in an eternal sleep with the nether scroll, in order to keep at bay a powerful evil dragon. However, the once adult blue dragon is now a Dracolich, and can wait for eternity as well, to obtain the nether scroll. The battle with the Dracolich is the final showdown of the adventure. Afterwards, do the player characters allow the golem to join its master, and take him off to Elysium, which then means the nether scroll is lost? Or do they attempt to retrieve the nether scroll, which will then age and kill the ancient mage? The Sapphire Sentinel is the only dynamic character in the adventure. The rest are static and tied to their locations. Ages ago, when the Empire was still standing, the Wizards of Netheril constructed the Sapphire Sentinel stone golem for the Netheril wizard and prince, Hamakai. The wizards gave the golem a sapphire heart, and magically bound a sliver from the gem to the right palm of its master, Hamakai. Both were charged with the mission of guarding a nether scroll. Nether scrolls can impart groundbreaking knowledge about magic. Knowledge that is often considered dangerous. The sapphires allowed both Hamakai and the golem, whether together or separate, to unlock a magically sealed vault that held the Nether Scroll. The vault is under a mastaba, within the prince's city of Azumar. The prince and his golem were attacked by a blue dragon, named Zikran. The blue dragon blasted the golem with eldritch magic, that hurled it to a far corner of Faerun. Thinking his golem was destroyed, Hamakai put up a magical shield around the vault containing the scroll, that could be opened only by the sapphire's power, that is both within him and the golem. Weakened by the battle, and before retreating, Zikran invoked a powerful curse. In order to outlive Zikran and her curse, Hamakai was placed in a deep, near-death-like sleep, that could last for thousands of years. One additional note: if the golem is obliterated, for some reason, its sapphire heart will be left behind. Zikran is the villain of the adventure. She was a female adult blue dragon. She sought the Nether Scroll and the knowledge it contained. When she lost her initial battle with Hamakai and his golem, she returned with an army that devastated the wizard prince's city of Azumar. However, she was unable to breach Hamukai's shield around the vault. Zikran is willing to wait an eternity to outlast Hamukai's shield spell. So, with aid from the cult of the dragon, she had herself transformed into a Dracolich. I will now go through the adventure's timeline of events. My apologies, in advance. I will be repeating some things I have already mentioned when I discussed Hamakai, the Sapphire Sentinel, and Zikran. Netheril was a very ancient, mage-ocratic, and powerful human empire of Faerun. The wizards of Netheril created a magnificent stone golem to guard one of the Nether Scrolls. The Nether Scrolls are a collection of works that describes the creation of magic and the fundamental nature of the weave of magic. Each reading and rereading imparts new and additional knowledge and information. The wizards charged the young wizard prince, Hamakai, and the golem with guarding the dangerous scroll. The sapphires within him allowed both Hamakai and the golem to unlock a magically sealed vault that held the Nether Scroll. A blue dragon, named Zikran, discovered the scroll's location and flew to the vault. In the ensuing battle, the golem gravely wounded Zikran, but she blasted the golem with eldritch magic that damaged its memory and hurled it to a far corner of Faerun. Thinking his golem destroyed, Hamakai put a shield around the vault that can be opened only by the sapphire's power. Too weak to continue the fight, Zikran limped away to heal her wounds. However, as she left, she incanted a powerful Netherese curse, which was, when the prince died, the shield would disappear, and the scroll would be hers for the taking. Hamakai knew of Zikran's curse. So, in the vault containing the Nether Scroll, the wizard prince was magically kept on the brink of death, and this magic was supposed to last thousands of years, and long after the blue dragon's natural lifespan would expire. Zikran returned with an army, and reduced the prince's city of Azumar to ruin, but found Hamukai's shield around the vault impenetrable. The blue dragon then sought and achieved transformation into a Dracolich. Zikran is now willing to wait an eternity to outlast the spell that holds Hamakai near death. At its height, the Netheril Empire had many floating cities in the air. Then the empire and its floating cities all came crashing down, due to the folly of one of its archmages trying to achieve godhood. In turn, creating the Anorok Desert, which also consumed under its sands, the now ruined city of Azumar. More than a century ago, Alkazaar was a renowned explorer and adventurer. He bequeathed his Alkazaar's Thrilling Tales and Alkazaar's Appendix books to Candlekeep. The Alkazaar's Appendix contains the intriguing story of Alkazaar's one unfinished fetch quest for the Nether Scrolls. The adventure proposes two different starts to it. One start is where the Avowed of Candlekeep bring Alkazaar's Appendix to the adventurers, and ask them to complete Alkazaar's unfinished quest, and, perhaps, procure for the library the fabled Nether Scroll that Alkazaar believed the golem once guarded. The other start, which also happens in Candlekeep, is where the little one, who is an ogre that wears a headband of intellect, approaches the adventurers, and asks them to complete Alkazaar's unfinished quest. Adventurers who read the story of the lost golem, in Alkazaar's appendix, learn the following facts, about the one quest, Alkazaar could not complete. Alkazaar was searching for a nether scroll. This was to be his last adventure, before retiring. In the Anorok desert, he came across a wandering stone golem. Alkazaar believed this golem was the legendary Sapphire Sentinel, rumored to have been created by Netherese wizards, to protect one of the fabled Nether Scrolls, and under the control of Prince Hamakai. The golem recognized its master's name, Hamakai, when Alkazaar mentioned it. From that point on, the golem followed him, obeying his commands. The golem communicated through sign language, and it seemed lost and sad. Alkazaar met Bedine nomads, who said they knew of a place that held clues about the golem, but it was in Purple Worm territory. He followed the Bedine guides until a sandstorm obscured the route. The camels ran off, and after losing his guides and his transportation, Alkazaar called an end to the expedition. Before he left the desert, Alkazaar inscribed a magical tracer on the golem in the hope that he could find it again. He begs the reader to go to Anorok, and find the lost golem, which might lead to the discovery of a nether scroll. On the final page of the story, cryptic symbols surround an illustration of the golem. If deciphered, this code reveals the magic words to activate the picture portal. To me, this is too much information, and leaves no mystery for the player characters to solve. The only mystery left is, who is the villain of the adventure? Anyway, back to the timeline. The adventurers then activate the picture portal, and are teleported to Anorok. Half buried in the sands, the adventurers see the Sapphire Sentinel, along with two Bedine tribesmen, named Pesh and Shamir. The Bedine are desert nomads, who roam and eke out an existence in the Anorok desert. Shamir knows some of the story of Hamakai and his stone golem, which he can relate to the adventurers. When the adventurers speak Hamukai's name, the golem will awaken. It understands common, but is unable to speak. It communicates with gestures from its hands and body. Shamir says that more details of Hamukai's story can be found in the Haun cave complex. He offers to guide the party there, but warns of the purple worm that is inside of the cave complex. As the party is traversing the desert, should the dungeon master wish, or if your players are itching for combat, the DM can throw in one, or more, of 3 wandering monsters encounters, which are as follows. The adventurers can encounter 3 cyclopses, who are bickering at each other, while looking for food. They have Bedine prisoners tied up in their lair, which is a cavernous crack inside a granite escarpment that juts out from the sands. And/or, the party can encounter 2 Rakshases, who are masquerading as Bedine nomads named Amura and Sikit. They offer to guide the party to a magical oasis. The Rakshases will attack the characters, as soon as they let down their guard. As a last encounter, the adventurers can find a stone Androsphinx, who poses a riddle to the party, before allowing them to pass by. The party then reach and explore the Haun cave complex. Within it, is a chamber with 6 murals, that illustrates the tale of Hamakai, the Blue Dragon, and the Nether Scroll. These stone murals were carved by survivors, who escaped Azuma's destruction. At the bottom corner of the last mural, is a map, showing the way to the ruined city of Azumar. And, of course, at the dungeon master's choosing, the party will be attacked by a purple worm. On the outskirts of Azumar, the player characters can encounter Ogrul, who is a very old dragon turtle. Ages ago, Ogrul was bound by magical chains, by a cruel netheril wizard. Sustaining the dragon turtle, and living on its shell, are Che-Wingers. Che-Wingers make their monster debut to D&D in this adventure. Should the adventurers wish, they can free Ogrul from his magical bondage. If they do, and their fight with the Dracolich is going poorly, then the DM can have Ogrul come to the rescue, and join in on the fight. Lying in wait, within a mastaba, is the Dracolich, along with its undead minions. Hamakai and the Nether Scroll lie in a vault under the mastaba. After defeating the Dracolich, the next thing for the adventurers to do is open and enter Hamukai's vault. What they do next is left up to them. Unless prevented, the golem goes to be reunited with its master, and complete its mission to deliver Hamukai's body and the Nether Scroll to Elysium. Unfortunately, defeating Zikran does not spell the end of her. For she hid her phylactery deep within the Scimitar Spires, a mountain range to the east of the necropolis of Azumar. The author left this part of adventure up to the dungeon master to create and develop. I will now walk through the adventure's various maps. If you were to ask me, where in the Anorok Desert does the adventure take place in? As my answer, I would say, somewhere just west of the Scimitar Spires. Displayed on the screen is the cave complex of Haun. Actually, the adventure provides only a partial map. As the adventurers explore this place, every so often they will feel a rumbling, which is caused by the passage of a purple worm moving below the surface. Area number H3 contains 6 murals that depict the story of the prince, the golem, the battle with the blue dragon, and the vault containing the Nether Scroll. These murals were carved by the survivors of Azuma's destruction. At the dungeon master's choosing, the party will be attacked by a purple worm. This attack can take place, anywhere, and anytime, within the cave complex. Displayed on the screen, is the map of the ruined city of Azumar, which is labeled as Necropolis. As the party approaches the ruined city, you can have them encounter Ogrul, the chained dragon turtle, along with the Che-Wingers. At the center of the necropolis, is a mastaba. Hamukai and the Nether Scroll are within the vault lying underneath the mastaba. The party can encounter 3 flame skulls, floating around the ruins. These were Netheril wizards and loyal subjects of Prince Hamukai. They were tasked by the Dracolich to guard the necropolis. However, because of their former loyalty to Hamukai, they can be persuaded to help the party. Zikran created a deadly magical sandstorm around the mastaba to keep intruders out. The Sapphire Sentinel's Dispel magic ability can open a tunnel through Zikran's sandstorm, leading directly to the mastaba. Displayed is a color map of the mastaba that I found on the internet. 3 giant scorpions and 4 whites hide under the sand at each end of the mastaba, ready to attack anyone who climbs the nearest steps. Lying dormant, in chamber number V2, is a storm giant skeleton. It will join in on the fight. Hanging across its back, is a horn of blasting, which, due to its undead nature, cannot use the horn. In chamber number V3, is the Dracolich, Zikran herself. However, to me, it does not make sense for her to be here. To me, it makes more sense to have the Dracolich outside, and on top of the mastaba, where it can use its full powers, instead of inside a confined space. I would move the storm giant skeleton, and a few of the whites, into this chamber, instead. Yes, I admit, this would be a poor final boss battle. However, this is a contingency measure, in case the party, somehow, manage to stealthily enter the mastaba, and reach this chamber. Noise from a battle here can alert the Dracolich, which would then head to this chamber. Anyway, among the Dracolich's treasure hoard are a spell scroll of wish, a wand of polymorph, a staff of withering, and a +2 longbow. At the far end of the chamber is a magically sealed door. The only way to get past the door is through the use of the golem's sapphire. The golem can be instructed to open the door. Paintings along the walls of the downward sloping corridors, labeled V4, depict the prince's life. As player characters get closer to chamber V5, the paintings depict more recent events, including the character's journey from Candlekeep, their first contact with the golem, their adventures across Anorok, their exploration of Haun, and their encounter with Zikran. The final painting is of the characters standing before the prince's tomb, rendered in perfect detail. Chamber number V5 is the vault itself. Inside a closed sarcophagus is the still body of Hamukai. The chamber's west wall has a portal to Elysium. At this point, the golem waits for its next command from the player characters. As a DM, I would have it communicate that it wants to take the sarcophagus. If they allow it to, the golem will push the closed sarcophagus through the portal and exit with it. If the player characters open the sarcophagus, Prince Hamakai turns to dust. Also inside is the Nether Scroll, and a number of very valuable items, such as a platinum death mask, worth 5,000 gold pieces. Likewise, the golem will also turn to dust. The player characters can use the Wish spell scroll to revive the prince. Whether Hamakai is sent to Elysium, or is turned to dust, the Alkazaar's Appendix adventure does not truly end. Zikran hid her phylactery deep within the scimitar spires. Within 24 hours, she will rematerialize there. She will relentlessly seek vengeance on the player characters, whether or not they have the Nether Scroll. According to the 36th issue of Dragon Plus Virtual Magazine, the adventure's author, Adam Lee, states, quote, "There is nothing worse than working hard to kill a villain, and having it return." Unquote. Yet, in this adventure, he adds such a villain. A Dracolich cannot be destroyed, until its phylactery is destroyed. Yet, he places the phylactery directly outside of the adventure. I think this adventure has potential, and is an exciting adventure. However, it seems out of place in the Candlekeep Mysteries book. After the player characters read Alkazaar's Appendix, there really is no mystery left for them to solve. If you wish to run this adventure more as a mystery adventure, then keep the Nether Scroll a secret. Keep the background of the Netheril Empire, Hamakai, and his golem a secret. That way, most of the adventure's mysteries would be revealed by the murals in the Haun Cave complex. If you have any ideas on how to make this adventure even better, please share them in the comments below. Thank you for watching, from all of us at the RPG Mods Fan channel.
Whispered promises straight to my heart. I'd never noticed, but you were never there, you were never there. Hey, you gave me roses, set me apart. All I feel was bliss, but you were never there, you were never. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Maybe just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where. Think it better when I swear. Follow you no matter where. Oh, I'm not sure of this. I won't give up on this, I won't give up. Cause I don't wanna behave like the wanna flee, like the wanna leave, I never.
Hello to all you fans of RPGs and of Dungeons and Dragons. This video will be a walkthrough and DM's guide of the Xanthoria D&D adventure. Hello and greetings, I am Anya of Rogatino. And, yes, I am one of Red Sonja's sisters. I am here in this damp and dreary cave to isolate and escape from the saprophytic plague that is spreading up, down and throughout the Sword Coast. Are you, likewise, here to escape the plague as well? Xanthoria is the 17th and is the last adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries Anthology Book. This 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons adventure was written by Tony Winslow Brill. Her adventure is meant for 16th level player characters. The adventure's beginning read aloud text does a great job at setting up the adventure for the player characters.
A fungal plague is ravaging the Sword Coast, spreading quickly from one settlement to the next. Although magic has proven effective at ridding individuals of the spore infection, the plague is spreading too quickly to contain. Creatures that become infected fall ill with a fever and sprout disgusting, gooey fungal growths before losing their autonomy, acting like zombies. They also release spores that infect other beasts and humanoids. Eventually, the plague reduces all infected creatures and foodstuffs to puddles of ooze. Humanoids infected with the plague drone the word Xanthoria over and over for no discernible reason before death finally claims them. You have determined that there is a book by that name contained in the library fortress of Candlekeep. With luck, the book holds information that might help you end the plague before it wipes out every village, town, and city in Faerûn.
When the adventurers make their inquiries at Candlekeep, one of Candlekeep's avowed, named Zealoth Lightleaf, brings Xanthoria's journal to them. The tome is badly damaged by mold that is growing on it and inside of its wrinkled pages. Zealoth says that the journal's author, Xanthoria, is a druid and knows where she lives. If the characters are too afraid to touch the journal, then Zealoth will be willing to page through it for them. From the journal, they learn that Xanthoria's forest was invaded by undead. As they page through the journal, they also learn that Xanthoria has descended into madness and is quite insane by the journal's end. The journal's end is also missing a few pages. So, are your player characters willing to go to Xanthoria's forest and investigate? Are they willing to risk catching the plague themselves? Oh, by the way, as trivia, Xanthoria is an orange-ish lichen fungus. Not sure if I would name my child after a fungus. The deadly fungal plague that is ravaging the Sword Coast is called the Saprophytic Plague. I will now discuss the mechanics of the plague, which may be considered as spoilers. However, since the adventurers are on a mission to find a cure, I think they would already know these details at the beginning of the adventure. Any beast or humanoid that comes within 10 feet, or 3 meters, of a creature infected by the Saprophytic Plague must succeed on a DC 20 Constitution saving throw, or become infected as well. On a successful save, a creature is immune to the plague for 24 hours. After a failed save, the creature experiences the first symptoms within 1 to 4 hours, which are body aches, nausea, slurred speech, and uncontrollable drooling. They also gain 1 level of exhaustion. Every 24 hours thereafter, the creature automatically gains another level of exhaustion. Hence, by the 6th day of infection, the creature dies. Any creature killed by the Saprophytic Plague transforms into a lifeless magenta ooze. A creature infected by the Saprophytic Plague for at least 24 hours behaves like a zombie, as fungal growths sprout from its head, body, and limbs. It feels an overriding urge to be around groups of uninfected creatures, so that it can spread the contagion. This is the time when infected humanoids begin speaking the word Xanthoria over and over, with no understanding of what the word means. Foodstuffs that are exposed to the plague's spores decay or go sour within 2 to 24 hours, leaving behind a lurid magenta mass of oozing fungi. Eating infected food can, likewise, infect the creature. Any magic that cures a disease can rid a creature of the Saprophytic Plague. Casting Purify Food and Drink destroys the infection in foodstuffs. However, given how widespread the infection is, there are not enough spellcasters with such abilities to eradicate it. Hence, as a dungeon master, you may have the scenario where drastic, draconic and harsh quarantine measures are being taken throughout the Sword Coast. From this point forward, this video will be discussing the adventure itself, and it will contain spoilers. Unless you are a dungeon master who will be running this adventure for their players, or are a player who already played through this adventure and are watching this video for nostalgia purposes, I would suggest not to watch the rest of this video.
Hey sis, where are you? Hello? Anyone in here? Hello?
Oh, hello, Vanessa. Welcome to my cave. Are you here to escape from the Saprophytic Plague as well?
Actually, Anya, I am here to tell you that a group of adventurers have stopped the spread of the plague, and that it is no longer contagious.
Vanessa, are you serious? It is safe to come out now.
Yes, Anya. Yes, it is.
But how? How did the adventurers manage to stop the plague?
Well, let me tell you the tale of Xanthoria, and I will start from the very beginning. The synopsis of the Xanthoria adventure is as follows. A deadly fungal plague is ravaging the Sword Coast. A group of adventurers travel to Candlekeep to research a way to stop it. The adventurers end up facing a mad lichen lich, who was once a druid. I would summarize the adventure as follows. Xanthoria was a powerful half-elf druid. She went mad, experimented on and tortured her closest friends, and has undergone a horrible transformation into a lichen lich. Her transformation is the source of the saprophytic plague. This deadly fungal infection is now ravaging the Sword Coast. The plague not only targets beasts and humanoids, but also destroys crops and stored foodstuffs, causing famine and sickness on an epic scale. A group of adventurers travel to Candlekeep to research a way to stop it and find Xanthoria's tome. The adventurers then travel to the Lich's lair, which is called the Lycor Expanse. They first encounter Thunderwing, a sprite who is the unknowing phylactery of Xanthoria. Along with mold and slime environmental hazards, the adventurers also encounter and face fungal versions of powerful monsters, before facing the insane lichen lich, herself, Xanthoria. To finally defeat the fungal lich, requires the death of Thunderwing, the one friend of Xanthoria who survived her ordeals. I will now go through the adventure's timeline of events. Xanthoria was a powerful half-elf druid. Her forest was invaded by undead monsters. By researching fungi and lichen, Xanthoria hoped to create a weapon that could protect her forest against undead invaders. However, her efforts were failing, and she grew more desperate. Eventually, she went insane, and even experimented on and tortured her closest friends. She then undergoes a horrible transformation into a lichen lich. Her transformation created, and is the source of the saprophytic plague. The deadly fungal infection spreads quickly, and is now ravaging the Sword Coast. The plague not only targets beasts and humanoids, but also destroys crops and stored foodstuffs, causing famine and sickness on an epic scale. Religious and civil authorities are unable to stem the tide of the saprophytic plague. Due to how widespread it has become, not even wish, cure disease, and like spells, can contain the contagion. Those who have been infected for more than 24 hours will repeatedly chant Xanthoria. A group of adventurers travel to Candlekeep in order to research a way to stop the deadly fungal infection. One of Candlekeep's avowed, named Zeleth Lightleaf, brings Xanthoria's journal to the player characters. One mistake in the adventure is that it says Zeleth Lightleaf is the author of the Xanthoria tome. This is incorrect, since the tome is a diary/journal. Hence Xanthoria, herself, wrote the tome. What actually is the case, is that Zeleth found the journal at the entrance to the Lycor Expanse, and brought it to Candlekeep. The Lycor Expanse is a cave complex, within a forest. Anyway, the player characters can examine and read Xanthoria's journal, which will inform them much of the adventure's background. However, conveniently, the last few pages of the journal are missing. These pages described Xanthoria finally achieving her transformation into a lichen lich, as well as making the living fairy, Thunderwing, her phylactery. On a map of the Sword Coast, Zeleth points where the Lycor Expanse is located. Unlike other adventures in the Candlekeep Mysteries book, this adventure does not provide any random or wandering encounters the party might face as they travel to the Lich's lair. Hence, the dungeon master can throw in one or two such encounters of their own design. When the player characters first arrive at the Lycor Expanse, they will first encounter Thunderwing, who is crying at the entrance. Thunderwing is a living sprite, who is the unknowing phylactery of Xanthoria. It is hoped that player characters will be endeared to Thunderwing, and allow her to follow the party. The Lycor Expanse and cave complex is filled with mold and slime environmental hazards, as well as fungal versions of powerful monsters. The final encounter is with the insane Lichen Lich, herself Xanthoria. However, the plague does not end when Xanthoria is defeated. To truly destroy a lich requires its phylactery to be destroyed, otherwise a lich will reform near its phylactery within 1 to 10 days. Hence, to finally defeat Xanthoria, at this heart-wrenching moment, the player characters need to convince Thunderwing to end her life. In this adventure, there are only 2 characters to discuss, and that is Thunderwing and the villain Xanthoria. As I have mentioned before, Thunderwing is a sprite, and the unknowing phylactery of Xanthoria. Although alive, she is still subject to the effects that turn undead. She is crying when the adventurers first encounter her at the cave mouth of the Lycauder Expanse. She will gravitate towards those who are friendly and kind to her. In order to make this adventure effective, what is essential is to make Thunderwing loved and endearing to the player characters. As a DM, you got to get the characters fondly attached to Thunderwing, in order to have the adventure's sad ending to be heartfelt. She says she used to live here with her friends, Xanthoria and Bunny Blossom. Bunny Blossom was a yellow fairy dragon. She says that Xanthoria subjected her and her friends to some terrible experiments. Her memory is faulty, but, if need be, Thunderwing can also be used to provide clues, as the adventurers explore the Lycauder Expanse. She also has plot armor, meaning she is impervious to harm. As a dungeon master, I would say this is only true within the Lycauder Expanse. The heart-wrenching moment of convincing Thunderwing to sacrifice her life to end the plague and Xanthoria's existence is meant to be a role-playing event. Rolling a persuasion check is dissuaded by the adventure. The adventure describes Thunderwing as scatterbrained and forgetful. This is done so that she does not reveal important information about the Lycauder Expanse as the party is exploring it. However, being scatterbrained is not an endearing quality. So, here is my fix to this. Have a spring of forgetfulness at the entrance. When the player characters first encounter Thunderwing, she drank from the spring more than 12 hours ago, and she is beginning to remember things. Because the memories of the Lycauder Expanse is so traumatic for her, she will remember details about it last. If any player character is foolish enough to drink from the spring of forgetfulness, here are my proposed mechanics for it. The character forgets their memories and who they are for the first 12 hours, including all their abilities. Hence, the character is effectively a first-level character. Afterwards, the character will start remembering things. Every hour, the character gains a level they forgot. So, for a 16th level character, it takes 16 hours for the character to remember everything they forgot. Memory restoration can be accelerated. Due to strong survival instincts, a character in combat can regain levels at a rate of 1 level per turn. Oh, what if the player characters decide to wait till Thunderwing fully regains her memory? Well, let us just say that I am not the type of DM who punishes players for smart thinking or for ingenious solutions. Xanthoria is the villain of the adventure. Her mad quest for lichdom has unleashed the saprophytic plague onto the world. Those infected with the saprophytic plague have a mycelial network of spores that forms a tenuous connection between him and Xanthoria. This weak connection causes plague victims to chant Xanthoria's name. Before her forest was invaded by undead, Xanthoria was a powerful half-elf druid. She desperately searched for a way to stop them, and she never discovered the source of the undead incursion. Xanthoria sinks into madness, and her mind became twisted by the influence of the demon queen, Zugmoy. Xanthoria then conducts grisly experiments on living creatures, including her closest fey friends, such as Thunderwing and Bunny Blossom. Towards the end of her journal, Mycor G, Shedakla, and the number 222 are referred to several times. Unbeknownst to Candlekeep's avowed Zealoth Lightleaf, these references all refer to the 222nd layer of the Abyss, which is home to 2 demon lords. Dewyblex, the demon prince of oozes, and Zugmoy, the demon queen of fungi. The Lycauder Expanse is a cave complex within an unspecified forest. Hence, the dungeon master is free to locate it anywhere they wish. such as Cloakwood or the Wood of Sharp Teeth forests near Candlekeep, or the Misty Forest near Daggerford, or the Ardeep Forest near Waterdeep, or any other forest along the Sword Coast. There is one element that is missing from this adventure, and that is the risk of the player characters getting infected by the plague. Perhaps, as a dungeon master, you could add such a risk, as the party is traveling to the Lycauthor Expanse. The Lycauthor Expanse is a natural cave complex, and hosts a wide array of lichen, molds, and fungi. The map of it is probably easier to decipher with its areas labeled, as they are now. Many areas, aspects, and traps of the Lycauthor Expanse are quite similar to the ones in the S1, Tomb of Horrors module. Basically, this adventure is paying homage to the Tomb of Horrors module. By the way, for those of you who are interested, we do have a walkthrough and DM's guide video of this module on our channel. Anyway, let us get back to exploring the cave complex, known as the Lycauthor Expanse. Area number L1 is the entrance to the Lycauthor Expanse. As the adventurers approach, they will hear Thunderwing sobbing and crying inside. I would also add, my earlier suggested, Spring of Forgetfulness, in this area, as well. As a DM, you can say, the waters come from the river Styx, that flows through Zugmoy's lair of the Abyss. After the player characters have sufficiently conversed with Thunderwing, as a DM, I would then have a shambling mound show up, in order to add a combat encounter and excitement. This shambling mound was sent by Xanthoria to retrieve Thunderwing. Thunderwing will then cower behind the player characters for protection. Thunderwing will accompany the party as they continue exploring the cave complex. Cavern number L2 was once used as an alchemist laboratory by Xanthoria. It is now covered in spider webs and mold, with rotting furniture and broken alchemical equipment. However, by searching the cavern, the player characters can find a potion of superior healing, and a, very iffy, recipe for crafting a potion of longevity. Xanthoria conducted some of her many experiments in cavern number L3. Thick mycelial tendrils cover the domed room of the cavern. Also suspended from the roof, and trapped, here, are two humanoid figures, who are in agony and want the pain to end. Cutting them free of the mycelial tendrils will kill them. The mycelial tendrils are part of a huge mycelium. It can take a lot of damage, and is tough to destroy. The mycelium can dish out devastating counterattack type effects on each attack it receives. Also lurking in this cavern are three of Xanthoria's fungal servants. For one of them, the adventure says to use the Mummy Lord stat block. For the other two, it says to use the Varrock stat block. There once was a Fey crossing at the center of cavern number L5. It is now corrupted, and is now connected with Zugmoy's lair of the Abyss. Anyone who steps into the ring will be afflicted with the madness of Zugmoy. A greater restoration spell, or more powerful magic, can rid a character of this madness, which, otherwise, lasts until cured. Cavern number L4 was once Xanthoria's bedroom. It now reeks of mold and mildew. Delicate white vines with brilliant purple flowers drape vast portions of the walls and floor. The white vines, essentially, function as a trap that can knock player characters unconscious on a failed DC 18 Constitution saving throw. The vines then restrain such characters and deals a massive amount of damage per round. The character remains restrained. In addition, unless washed off, spores of the white vines will attach to all characters who enter the cavern. These spores have no effect until those covered with them face off against Xanthoria. At the back of the cave lurks a strange bundle of white poison ivy with a single bulbous eye in the center. For this monster, the adventure says to use the Death Tyrant stat block. This monster has a few abilities that can immobilize its targets. This can spell disaster to such victims, because the white vines in this cavern can then automatically restrain him, followed by crushing them. In the middle of the room is a mold-encrusted skeleton, wearing armor made of calcified lichen and covered in fungal growths. The adventure says to use the Death Knight stat block for this skeleton. Cavern number L6 is a flooded cavern. The adventurers can safely rest here. Cavern number L7 was once the kitchen of the complex. Its wooden door is covered in yellow mold, which can poison careless characters who open or disturb the door. Once in the cavern, Thunderwing looks forlornly about the kitchen, and cries a bit, lamenting the loss of the Xanthoria she remembers. Searching the room uncovers a recipe book with a preserved oak leaf that served as a bookmark. Showing this memento to Xanthoria will cause her to hesitate, and take no action for one combat round. Cavern number L8 serves as Xanthoria's meditation chamber. The murals in this cavern are disturbing and relate to Zugmoy. Anyone who studies the murals must make a DC 16 Charisma saving throw, or become afflicted with the madness of Zugmoy. Cavern number L9 is the Cove of Experimentation. Thunderwing trembles in fear upon reaching this area. She was experimented upon by Xanthoria in this cavern. A 2-foot deep, or half a meter, layer of grey fog blankets the floor of this cavern. The spell, Gust of Wind, can disperse the fog for 10 minutes. If the fog is not dissipated, then on each round, for those who are in it, or move through it, must succeed on a DC 16 Constitution saving throw, or gain 1 level of exhaustion. Crawling on the ceiling of this cavern are 2 parasite-infested bears. These bears will avoid the fog during combat. Once the undead bears have been dealt with, the player characters can find Xanthoria's Staff of the Woodlands, leaning against an eastern alcove's wall. There are also several rusty cages in this cavern that contain some of Xanthoria's failed experiments, which she left to die and rot. In one of them is the remains of Thunderwing's friend, Bunny Blossom, who was once a yellow fairy dragon. The floor of cavern number L10 slopes down toward a very deep hole rimmed with corpses and oozing fungi. Amputated pieces from a variety of creatures hang from the walls and ceiling in this hideous space. This charnel pit is inhabited by a purple worm. The thrashing of the purple worm can cause additional hazards for the adventurers. Lodged in the purple worm's gullet is a large emerald worth 25,000 gold pieces. Cavern number L11 is the Xanthoria's Grove of Horrors, and where the final boss battle occurs. Its wooden door is covered in brown mold, which can deal cold damage to those opening or disturbing it. This cavern is filled with decomposing vegetation, large tree-sized mushrooms, and various creatures partially entombed in fungal growths. The whole area resembles a horrifying botanical garden. Those who still have on him the spores of the white vines from Xanthoria's moldy bedroom must make a DC 20 Constitution saving throw. On a failed saving throw, they take 50 points of necrotic damage, or half as much damage on a successful one. Xanthoria waits for the player characters at the far north end of the cavern. A young boy is swinging inside a suspended iron cage near her. Xanthoria shoots the adventurers a crooked smile, and, at the same time, the boy's form abruptly stiffens and withers into a dry husk. Stealing the boy's life force has enabled Xanthoria to immediately cast anti-life shell on her. Thus no living creature can get within 10 feet, or 3 meters, of her, for the duration of the spell, which is 1 hour. Thus using melee weapons against her will be ineffective. Xanthoria is quite lonely, and willing to talk to the party. However, she cannot be persuaded to discontinue her experiments. A mold, lichen and fungi encrusted Nalfshni, named Danyak, is also here. Danyak is an emissary of Zugmoy. Nearby, lurks the rotting husk of an infected tree ant, ready to defend its master. In addition, 4 invisible will-o-wisps flit about the grove, ready to use their consume life ability on adventurers who fall in battle. If that were not enough, as a lair action, Xanthoria can create a shambling mound to join in on the fight, as well as 2 other nasty lair actions. Once Xanthoria is defeated, the player characters find the last few pages of her notes among her possessions. They then learn that Thunderwing is Xanthoria's living phylactery, which, now, brings about the adventure's melancholy ending. The player characters now need to convince Thunderwing to give up her life in order to destroy the Lichen Lich once and for all. If Thunderwing is convinced to sacrifice herself, she lets out a deep sigh before flying about and kissing each character on the forehead. She then approaches the character with whom she has made the strongest connection with, lies down in their open hands, and shivers slightly before expiring. To me, this ending is as heart-wrenching as the overall story of the Rumbling Hearts anime is. The beginning setup of the adventure is pretty good. Unless the player characters want to isolate themselves from the rest of the world, they should have the motivation to end the saprophytic plague before it kills them. The fun of the whole adventure depends on how attached your player characters become with Thunderwing. The whole premise of the adventure seems like the first, The Last of Us, video game. So, I guess, if your player characters get too attached, they may decide to let Thunderwing live, and let the whole world succumb to the plague. In closing, I do like this adventure, and I think it is good. Not sure if I would use it as a campaign-ending adventure. After all, going from one world-ending threat to another can be a bit jarring. If you have any ideas on how to make this adventure even better, please share them in the comments below. Thank you for watching, from all of us at the RPG Mods fan channel.
Hope this video has been informative and entertaining. Please subscribe, like, share and comment. We do like feedback. Till next time, we wish you well. Cheers, have a good day, and goodbye.